Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Hexcss on Wattpad. Now let's start. Battle of Tokyo unfolded with intense energy as Izumi unleashed her might, declaring a staggering level of power. Her punch struck Dark Phoenix's arm, which he managed to brace against, astonished by the force behind it. He reflected on the tales of those who, when facing death, could tap into extraordinary strength. He realized that Izumi had glimpsed the edge of mortality, yet he remained confident that she would not defeat him. As their arms clashed, sparks of energy erupted around them, illustrating the fierce struggle between their powers. Suddenly, Dark Phoenix sensed something amiss. He activated a communication device in his ear, reaching out to his AI, Deku, for an update. Deku informed him that a critical part of his arm had sustained damage, and he was rapidly losing energy. Dark Phoenix was bewildered, questioning how this could happen, and a flashback struck him, recalling the moment General Armstrong had pierced his hand. Anger surged within him as he cursed her name. Izumi prepared for her next move, channeling her energy. Deku confirmed that energy reserves were depleted, and Dark Phoenix resigned himself to his fate, wishing he hadn't been compelled to act as he did. He commanded Deku to activate a contingency plan. With a powerful strike, Izumi's punch landed squarely on Dark Phoenix's face, sending him crashing into the power plant, which erupted in a massive explosion. Izumi gazed down at her brother, then turned away, leaving him on the ground. Dark Phoenix whispered to himself about the resilience of a phoenix, always rising from the ashes, no matter how long it took. A small beeping sound emanated from his device, indicating a progress report. In a laboratory within the Q.R.A. territories, a computer displayed a download bar that reached completion, signaling the transference was successful. Fast forward 30 years to present-day Mizutofu. Atop a rooftop, a green-haired boy named Chihiro, with tears in his eyes, sought reassurance. Izumi affirmed her belief in him, prompting Chihiro to express his gratitude. She reminded him that belief alone wasn't enough. He needed to prove himself as a hero. Chihiro pondered how he could achieve that, but Izumi assured him that opportunities would arise. She inquired about his name, and he proudly introduced himself. With a promise to remember him, Izumi leaped off the roof, soaring into the distance. For the first time, Chihiro felt acknowledged, his dreams recognized. Having faced ridicule for being quirkless, he longed to be a hero who could provide support to others like him. The stories of the brave Q.R.A. soldiers and the legendary Dark Phoenix inspired him, though he disagreed with the methods employed by Phoenix. Chihiro aspired to create change in his own way, hoping to bridge the gap between those with quirks and those without. As he descended the building, White Phoenix's words echoed in his mind about proving himself. He felt exhausted from the day's events and the pain from a recent confrontation. Walking down the street, he concealed his tattoo to avoid unwanted attention. Suddenly, he heard a commotion and turned to see 𝗏𝗏 and his gang surrounding a girl with brown hair and red eyes. She fiercely demanded that 𝗏𝗏 back off, but he persisted, grabbing her arm and pulling her closer despite her resistance. The situation drew the attention of passers-by, but many chose to ignore the scene, believing heroes would intervene. Chihiro was appalled by their indifference. He couldn't stand by while 𝗏𝗏 bullied someone else. Fueled by anger, he sprinted toward them and delivered a punch to 𝗏𝗏's face, catching him off guard. The blow forced 𝗏𝗏 to release the girl, causing him to stumble backward. 𝗏𝗏's surprise quickly morphed into rage as he glared at Chihiro, vowing to teach him a lesson. Despite his fear, Chihiro stood his ground, determined to protect the girl. 𝗏𝗏 and his gang closed in on him when suddenly, the sharp sound of a whistle pierced the air. The military police arrived on the scene, commanding everyone to stand back. He stood before the group, demanding to know what was happening. 𝗏𝗏 quickly explained that he was enjoying time with his girlfriend when a quirkless individual unexpectedly punched him. The MP glared at Chihiro, pulling up his sleeve to reveal a black Q tattoo on his forearm. His expression shifted from surprise to anger as he confronted 𝗟𝗍𝗓, acknowledging his bravery but warning him to know his place. He commanded his companions to take action. Two other 𝐼𝐻𝐬 seized 𝗟𝗍𝗓 by the arms, turning him to face the MP, who brandished a 𝗟𝗶H𝗸, declaring it was time for him to learn his lesson. Just then, the girl rushed forward, pleading for them to stop. She insisted that 𝗟𝗍𝗓 had done nothing wrong and that he was trying to help her against 𝗟𝗏's harassment. The MP eyed her skeptically, noting her lack of tattoos. He questioned her motives, suggesting she might be lying to protect 𝗟𝗍𝗓. Suddenly, an old man with a scar on his side appeared, asserting that he had witnessed the entire incident. The MP recognized him as Colonel 𝗟𝗂 and was taken aback by his presence. 𝗟𝗂 dismissed the formalities, confirming the girl's account and noting that he had intended to intervene himself. The MP turned his attention back to 𝗟𝗏 and his gang, who quickly fled the scene, leaving the girl to approach 𝗟𝗍𝗓 once more. She expressed her regret for dragging him into the situation and admitted she should have handled it herself from the start. 𝗟𝗍𝗓, flustered by her attention, reassured her that he had just wanted to help. The girl acknowledged that he understood the risks posed by the MPs and thanked him for his bravery, calling him a hero. 𝗟𝗍𝗓 felt a rush of warmth at her words, realizing how rare it was for someone to appreciate his efforts, especially given his Quirkless status. As she prepared to leave, the girl dashed away, and 𝗟𝗍𝗓 watched her go, lost in thought. 𝗟𝗂's voice broke his reverie, reminding him to be more cautious. 𝗟𝗍𝗓 apologized, acknowledging his impulsive nature. 𝗟𝗂 smiled, appreciating the boy's good heart, and urged him to head home, suggesting that his mother would be worried. Grateful for 𝗟𝗂's help, 𝗟𝗍𝗓 waved goodbye as he ran off. 𝗟𝗂 encouraged him to visit the library occasionally. As 𝗟𝗍𝗓 navigated through the streets, he decided to take a shortcut through a quieter part of the city. To his surprise, he encountered 𝗟𝗍𝗓, who complimented his earlier actions. 𝗟𝗍𝗓 was taken aback, realizing she had been watching. 𝗟𝗍𝗓 explained that she had intended to help but had seen him rush in to save the girl. She admired his courage in standing up to 𝗟𝗏 and his gang, affirming that he had the heart of a true hero. 𝗟𝗍𝗓's emotions surged as he learned that he was now officially her apprentice. Overwhelmed with joy, he shed tears of happiness, realizing his journey to becoming a hero had begun. In a distant part of northern Japan, a conversation unfolded about a significant discovery, and plans were made to inform headquarters. As 𝗟𝗍𝗓 continued to cry tears of joy, 𝗟𝗍𝗓 approached him with a warm smile, reminding him that heroes must learn to control their emotions. She encouraged him to embrace his humanity, emphasizing that crying is a natural part of life. They stood together, and 𝗟𝗍𝗓 noted the time, reminding him that he needed to be cautious of the MPs. 𝗟𝗍𝗓 reassured her that he knew safe routes to avoid detection. 𝗟𝗍𝗓 smiled, instructing him to meet her the next day for training, warning him that it would be challenging. 𝗟𝗍𝗓 expressed his readiness for the difficulties ahead, determined to pursue his dream of becoming a hero. 𝗟𝗍𝗓, touched by his determination, bid him farewell before taking to the skies once more. 𝗟𝗍𝗓, filled with excitement, ran home, eager to share his newfound purpose. It was nearly 7 p.m., and the curfew would soon take effect, leaving him no choice but to hurry home to avoid serious consequences. He sprinted as fast as he could toward his house. At 6:59 p.m., 𝗟𝗍𝗓 burst through the door, stumbling to the ground, breathing heavily. He felt a rush of relief wash over him as he realized he had made it just in time. His mother, Ms. 𝗟𝗓, rushed into the living room, her worry evident as she embraced him tightly. She expressed her concern, reminding him how frightening it was for her when he was late. 𝗟𝗍𝗓 reassured her, admitting he had simply lost track of time while searching for bread. Ms. 𝗟𝗓 comforted him, emphasizing that their reunion was what truly mattered. Meanwhile, outside the building, 𝗟𝗍𝗓 soared through the sky, gazing down at the ghettos below. A frown crossed her face as she took in the dismal living conditions. She pondered how she might be able to help those who lived there. With determination, she flew toward her home, which was situated a bit away from the city but offered a lovely view. Upon landing near the entrance, she opened the door and called out to her husband, announcing her arrival. In the dining room, she found 𝗏𝗏 enjoying a glass of wine. He greeted her warmly, and she leaned in to give him a quick kiss. Curious about her day, 𝗏𝗏 asked how things had gone. Izumi shared her excitement about a boy she had encountered named Chihiro, explaining how brave and kind he was, and how he had saved a girl. 𝗏𝗏 listened intently, expressing a longing to meet Chihiro himself. Izumi mentioned that she planned to introduce him to her sister, which excited both of them. She felt a strong sense of hope about Chihiro's potential to make a difference in the world, despite the challenges he would face as a quirkless individual. They discussed the difficulties he might encounter and the need for a solid plan to justify how he could gain a quirk. As Izumi prepared to leave the room, 𝗏𝗏 reminded her to inform her sister, knowing she would be thrilled to have a partner. In a different part of northern Japan, a soldier hurried through the halls of a large building, clutching important documents. He entered a room where a secretary was stationed and urgently requested to speak to a superior. After a brief exchange, he was granted access to the officer inside. Upon entering, he saluted the general and delivered urgent news about the location of an artifact that had been pinpointed by General 𝗏𝗏. The general demanded confirmation, and the soldier assured him they were nearly certain of the information. The soldier left the office, and the general pondered the unfolding events with intrigue. Meanwhile, Chihiro was making his way back to the spot where he and Izumi had last met. He was determined not to be late, recalling the details of their previous encounter. When he arrived, he spotted a blonde woman with green eyes and immediately recognized her as White Phoenix. He felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, realizing he was seeing her in civilian clothes, likely to avoid drawing attention. As he called out to her, Izumi tensed for a moment before recognizing him, her expression shifting to one of amusement. Chihiro felt a rush of embarrassment for inadvertently revealing her identity. Izumi laughed softly, reassuring him that it was fine since no one was around. She affectionately ruffled his hair, which made him blush. However, she quickly reminded him to be more cautious in the future. With a smile, she took his waist, and they soared into the sky, flying high enough to remain unseen. Chihiro was in awe of the experience, marveling at the sensation of flight. Izumi, noticing his excitement, felt a warmth in her heart, realizing he likely hadn't experienced much beyond his usual surroundings. Curious, Chihiro asked where they were headed, and Izumi happily revealed they were going to her house. They would begin their training there, but it was clear that their journey would take them across the entire country. Izumi confirmed this, prompting Chihiro to express his surprise. Izumi encouraged him to get used to flying, as it would become a regular part of their routine. As they approached her home, Izumi announced their arrival and informed Chihiro that he would face his first challenge. Chihiro was taken aback when Izumi told him he needed to reach her house on his own. With a determined nod, he accepted the task, but Izumi warned him to be cautious before she flew into her house. Chihiro gazed at the path ahead, contemplating the difficulty of the task. He suspected there might be hidden challenges along the way. As he began to walk, he inadvertently triggered a trap hidden in the ground. A boxing gauntlet emerged from the forest and struck him in the face. Realizing the traps were likely activated by strings, he resolved to be more careful. He walked on his toes, scanning the ground for any potential dangers. As he progressed, he triggered another trap, narrowly dodging a swinging log. Though he managed to evade it, the log swung back and caught him off guard, knocking him down. Despite the setbacks and the pain, Chihiro pressed on, determined to reach his destination. He activated more traps but skillfully dodged some, showcasing his resilience. Meanwhile, Izumi and 𝗏𝗏 observed Chihiro's progress from a balcony. Izumi asked for 𝗏𝗏's opinion, and he noted Chihiro's agility and intelligence, impressed by how quickly he recognized the traps. Izumi agreed, expressing her faith in Chihiro's potential. 𝗏𝗏 echoed her sentiment, showing his support. Back on the path, Chihiro encountered a section filled with strings that seemed impossible to navigate. However, he quickly assessed the situation and spotted tree branches overhead that formed a suitable pattern for swinging. Climbing the tree, he swung from branch to branch until he reached the other side. Though his arms ached from the effort, he remained determined and finally arrived at the house after a challenging 45 minutes. Upon knocking on the door, it swung open, and 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 was unexpectedly met with a fist, sending him stumbling back. Shoto and Izumi emerged, surprised to see that 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 had managed to block the punch with his arm. Izumi praised his reflexes, while 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 responded with a grunt. She lifted him back to his feet, acknowledging his strength. As 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 noticed Shoto standing behind Izumi, he was surprised to learn that Izumi was married to him. Shoto introduced himself casually, and Izumi encouraged 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 to simply call her by her name. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 complied, and Shoto appreciated his good manners. Izumi invited him inside, and 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 removed his shoes at the porch. Inside, Izumi explained that the first trial was merely a warm-up. Each time 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 visited, he would face new traps, designed to challenge him until he could navigate the path without getting hit. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 eagerly accepted the challenge. Before they continued, Izumi called for someone named Riza. In the training room, a blonde girl with striking blue and green eyes paused her exercises upon hearing Izumi's voice. She quickly made her way to the living room, where 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 was left curious about her identity. When Riza arrived, she greeted 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 enthusiastically, getting a little too close for comfort, causing him to blush. She introduced herself as Riza Todoroki, Izumi and Shoto's daughter, and expressed her excitement to meet him. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 stammered in response, trying to maintain his composure in the presence of someone so appealing. Riza, noticing 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸's flushed face, suggested they train together, eager to have a partner. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 agreed, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. The two adults exchanged amused glances, enjoying the interaction between the two teens. As Riza moved a little closer to 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸, she noticed his flushed face and commented on it. Izumi rolled her eyes at the scene. She suggested that Riza take a moment to rest and change into something more appropriate for training. Riza, realizing her outfit was less than suitable, felt embarrassed and quickly retreated, promising to return shortly. Izumi apologized for Riza's energetic nature, while 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 reassured her that it was just part of who Riza was. With a fond smile, Izumi invited 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 to follow her into a spacious training room. She explained that today would focus on assessing his physical abilities, including strength, speed, and endurance. Although she had observed some of his capabilities on their way there, she wanted to determine his limits. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 eagerly agreed, and Izumi explained her intentions. She revealed that she wanted him to inherit one of her quirks. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 was taken aback by this revelation, questioning how such a transfer was possible. Izumi calmly explained that she possessed two quirks, Electro, a form of electrokinesis she was born with, and One for All, a powerful quirk passed down from her father, All Might. She detailed the history of One for All, describing how it was created to combat a formidable villain and how it had been used for good after her father's victories. Understanding the significance of the quirk, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 acknowledged that he would need to train his body to handle its strength. Izumi confirmed his insight and asked if he was ready for the test, to which he enthusiastically replied in the affirmative. Meanwhile, Riza emerged from her room, freshly changed and feeling revitalized after a bath. As she descended the stairs, she spotted her father at the dining table, enjoying coffee and soba. He informed her that Izumi and 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 were in the training room. Grateful, Riza hurried to join them. Upon entering the training room, Riza found 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 lying on the ground, looking exhausted, while Izumi took notes. Concerned, she rushed to her mother, who reassured her that 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 had simply completed the strength test and could rest now. Izumi playfully acknowledged Riza's worry before leaving the room, causing Riza to blush in embarrassment. Riza approached 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸, checking on him and noticing his reaction to her casual attire. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 regained his composure and was surprised when Riza referred to him as 𝐿𝐻𝐸. She insisted it was a cute nickname and he hesitantly accepted it, reflecting on how he had never had a nickname before. Curious, Riza asked if he was truly quirkless. The question made 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸 uneasy, fearing her reaction. He confirmed his status, and Riza requested to see his tattoo. Surprised but compliant, he revealed it, and Riza's eyes widened as she gently touched it. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 felt a blush creeping up as he focused on her touch. 𝗍𝗧 expressed her sorrow over the treatment of people like him, feeling that it was painful to witness such injustice. She worried that he must hate her kind for what had happened. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 quickly reassured her that he did not blame her or anyone for the past, emphasizing that she had shown him kindness. 𝗍𝗧 felt a weight lift from her shoulders, grateful for his understanding. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 affirmed that he would never judge someone based on their quirks or physical traits, echoing 𝗍𝗧's mother's wisdom. Together, they began to forge a bond built on empathy and shared experiences. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 had learned valuable lessons since his 𝐵𝐼𝐻. He chuckled lightly, acknowledging the reputation of the #1 hero. 𝗍𝗧 smiled as she recalled the teachings of her mother, who had imparted wisdom about being a true hero. She emphasized the importance of understanding one's motives and cherishing loved ones, warning that forgetting these could lead to a path of anguish and regret. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 found himself curious about 𝗍𝗧's life as the daughter of two of Japan's greatest heroes. 𝗍𝗧 hesitated, contemplating how to express her feelings. From behind the door, Izumi observed the interaction between the two teens, feeling a sense of pride that her daughter remembered her teachings. These lessons were meant to guide her away from the mistakes Izumi had made in her past. A haunting memory surfaced in Izumi's mind, recalling the moment she had found her brother in the power plant. It was a moment filled with despair, as she had turned her back on him, leading to a path of destruction and pain. Another memory flashed before her eyes, the sight of her brother in his final moments. The desperation she felt at that time was overwhelming, and she wished she could turn back time to undo her actions. The regret consumed her, knowing she had caused his death. Shaking off the memories, Izumi entered the room where the teens were. She announced that they needed to finish their training, interrupting their moment. Both 𝗍𝗫𝐻 and 𝗍𝗧 turned to her, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Izumi teased them, but 𝗍𝗫𝐻 stammered in protest, while 𝗍𝗧 insisted they were just having a normal conversation. Izumi, with a playful smirk, suggested a game of tag to test 𝗍𝗫𝐻's speed. As they prepared, 𝗍𝗧 stood at one end of the room while 𝗍𝗫𝐻 took his position at the other. Izumi counted down, warning them to be careful. When she shouted, "Go!" 𝗍𝗫𝐻 dashed toward 𝗍𝗧, who quickly darted in the opposite direction. He struggled to catch her, but she was agile, evading his attempts. In a moment of miscalculation, 𝗍𝗧 extended her foot, causing 𝗍𝗫𝐻 to trip and stumble against the wall. 𝗍𝗧 immediately expressed her concern, apologizing for the accident. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 reassured her that it was nothing, though he had left a mark on the wall. 𝗍𝗧 rushed to the kitchen to fetch ice for his injury. Izumi observed the scene, noting that the training session had taken an unexpected turn. She decided it was time to conclude for the day, instructing 𝗍𝗫𝐻 to return the next day at the same time. As 𝗍𝗧 returned with the ice, she expressed her remorse and began to apply it to 𝗍𝗫𝐻's face. He felt a rush of warmth at her closeness. Izumi smiled at their interaction but soon realized the time. She informed 𝗍𝗫𝐻 that it was already late, and he needed to head home due to curfew regulations for those without quirks. 𝗍𝗧 looked a bit disheartened by the news. Izumi urged them to leave, and as they stepped outside, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 bid 𝗍𝗧 farewell with a bright smile, causing her to blush. As Izumi and 𝗍𝗫𝐻 departed, 𝗍𝗧 gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Shoto, who reassured her that she could still feel flustered by 𝗍𝗫𝐻 the next day, maintaining a serious expression. Meanwhile, in a dockyard in northern Japan, a man stood gazing into the distance, feeling the sea breeze. A soldier approached him with urgent news, confirming the location of a significant target. The general instructed the soldier to remain on standby, hinting at a forthcoming plan. Back at the Todoroki household, it was midnight and everyone was asleep. Izumi awoke to find her room empty and sensed an unfamiliar presence. A voice echoed in the darkness, accusing her of failure and deceit. Izumi demanded to know who was speaking, but the voice continued to berate her, claiming she was responsible for the suffering of many, including a boy she cared about. Desperate to defend herself, Izumi insisted she was not to blame. The voice persisted, revealing itself to be her brother, appearing before her in a bruised and battered state. Izumi was shocked, unable to comprehend the sight before her. The confrontation marked a turning point, as the weight of her past actions loomed heavily in the air. At that moment, Phoenix charged at her and pinned her down to the ground with his swords. He declared that he always returned, and as he withdrew one of his swords, he ominously stated that everything she had built would crumble. He then lowered his sword, and the tension in the air was palpable. Suddenly, Izumi awoke to the frantic cries of her husband. He rushed to her side, clearly concerned about her well-being. She quickly sat up in bed, scanning the room to calm her racing heart. It had been just a nightmare. Her husband, still worried, asked if she was okay and noted her distress. Izumi acknowledged that it was yet another nightmare, revealing that her brother had appeared in it. Despite the years that had passed, she felt a lingering fear that he would return for revenge. Her husband reassured her, reminding her that her brother had died 30 years ago and that he was there to support her. He embraced her, providing comfort in her troubled state. Grateful for his support, Izumi thanked him. He suggested they return to sleep since it was late, and they had training to prepare for the next day. As Izumi settled back into bed, a troubling thought crossed her mind about what Chihiro would do if he learned the truth. The following day, Chihiro made his way to the meeting spot with Izumi. On his way out of the ghetto, he noticed a small protest and hoped it wouldn't escalate. He continued until he reached the designated area where Izumi awaited him, smiling brightly. She asked if he was ready, and he eagerly affirmed that he was. They took to the skies, and while Izumi enjoyed their conversation, the thoughts from the previous night lingered in her mind. She wondered how Chihiro would react to certain truths, but she pushed those thoughts aside as they discussed various places in the country and beyond. Upon arriving at her house, Izumi left Chihiro at the beginning of the road and headed inside. Chihiro climbed the path, managing to reach the top in just 40 minutes this time. There, he was greeted by Riza, who offered him a towel and a bottle of water. He thanked her, and their interaction brought a blush to Riza's cheeks, but she couldn't help but smile back. From the balcony, Izumi observed the two teens, still contemplating her next move. It was now or never. When Chihiro and Riza entered the house, Izumi approached them and asked if she could borrow Chihiro for a moment. Riza, slightly surprised, agreed. Izumi led Chihiro into the training room, where they sat down together. She mentioned that she had overheard his conversation with Riza the previous day and asked if he remembered the two principles she had shared. Chihiro confirmed that he did, and she emphasized the importance of understanding their origins, introducing the topic of Dark Phoenix, who had been the Führer of the Q.R.A. and, as she revealed, her brother. Chihiro was taken aback by this revelation. Izumi explained that he was her half-brother and shared the story of her past, detailing how he had been quirkless, the bullying he faced, and the tragic events that had unfolded, including the 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐸 battle and the Civil War. As she recounted her experiences, Chihiro was left in disbelief, but her sorrowful expression convinced him of her truthfulness. Izumi expressed her understanding if he no longer wished to train under her, feeling responsible for his suffering. However, Chihiro reassured her that he still wanted to continue. He acknowledged her past mistakes but emphasized that they were part of learning. He aspired to surpass her and achieve what she could not, declaring his goal to be her apprentice. Izumi was taken aback by his determination but smiled, feeling a glimmer of hope. She agreed to continue their training, and Chihiro eagerly accepted the challenge. From that day forward, he dedicated himself to his training, facing rigorous obstacle courses and exercises that pushed him to his limits. His progress was evident, and after 2 weeks, he successfully completed the obstacle course without triggering any traps. That same day, he caught Riza, though they stumbled and fell, leaving them both flustered and Izumi amused. The following day, Izumi had Chihiro repeat the course to ensure his success wasn't a fluke. Once again, he completed it flawlessly. After his regular exercises, Izumi informed him that things would change. Since he could now catch Riza, she would use her quirk during their next training session. Chihiro, curious about Riza's quirk, asked her to reveal it. Riza playfully responded that she would show him instead. Izumi instructed her to begin, and suddenly, spikes emerged from beneath Riza, aiming toward Chihiro, who barely managed to dodge them in time. Izumi expressed concern that it might have been overwhelming for the first time. She had expected Riza to take it easy on her crush. Riza called out for her mother, and Chihiro stood up, reassuring everyone that it was fine and that life was challenging, so why should this be any different? Riza accepted his words, preparing for the next round of their training. Chihiro braced himself for an attack, only to be taken by surprise when Riza snapped her fingers, unleashing a barrage of flames. He narrowly dodged the fiery onslaught, but then found himself ensnared by roots that shot up from the ground, trapping him. Riza triumphantly declared her victory, and with a wave of her hand, the room returned to normal. Chihiro, still recovering, questioned Riza about her quirk. Riza, with a smile, explained that her quirk was elementokinesis, allowing her to manipulate the primary elements in all their states of matter and energy. Chihiro acknowledged the power of her ability, and Izumi suggested that he take a break, emphasizing the importance of rest. She mentioned she would take him home in 25 minutes. As Izumi left the room, Chihiro sat down, and Riza joined him. He complimented her quirk, and she modestly agreed. Chihiro then voiced a concern that had been bothering him since learning about her quirk. He wondered why her mother hadn't passed one for all to her, believing that with her abilities, she would be nearly invincible. Riza explained that her mother had offered it to her when she was younger, but she felt it would be selfish to keep such power within their family. She had encouraged her mother to pass it on to someone who deserved it, and reflecting on her decision, she felt it had turned out well. Grateful for her honesty, Chihiro thanked her. Riza then inquired about his education, noting his brilliance. Chihiro revealed that current laws prevented him from pursuing formal education, but his mother had taught him the basics, and he had spent time at the library, where a kind librarian named Mr. 𝗟𝗂 had volunteered to teach him. Riza found this heartwarming and asked if he planned to attend 𝗟𝐬 once he obtained one for all. Chihiro expressed his determination to do his best to get in, and Riza was excited about the prospect of seeing each other more often. As Izumi called for Chihiro to leave, he quickly stood up, but was taken aback when Riza unexpectedly hugged him. She bid him farewell, and as she released him, she noticed his blush, which mirrored her own. Surprised by his smile, Chihiro promised to see her the next day before leaving the room, leaving Riza smiling to herself. In northern Japan, a military officer entered a building accompanied by rows of soldiers, all saluting him as he passed. Inside, he observed other officers diligently working, who also acknowledged him with salutes. A voice called out to him, recognizing him as the young general. The general turned to see Grand Admiral 𝗏𝗏, who commanded him to stand down. The general complied and reported that they had confirmed the location of an artifact. 𝗏𝗏 inquired if it was genuine, and the general assured him that their networks indicated it was. 𝗏𝗏 instructed him to prepare thoroughly, emphasizing that only victory was acceptable. Weeks passed, and Chihiro made remarkable progress in his training. His physique had become well-built, and he was improving at evading Riza's attacks, although he still struggled to defeat her. He had also learned the basics of hand-to-hand combat, enabling him to defend himself effectively. He trained tirelessly until curfew approached. During a training session, Chihiro found himself dodging Riza's relentless attacks, which included spikes, pressured wind, and fire. Izumi watched from the sidelines when 𝗏𝗏 joined her, commenting on how long they had been training. Izumi explained that she had a special plan for Chihiro on Monday, so she had given him Sunday off but required him to train all day. 𝗏𝗏 expressed sympathy for Chihiro, and Izumi smirked at his comment. As Chihiro continued to evade Riza's attacks, he suddenly felt his legs give out. He attempted to block an incoming pillar with his hand, but just then, Izumi called for them to stop. The pillar halted, and Riza retracted it, clearing the area. Exhausted, Chihiro collapsed to the ground. Riza approached him, impressed by his endurance and improvement, and he questioned if she truly believed he had made progress. Riza affirmed her belief enthusiastically. Chihiro felt a rush of excitement as he acknowledged his progress. Izumi praised him for his remarkable improvement in such a short time, and Chihiro expressed his gratitude. Izumi noted that there were only a few more lessons in hand-to-hand combat left for him, emphasizing the importance of building his strength and reflexes. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 shared his dream of specializing in weapon combat, particularly with swords, which caught Izumi off guard momentarily. As they prepared to leave, Izumi reminded 𝗍𝗫𝐻 to take advantage of his free day to rest. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 bid farewell to Riza and Mr. Todoroki before heading home. The next day, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 awoke feeling a sense of emptiness without training. He had grown fond of it and valued his friendship with Riza, feeling strange about not seeing her for an entire day. Determined to find something to occupy his time, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 was relieved that food was not a concern, as Izumi had been helping improve the local community's living conditions. While walking through the streets, he noticed people absorbed in their phones and newspapers, their expressions tinged with worry. Curiosity piqued, he slowed down to listen. He overheard a conversation about skirmishes involving the Q.R.A. in western Tohoku and raids in the Chubu region, which sparked a thought in 𝗍𝗫𝐻's mind about the ongoing civil war and the complexities surrounding the Q.R.A.'s actions. He decided to visit the library to learn more about it. Upon entering the library, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 greeted Mr. J.I.S.N., who was pleased to see him after some time. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 inquired about documents related to the Civil War and the Q.R.A., expressing his longing to understand the history he had only heard about. Mr. J.I.S.N., surprised by the request, agreed to help him find the information. After a brief search, Mr. J.I.S.N. returned with a book, stating it was the least biased source he could find. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 thanked him and settled at a table to read. The book detailed the Q.R.A.'s origins, its rise and fall, and the controversial projects aimed at eradicating quirks. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 frowned at the notion of eradicating quirks, believing in the potential for coexistence and peace among all people. After returning the book, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 spent the rest of the day preparing for what lay ahead. The following day, he rushed to meet Izumi, surprised to find Riza there as well. Excitedly, he greeted them, and Izumi reminded him to ensure he had everything he needed for their trip. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 mentioned he had only informed his mother about his self-defense training, and Izumi suggested it was best to keep her uninformed for now. With everything in place, Izumi lifted 𝗍𝗫𝐻 into the air, while Riza used her quirk to fly alongside them. As they soared higher, Izumi warned 𝗍𝗫𝐻 to hold on tight as they would be picking up speed. After an hour of flying, they arrived at a appealing house nestled in a valley, complete with a pool. They landed near the entrance, and Izumi knocked on the door. A voice called out that they were coming, followed by footsteps. When the door opened, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 was greeted by a woman with long white hair and red eyes. The moment was filled with warmth as Izumi and the woman, 𝗟𝗍𝐻, embraced each other. Riza joined in the reunion, and after the hugs, 𝗟𝗍𝐻 welcomed 𝗍𝗫𝐻, introducing herself. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 recognized her as Dr. 𝗟𝗍𝐻, feeling a mix of anticipation and curiosity about what was to come. 𝗟𝗍𝐻 was taken aback but soon smiled at the boy. She expressed her happiness that he recognized her and invited him inside her home. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 gazed in wonder at the interior as 𝗟𝗍𝐻 instructed Riza to show him where he could stay. Riza eagerly took 𝗍𝗫𝐻's hand and led him through the house, while 𝗟𝗍𝐻 watched them leave, suddenly recalling something important. A voice echoed in her mind, assuring her that suffering would be a thing of the past. Another memory flashed before her eyes, where 𝗟𝗶𝐻 expressed gratitude for her help, promising that her pain would not be in vain and that she would help change the world. 𝗟𝗍𝐻 blinked, contemplating the implications of this. She wondered if 𝗍𝗫𝐻 could be connected to her past. Izumi, having conducted a DNA test and traced his lineage, confirmed that he was not related to them in any way. 𝗟𝗍𝐻 felt relieved, knowing that the current troubles with the Q.R.A. and the army in Sendai could escalate if they discovered 𝗍𝗫𝐻's connection to anyone with a quirk. Izumi shared her determination that this time would be different, just as the teens burst back into the main room. Riza announced that she had already shown 𝗍𝗫𝐻 most of the house, and 𝗟𝗍𝐻 took the opportunity to lead them to the training room. Upon entering, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 was amazed to see numerous robots. 𝗟𝗍𝐻 explained that this was where he would train, and each robot had its own unique ability, designed to help him improve his combat skills and adapt to various quirks. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 found the idea exciting, while Izumi reminded him that this was just part of his training, and 𝗟𝗍𝐻 would soon provide him with a special suit for swimming. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 realized the purpose of the swimming lessons, and Izumi encouraged them to begin. He spent the day battling the robots, each presenting a different challenge with their unique abilities. After a tiring session, he took a brief break before donning the special swimming suit. When he returned to the pool, he struggled to walk due to the suit's weight. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that it was made from a unique high-density fiber to enhance his swimming training. Chihiro jokingly remarked that it felt like an attempt to drown him, to which 𝐼𝐻𝐬 playfully responded that there were more efficient methods. Encouraged by Izumi, who believed he could do it, Chihiro took a leap into the pool but quickly sank to the bottom. After a moment of struggle, he surfaced and began swimming, though he quickly grew tired. Izumi, sensing his need for motivation, playfully pushed 𝗟𝐻𝐬 into the pool. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 emerged, surprised and slightly annoyed, but quickly encouraged Chihiro from the water. Feeling motivated by 𝗟𝐻𝐬's support, Chihiro pushed through the exhaustion and continued swimming until nightfall, despite his sore muscles. After changing, he joined 𝐼𝐻𝐬 in the main room, where she noted his quick return. Curious, Chihiro asked about 𝗟𝐻𝐬 and Izumi, learning that they were still changing. He then inquired about 𝐼𝐻𝐬's dedication to science. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's expression shifted, revealing a hint of sadness as she began to share her story. She recounted her past as the granddaughter of a Yakuza boss, the tragic accident that led to her parents' deaths, and her experiences with Overhaul and Dark Phoenix. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained how witnessing the horrors of science inspired her to pursue a path that could use scientific knowledge for good, despite its dark potential. Chihiro admired her noble cause and, in turn, shared his dream of fostering peace between those with quirks and those without. He expressed his belief that a hero for the quirkless could bridge the gap, just as his father had envisioned a society where both groups could coexist harmoniously. Tragically, he was taken down by extremists who believed that eliminating quirks was the only path to peace. They viewed him as a traitor to all those without quirks, leading to his demise. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed her sorrow, acknowledging that he seemed like a truly admirable person. Chihiro agreed, affirming the sentiment. After a brief silence, 𝗟𝐻𝐬 called out to Chihiro, who turned to see her in her pajamas, running toward him. He felt a blush rise at the sight but quickly pushed those thoughts aside. The week passed swiftly, and Chihiro astonished everyone with his remarkable progress. On Friday, he faced 𝗟𝐻𝐬 in one of their intense games of tag, utilizing her quirk. To everyone's surprise, including his own, Chihiro managed to catch 𝗟𝐻𝐬. They decided to take a break as they would be returning to 𝗟𝐿𝐻𝐻 the following day. By the pool, 𝗟𝐻𝐬 and Chihiro sat together, while Izumi and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 observed from a distance. They chatted and laughed, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 turned to Izumi, noting how important it was for them to cherish these moments. She felt it was refreshing to see them act their age. Izumi reflected on how they had to mature quickly, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 inquired if she was nervous about their upcoming time at U. Izumi admitted to her worries but hoped they would experience a more peaceful life than they had. In Sendai City, the sounds of artillery and gunfire echoed throughout the streets as soldiers marched. Urban combat raged in various areas, and the Japanese army was rapidly losing ground to the Phoenix soldiers. Gradually, the gunfire subsided until only the sound of marching remained. A man stood near a command tent, seemingly waiting for something. An armored vehicle approached and halted in front of him. A military officer emerged from the car, addressing the general. The general requested a report, and the colonel informed him that all resistance had been suppressed and the city was under control. The general ordered the fortification of the city to maximize strength while minimizing troop numbers, and the colonel saluted before returning to the tent. Meanwhile, a figure darted through a nearby alley, approaching the general. The figure leaped at him, attempting to strike with a sword. The general reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and evading further slashes before jumping away to assess the situation. The colonel, witnessing the confrontation, drew his weapon and fired at the figure, forcing it to retreat into the shadows. The general's expression hardened as he realized the figure was still alive, contemplating the need to report this development. As weeks turned into months, only 1 month remained until the entrance exam for U. Chihiro trained diligently under Izumi's guidance and with 𝗟𝐻𝐬's support. Eventually, Izumi deemed him ready to inherit One for All. She prepared to pass on the legacy, taking a small strand of her hair and instructing 𝗟𝗏 to consume it for the transfer of her DNA. After a moment of hesitation, 𝗟𝗏 complied, swallowing the strand. An hour later, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. Izumi began teaching him how to activate and control his quirk to avoid injury. 𝗟𝗏 practiced diligently, managing to use 9% of the power effectively, which provided him with a significant boost. During a test against 𝗟𝗧, he nearly bested her, though she was still holding back. Finally, the day arrived when he needed to maintain the cover of having a stockpiling quirk, a convenient deception since he had never activated it before. Despite being forced to live in the ghettos due to his mother's circumstances, he declined an offer to remove his tattoo, choosing to keep it as a reminder of his origins and his true motivations. He was provided with identification that explained his situation in case he was ever detained. As 𝗟𝗏 walked toward 𝐸 with 𝗟𝗧, she mentioned meeting some friends who would also participate in the exam, assuring him it was no trouble. They approached a group of 7 individuals on the road, and 𝗟𝗧 called out to them. A girl with brown hair and red eyes rushed toward 𝗟𝗧, and they embraced. Upon noticing 𝗟𝗏, she blinked in recognition, and he did the same until they both exclaimed in surprise at their familiarity. 𝗟𝗧, curious, asked if they knew each other. The girl revealed that 𝗟𝗏 had helped her when someone had been unkind. 𝗟𝗧 expressed her surprise, realizing she should have suspected it based on the description. The girl introduced herself as 𝗏𝗡𝐵𝐵𝐭, the daughter of 𝗟𝗏 and 𝐵𝐵𝐭, and was excited to learn that 𝗟𝗏 was also attending 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 explained that he had previously been quirkless but now possessed a stockpiling quirk, which he had just learned to activate. 𝗏𝗡𝐵𝐵 shared her own quirk, which allowed her to control nitroglycerin and create explosions at will. 𝗟𝗧 observed their interaction, feeling a twinge of annoyance for reasons she couldn't quite place. Another girl with red hair and eyes approached, inquiring about 𝗟𝗏's quirk as the group continued to gather around him. A boy with orange hair and green eyes shared his thoughts about his quirk, explaining that he could release stored energy as a powerful force. A girl with purple hair and striking yellow and purple eyes chimed in, noting that her ability was simple yet formidable, much like his. 𝗟𝗧 encouraged everyone to introduce themselves. The girl confidently declared her name as Toru Kirishima, explaining that her quirk, Acid Shield, allowed her to secrete acid from any part of her body and harden it at will. Next, another girl introduced herself as Kawarani Kirishima, the daughter of Kirishima and Ishido. She described her quirk, Acid Maker, which enabled her to create acid from her palms and manipulate it into various shapes before hardening it. However, she modestly admitted that her hardening ability wasn't as strong as her sister's. Kuruma observed Shadow and noted his decision to participate in the exam. Shadow confidently asserted his intention to pass with distinction as he strode past the group and entered 𝗟𝗏. Katsumi expressed her longing to defeat him, while Kuruma cautioned against confronting Shadow due to his formidable strength. Kawarani inquired about the wild dog, and Kuruma acknowledged Shadow's power, surprising those who knew him, as he rarely recognized anyone as strong. He speculated that Shadow might be on par with or even surpass 𝗟𝗧, advising caution. This revelation astonished everyone, including 𝗟𝗏, who pondered the implications of Shadow's strength. Hasa then suggested it was time to begin, prompting 𝗟𝗧 to agree enthusiastically. The group entered the examination hall and completed the written test before gathering in the auditorium for instructions on the practical exam. The participants settled in as the teacher took the stage. 𝗍𝗓 greeted the participants with excitement, noting the diverse faces and quirks present. She explained the exam format, which involved battling 4 types of robots: a 1-pointer, a 2-pointer, a 3-pointer, and a 0-pointer, each with unique abilities. The participants would be scored based on the points they earned from defeating these robots. With a spirited encouragement of +Ultra, she sent them off to the exam zone. As the doors swung open, 𝗍𝗓 announced the start of the exam. 𝗟𝗏 activated One for All at 9% and dashed into the city, realizing that real life had no countdowns. The other participants initially regarded him with confusion, but 𝗍𝗓 encouraged them to follow his lead. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 quickly encountered a 1-pointer and a 3-pointer, skillfully dodging their attacks and defeating a 2-pointer with ease. He recalled his training with Ms. 𝗟𝐼𝐬, recognizing the robots as her creations. As he navigated the city, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 continued to dismantle robots and assist those in distress, amassing around 70 points with only 5 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the U.E. staff monitored the exam's progress. 𝗟𝗏 remarked on the promising potential of this group, while Tsuyu and Aizawa acknowledged their abilities. Tamaki noted some participants appeared intimidating, particularly Shadow, while Fat Gum expressed intrigue about the children of former students. Aizawa agreed, albeit cautiously, and Ryukyu urged him to be more lenient. Uraraka expressed confidence in their potential as heroes, to which Aizawa responded that their true capabilities would be revealed in due time. He then activated a button that summoned a giant robot marked with a large 0, equipped with various abilities like fire and water manipulation. The unfortunate students nearby were quickly overwhelmed. 𝗍𝗫𝐻, still moving through the city, spotted the new robot and noticed a girl with blade-like arms struggling against its tentacles. When she lost her balance and fell, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 intervened, kicking the tentacles away and neutralizing the threat. He warned her to stay back, recognizing the robot's dangerous nature and its array of abilities. Charging forward, he deftly avoided incoming attacks and landed a powerful punch to the robot's chest, causing it to explode from the force of his strike. In doing so, he also saved others who were in peril. As the signal marking the end of the exam sounded, the teachers were astonished by 𝗍𝗫𝐻's swift defeat of the 0-pointer, reminiscent of Riza's own prowess. Rog, watching from a distance, was equally astonished by 𝗍𝗫𝐻's performance. Afterward, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 checked on the girl he had rescued before rejoining Riza's group as they walked home, discussing their exam experiences. Everyone was surprised when Riza mentioned her own encounter with the 0-pointer. Eventually, the group dispersed until only Riza and 𝗍𝗫𝐻 remained. As they walked to Riza's house, she hesitated before calling out to him. She shyly asked if he would like to go out on a date, her cheeks flushing. 𝗍𝗫𝐻, taken aback, blushed in response. Riza clarified that it would be a friendly outing, but 𝗍𝗫𝐻 quickly affirmed his interest, realizing they would likely have busy schedules ahead. Riza's excitement was palpable as she suggested meeting at a cafe near the park, and 𝗍𝗫𝐻 agreed enthusiastically. Riza hugged him, and for the first time, 𝗍𝗫𝐻 felt comfortable enough to return the embrace, surprising her slightly. They exchanged promises to meet the next day before parting ways. The following day, Riza sat at a cafe table, gazing out the window in anticipation of 𝗍𝗫𝐻's arrival. Her heart raced at the thought of spending the day with him. Since their first meeting, she had felt an undeniable connection, which had evolved from friendship into something deeper. As she pondered her feelings, she spotted a familiar figure approaching and waved excitedly. 𝗍𝗫𝐻, noticing her, waved back and made his way to her table, apologizing for being late due to his run through the city. Riza smiled, feeling a rush of happiness at their meeting. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 expressed regret for not suggesting a closer location since Riza didn't have a car. Riza reassured him, indicating that there would be a next time. 𝗍𝗫𝐻 then asked if Riza had received her points that morning, sharing his own achievement of scoring 4th with 70 battle points and 70 hero points. Riza proudly announced her second-place finish with 120 battle points and 70 hero points. They spent the remainder of their date chatting, visiting the park, and strolling through the city. Eventually, they settled on a bench in the garden, enjoying each other's company and savoring the calm before the impending storm. Meanwhile, the infamous general observed from a window when the door behind him swung open, revealing 3 men. The general inquired if the troops were ready, to which King confidently affirmed their readiness. The general moved past him to inspect a small group of troops. King announced that the elite units were prepared. The general asked about the whereabouts of Krone, Falman, Vlad, and Brant, and just then, they appeared, confirming their presence. The general instructed them to be ready, as an attack was imminent. Izumi walked through the remnants of a devastated city, panic rising within her as she encountered the lifeless bodies scattered across the streets, making it hard to distinguish between men, women, and children. She desperately cried out for anyone to respond, unable to accept the grim reality before her. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her despair, declaring her efforts futile. Izumi turned to confront the source of the voice, her heart racing as she faced 𝗟𝗓𝐼𝐻. He accused her of forcing their hand, claiming the devastation was her fault. Izumi vehemently countered that he had started the war, to which 𝗟𝗓𝐼𝐻 replied that he had intended to end it in Tokyo, but her interference had led to the current chaos. He revealed the years of deception and suffering that had resulted from her actions, asserting that she had never been meant to win. Izumi stood in stunned silence, unable to respond. 𝗟𝗓𝐼𝐻 continued, revealing his intent to rectify her mistakes and usher in a new era for humanity. In a shocking moment, Izumi felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, looking down to see a sword piercing her. 𝗟𝗓𝐼𝐻 coldly stated that this was an era without her. Izumi jolted awake on her couch, breathing heavily, and decided to turn off the television before heading to her bedroom. The day had arrived for 𝗟𝗓𝐼𝐻 to commence its new school year, with all accepted students making their way there. Riza and Chihiro walked together, with Chihiro trying to suppress his blush as he admired Riza. She expressed her excitement about new classmates, teachers, and experiences, while Chihiro agreed, albeit nervously. As they continued down the street, they encountered Katsumi, engaging in light conversation about school until they finally reached U. They navigated the maze of halls until they arrived at Class 1A. Upon entering, they observed students mingling and getting acquainted. Chihiro marveled at the school environment, prompting Katsumi to remind him that he had been homeschooled due to restrictions. Chihiro clarified that he was self-taught, as his mother had little time. Katsumi was impressed that Chihiro had passed the written exam with perfect marks. Riza felt a twinge of annoyance at Katsumi's praise. Just then, Toru and their friends approached, greeting them enthusiastically. However, a rough voice interrupted the moment, calling out to Chihiro. It was 𝗟𝗓𝐻, who caught Chihiro off guard. Katsumi and Kuruma reacted defensively, but 𝗟𝗓𝐻 ignored them and focused on Chihiro, asking about his quirk. Chihiro explained that he had always had a stockpiling quirk but hadn't known how to use it. 𝗟𝗓𝐻 acknowledged this and then unexpectedly apologized to Katsumi before taking a seat. The group was taken aback by 𝗟𝗓𝐻's apology. As they processed this, another voice surprised Chihiro. A girl he had saved during the entrance exam approached him, expressing her delight at seeing him again. She introduced herself as 𝗟𝗟𝐼𝐻, and Chihiro returned the introduction warmly. Meanwhile, Riza observed the interaction with narrowed eyes. A man with a metal left arm and purple hair entered, instructing the students to gather as he introduced himself as their homeroom teacher, Mr. Tamaki. He quickly directed them to change into their PE uniforms and head to the court for introductions and a demonstration of their quirks, followed by a physical exam. A boy with golden hair raised a question about Mr. Tamaki's arm, to which he somberly replied that it was a result of the Civil War. The students understood the gravity of the situation and chose not to press further. Soon, the students arrived at the court one by one until all 20 were present. Tamaki informed them that he would call each name, and they were to step forward, state their full name, describe their quirk, and provide a demonstration. The students acknowledged their understanding. Tamaki began with the first name on his list, calling for Chihiro. Chihiro stepped forward and introduced himself as Chihiro Atara. He explained that his quirk was called stockpile, which allowed him to gather energy over time and release it as a powerful force. He demonstrated by pulling back his arm and delivering a punch that created a strong gust of wind, causing some students to stumble back in surprise. The reactions from the others were filled with awe, as they marveled at the impressive display of power. Kuruma noted Chihiro's strength, while Katsumi expressed her excitement at witnessing such a remarkable ability. Next, Tamaki called Riza. She introduced herself as Riza Todoroki and described her quirk, Elementokinesis, which enabled her to control all elements and their variants, as well as energy. Riza showcased her quirk by summoning giant pillars, igniting them in flames, and then using water to extinguish the fire before evaporating it. Toru followed, introducing herself as Toru Kirishima. She explained that her quirk, Acid Shield, allowed her to produce acid from any part of her body and harden it for protection. She demonstrated by generating acid from her hand, which solidified into a protective layer. 𝐃𝐿 introduced himself next, stating that his quirk, Acid Maker, allowed him to create acid from his hands, which he could manipulate and harden. He formed the acid into a sword and solidified it for emphasis. 𝗟𝗏𝗍 stepped forward, introducing himself as 𝗟𝗏𝗍. He explained that his quirk, Booster, enabled him to create boosters on any part of his body to propel himself. He demonstrated by activating boosters on the back of his legs and arms. Kuruma introduced himself as Kuruma Monoma, explaining that his quirk, Karma, allowed him to return any damage he received with double the force. He could also stockpile this energy in his hands, making them grow larger, though he opted not to demonstrate at that moment. Hasa introduced herself as Hasa Tetsu, revealing her quirk, Spike Shooter, which allowed her to shoot spikes from her fingertips. She demonstrated by pointing at a tree and firing a small iron spike at incredible speed, piercing it effortlessly. Goda introduced herself as Goda Shinso, explaining her quirk, God's Eyes, which granted her telekinetic abilities. She demonstrated by focusing on a tree, causing it to lift off the ground and soar into the sky. Rog introduced himself as Rog Nayaro, explaining that his quirk, Diamond Fists, allowed him to cover his hands with a layer of diamond. He activated his quirk, showcasing the diamond coating on his hands. Eneru introduced himself as 𝗟𝗏𝐵𝐴, sharing that his quirk, Blasts, enabled him to create energy blasts from his hands. He aimed at a tree and unleashed a powerful explosion, obliterating it completely. Bijin introduced himself as Bijin Kami, explaining that his quirk, Ultimate Eye, allowed him to detect the weaknesses of his opponents and perceive things in slow motion, giving him the impression of super speed. He activated his quirk, his left eye turning red, and dashed around the group at astonishing speeds before coming to a stop. Tyr introduced herself as Tyr Shan, revealing her quirk, TP, which allowed her to teleport within a radius of 32 meters. She demonstrated by vanishing and reappearing behind her classmates. Shadow introduced himself as 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝐽, explaining that his quirk, Shadow, enabled him to manipulate and create shadows for combat. He activated his quirk, showcasing his abilities. Tamaki expressed his concern at the display of power, while Chihiro reflected on Kuruma's earlier comments about the potential of such abilities. Kuruma simply remarked on the impressive nature of the quirks. Kei introduced herself as Kei Shifudo, explaining that her quirk, Shapeshift, allowed her to transform into any animal. She demonstrated by morphing into a lion and then back to her original form. Sugo introduced himself as Sugo-gyur, sharing that his quirk, Spit Gun, allowed him to propel objects at high speeds. He swallowed a small ping-pong ball and shot it at a tree, piercing it cleanly. Koki introduced herself as Koki Fomu, explaining her quirk, Breath, which allowed her to manipulate her breath to enhance her BLD circulation, increasing her speed, strength, and healing factor. She took a deep breath, veins appearing on her forehead, and began to sprint around the court at incredible speeds. Shiru introduced himself as Shiru Kyukyo, revealing his quirk, Ultimate Shield, which allowed him to envelop himself in a nearly indestructible layer of carbon fiber. He demonstrated by covering himself in a black layer. Finally, Yari introduced herself as Yari Note, explaining that her quirk, Blade Arms, enabled her to transform her arms into blades. She showcased her ability by morphing her arms into sharp edges. General, the next day at UA was a fresh experience for the students of Class 1A. Their classes proceeded as usual until it was time for the Heroics class. Tamaki announced that he would not be teaching Heroics that day. Eneru was puzzled and asked why. Tamaki explained that someone else had been requested to oversee the practice. Kei expressed concern about who would take care of them. An elderly man with long white hair and a black suit, wearing what appeared to be a scarf, introduced himself as Principal Aizawa. Aizawa stated that he wanted to assess their capabilities and instructed the students to put on their PE uniforms and meet him at Training Ground Beta, urging them to be quick. The students complied and changed into their uniforms, gathering at the training grounds. Aizawa explained that he would divide them into pairs for a practice match, designating one pair as heroes and the other as villains. The heroes needed to restrain the villains before time ran out, with each round lasting 10 minutes. He then announced the teams. Chihiro Atara and Riza Todoroki Rog Nayaro and Katsumi Bakugo Toru and Kawarani Kirishima Sakudo Ide and Kuruma Monoma Hasa Tetsutetsu and Goda Shinso F, 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 and 𝐵𝐵H𝗙 Kamiji, Shadow Kaya and 𝗟𝗏 H, Kei Shifudo and Sugo 𝗟𝗏, Koki Fomu and Shu Q.R.A. Yari Note and Suku Masuda. Aizawa instructed the first team to step forward, while the rest followed him to the observation room, leaving the villains to enter the building. Katsumi expressed her frustration with Rog, emphasizing that they needed to work together against their strong opponents. Rog nervously agreed, and Katsumi encouraged him to prepare for the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, Riza and Chihiro discussed their strategy. Riza suggested using her nitroglycerin as traps, while Chihiro cautioned about the risks. Riza confirmed her ability to manipulate elements, and they devised a plan to distract Rog while Riza executed her strategy. As the match began, Riza sensed liquid on the upper floors and quickly prepared her quirk. They ascended to the top floor, where Katsumi was growing impatient, wondering why her traps hadn't been triggered. Rog taunted her, but suddenly a pillar emerged from the wall, attempting to capture Katsumi. She struggled to use her quirk, realizing Riza had vaporized her nitroglycerin. Riza appeared, and Rog activated his quirk. Chihiro attacked Rog from behind, and their powers clashed, pushing them back. Rog attempted to strike Chihiro but was met with a swift counterattack. As Rog lowered his guard, Chihiro ducked, and another pillar trapped him. Aizawa declared the hero team the winners. Chihiro remarked on how their training had paid off, and Riza agreed. In the observation room, Eneru praised their performance, while Kei and Sugo acknowledged their strength. Yari expressed confidence in their abilities. As the next pairs entered, Toru and Kawarani faced Sakudo and Kuruma. The siblings demonstrated excellent coordination, with Toru defending and Kawarani on the offense. Kawarani created a cage to restrain their opponents amidst the chaos. Next, Hasa and Goda battled Eneru and 𝗵𝐵𝐻𝗙. The girls executed a strategy using Hasa's quirk to attack while Goda manipulated the spikes. Eneru retaliated with energy blasts, but the girls skillfully dodged. 𝗵𝐵𝐻𝗙, utilizing his quirk, moved at incredible speeds, evading their attacks and ultimately trapping Goda, leading to the villain's victory. The final match featured Tyr and Shadow against Kei and Sugo. Shadow assured Tyr not to worry and activated his quirk, enveloping the building in shadows. On the last floor, Sugo and Kei were caught off guard as the room turned dark. Hands emerged from the shadows, immobilizing them. In the observation room, everyone was taken aback by Shadow's display of power. Some even felt a sense of fear. Even Aizawa had to acknowledge the kid's strength. The next match was brief as well, featuring Koki and Shiru against Yari and Suku. Koki utilized her quirk to enhance her speed, while Shiru enveloped himself in his ultimate shield. As the heroes navigated through the building, Yari unexpectedly appeared and launched an attack, creating a distraction for Suku, who then used his quirk to conjure a spiked cage to ensnare them both. Aizawa felt satisfied with what he observed. This new group of students was indeed promising. The students' lives began to shift as they received guidance on areas for improvement. They dedicated one day each week to focus on their reported weaknesses, while the remaining days were filled with lessons on the fundamentals of heroics alongside their regular classes. 2 weeks passed swiftly, and soon they were informed of an upcoming trip to a museum, which didn't seem particularly thrilling to them. As the students prepared to board the bus, they noticed Tamaki and Aizawa standing by the door. Aizawa explained that since Ms. Shoto was unable to attend due to an emergency, he would accompany them along with Tamaki. They boarded the bus, which traveled for an hour and a half outside the city until they arrived at the impressive museum. Upon their arrival, a team member greeted them. Jan introduced himself as the museum manager and explained that they were currently closed for preparations for a new section, which the students would have the privilege of previewing that day. The group followed Jan into the museum, where they were surprised by its vastness. They stood at the top of a staircase overlooking the main room below. Jan welcomed them to the National Museum and described the various sections, including ancient Japan, classical Japan, and the Sengoku Jidai era. He also mentioned the early and late modern Japan sections on the upper floors, concluding with the Civil War section that housed real artifacts from that tumultuous period. Suddenly, a small tremor shook the building, and the lights flickered. At that moment, a portal resembling a sling ring opened in the center of the main room, and a group of soldiers emerged. 𝗟𝗚 expressed disbelief, thinking the soldiers were fake. Jan quickly corrected him, revealing they were real. Just then, another large soldier stepped through the portal, followed by more military personnel. The atmosphere grew tense as one of the soldiers declared their mission to retrieve an artifact, while another suggested a more aggressive approach. The commanding officer insisted they must adhere to their orders, warning that anyone who interfered would face consequences. The students, observing from a distance, were filled with shock and confusion, questioning who these soldiers were and what they wanted. Rog recognized the emblem and realized they were the Q.R.A, while Shiru and Suku speculated about their intentions. Hasa expressed fear, and Chihiro pondered the implications of their presence. Meanwhile, Jitsuna, the leader of the Q.R.A, reminded his team of their mission. The soldiers confirmed their readiness to proceed. Back in the museum, Jan realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to alert security. However, before he could complete the call, Vlad swiftly silenced him, leaving the students in stunned silence. Some struggled to contain their nausea, while others stood frozen in shock. Chihiro reflected on the brutal act, while Riza recalled her mother's warnings about such individuals. Rog felt anger rise within him as laughter echoed from the soldiers. Aizawa recognized the dire situation, realizing that the conflict was far from over. Tamaki expressed the urgency of their situation, emphasizing the need to stay with the students. Aizawa's eyes widened momentarily before he closed them, regaining his focus as he turned to face the soldiers. He declared that they would not allow any more students to be taken from him, vowing it would never happen again. Both Aizawa and Tamaki positioned themselves protectively in front of the students, instructing them to stay back while they handled the threat. Jitsuna found the situation bothersome and proposed a deal to Aizawa, suggesting that if they did not make life difficult for each other, the students would remain unharmed. Aizawa firmly rejected the notion of negotiating, asserting their determination to defeat the intruders and protect the students. Jitsuna then ordered his soldiers to take action. As one of the soldiers threw grenades towards the heroes, Tamaki shouted a warning about the bombs. Aizawa quickly commanded the students to disperse to avoid the explosion. He instructed them to divide into groups, hide around the museum, and assured them that he and Tamaki would hold the attackers back as long as possible. The students complied, quickly forming groups of 4 and seeking cover in various sections of the museum. Jitsuna, observing the students' attempts to escape, commanded a group of 5 elite soldiers to pursue them. Just as they were about to leave, a scarf ensnared King's metal hand, pulling him back despite his resistance. Aizawa confronted him, demanding to know where he thought he was going. Tamaki then transformed his flesh hand into a swordfish blade, ready to engage. King threatened Aizawa, launching him into a pillar and causing him to lose his grip on the scarf. The soldiers split up to search different areas of the museum. In the main room, Jitsuna settled by the fountain and instructed his soldiers to deal with the heroes. A group of 10 armored soldiers approached Aizawa and Tamaki. One soldier opened fire, prompting Tamaki to pull Aizawa behind a pillar for cover. He urged Aizawa to wake up and fight back. Aizawa assessed their situation, noting the number of heavily armed soldiers and the commander near the fountain. They decided to take on half of the soldiers each before confronting the commander, hoping that defeating him might lead to a favorable negotiation. On the count of 3, they sprang into action, dodging bullets as they moved. Aizawa skillfully used his scarf to disarm one soldier, throwing him against a pillar and knocking him out with a swift knee strike. He then took cover behind another pillar to avoid incoming fire. Meanwhile, Tamaki used his blade arm to slice through a soldier's weapon, following up with a powerful punch that incapacitated him. Jitsuna observed their impressive skills, wondering how well the students would perform. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the ancient Japan section, prompting Jitsuna to remark that the chaos had already begun. In the ancient Japan section, Chihiro, Katsumi, Riza, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 were hiding, trying to make sense of the situation. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 questioned the identity of the armored soldiers, while Katsumi recognized their emblem from history books, realizing they were in serious trouble. Just then, a large armored soldier appeared at the entrance, asserting that their business was none of the students' concern. Katsumi defiantly stood up, unleashing nitroglycerin from her hands and causing a significant explosion that partially destroyed the section. However, as the smoke cleared, she was shocked to see the soldier unscathed. He dismissed her attack, charging at her and delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent her crashing against the wall. Riza reacted swiftly, using her quirk to launch spikes at the soldier, but he effortlessly destroyed them, leaving her stunned. Chihiro speculated that the soldiers might be genetically modified, which complicated their situation further. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 then leaped from behind a pillar, using an acid-made sword to slash at the soldier's gun, but was caught off guard by a retaliatory punch that sent him flying. Chihiro seized the moment, activating his quirk and delivering a flurry of punches that pushed the soldier back. The soldier, impressed, acknowledged Chihiro's strength but countered with a powerful blow to his stomach, causing him to spit blood and stumble back. Riza summoned pillars from the walls to strike at the soldier, but he smashed through them effortlessly. As he charged at Riza, Chihiro intervened, catching the punch and pushing the soldier away. Katsumi and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 joined him, ready to continue the fight. Meanwhile, in the medieval Japan section, 𝐼𝐻𝐬, Shadow, Kuruma, and Hasa were debating their next move. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 insisted they must help their teachers, while Kuruma cautioned against recklessness, fearing they would become liabilities. Hasa pointed out a figure at the entrance, a man with blades in his forearms and a mask, which immediately put the boys on high alert. The man introduced himself as someone who exterminates rats, implying that their hiding would not save them. Crone expressed his confusion about the accusation, clarifying that he was not like the fanatics at the Q.R.A. He explained that he held no rank and simply served as their field assassin. For him, fighting was a source of enjoyment, a way to engage without emotional ties, and he found immense satisfaction in it. Shadow, perceiving Crone's mindset as deranged, labeled him a lunatic. With determination, he activated his quirk. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐬 introduced himself, sharing that his quirk was Booster, allowing him to create boosters from any part of his body. He was the son of Tenya and Momo. Kuruma Monoma followed, explaining that his quirk, Karma, stored any damage he received in his hands, releasing it with double the force. He was the son of Kendo and Monoma. Hasa Tetsutetsu, the daughter of Tetsutetsu and Pony, nervously mentioned her quirk, which enabled her to shoot metal spikes from her fingers. Goda Shinso, the daughter of Mei and Shinso, stated her ability to manipulate the movement of objects with her gaze. Chihiro greeted everyone warmly, while Goda urged the group to hurry, reminding them they would be late for the exam. Kuruma playfully called them names, prompting Sakudo to express his discontent with the nicknames. Hasa, feeling anxious, called out to the group to wait, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 reassured her that she would keep her company. Turo found the situation adorable, while Katsumi insisted they shouldn't be left behind. Sakudo admonished the use of inappropriate language, and Chihiro observed the lively dynamics among them. Riza chuckled, noting that they had all known each other since childhood, as their parents were classmates and heroes. As they made their way to U.I. Engrossed in conversation, Chihiro noticed someone entering the building. She pointed out 𝐼𝐻𝐬, prompting an outburst from Kuruma, who expressed his disdain for 𝐼𝐻𝐬's presence. Katsumi vowed to confront him if they were in the same section, recalling a previous encounter where she couldn't use her quirk. Sakudo questioned how someone like 𝐼𝐻𝐬 could even be allowed to take the entrance exam. Chihiro revealed her history with 𝐼𝐻𝐬, explaining that he had bullied her for not having a quirk. Kuruma's anger flared, declaring his intent to confront 𝐼𝐻𝐬, with Toru joining in, upset that someone could treat Chihiro that way. Riza's expression darkened upon hearing about Chihiro's past with 𝐼𝐻𝐬. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 mentioned that after an incident with Katsumi, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had been ordered to undergo therapy, suggesting that perhaps it had helped him. Just then, a boy with black hair and golden eyes introduced himself as 𝗂𝐼𝐴, revealing his quirk, Spikes, which allowed him to create spikes from anything he touched. He demonstrated by pressing his hands to the ground, causing spikes to erupt around him. Tamaki, their instructor, announced that it was time for physical exams and customized tests to assess their quirks. Following the assessments, they returned to standard classes, taught by superheroes. As the day concluded, Chihiro gazed at the sky, eagerly anticipating his new life at U. Aizawa reflected on his past, haunted by memories of failure and loss. Tamaki noticed his distracted state and attempted to reach out to him. Meanwhile, shadows surged toward 𝗏, who skillfully dodged and deflected them. He charged at Shadow, leaping onto him and pinning him down. Rog and Kuruma prepared to strike from either side, but 𝗏 evaded them, causing them to collide with each other instead. Shadow warned them not to interfere, rising to send his shadows after 𝗏, who struggled to navigate the onslaught. He recognized the formidable power of Shadow and felt the thrill of the challenge. With determination, 𝗏 charged forward, using his blades to cut through the shadows in pursuit of Shadow. 𝗏 expressed his enthusiasm, eager to make the battle unforgettable. In the Sengoku Japan section, Bijin, Eneru, Go-Da, and Toru encountered the museum's security forces, consisting of 10 guards. Eneru urgently informed a guard about the soldiers attacking the buildings and their teachers. The guard rallied his team, and they rushed out of the section. Gunfire erupted, and soon after, the lifeless body of a guard fell inside. A man in a black mask and light blue uniform entered the area. Vlad announced the grim situation with a sinister laugh, reveling in the chaos. The students recoiled in fear as he reloaded his weapon, declaring it was time for a checkup, assuring them he was a professional. He began firing his blaster, prompting the students to scatter behind pillars and pair up for safety. Eneru felt panic rise, while Toru expressed her concern. Bijin urged everyone to remain calm and suggested they fight back. He and Toru would charge at Vlad, using their quirks for close combat, while Eneru and Go-Da would provide support from a distance. Go-Da questioned Bijin's leadership, but he insisted it was not the time for debate and urged them to act. Toru encased herself in a hardened layer of acid for protection, while Bijin activated his quirk, his eye glowing red. Eneru unleashed a barrage of blasts at Vlad, and Go-Da hurled objects toward him. Vlad skillfully dodged the incoming projectiles and retaliated against Toru and Bijin. Toru's quirk shielded her from significant damage, and Bijin adeptly avoided the blasts, quickly closing the distance to kick Vlad's blaster away. Vlad, quick on his feet, drew a knife and attempted to slash at Bijin, who evaded each strike. Bijin seized Vlad's arm and swept his legs, bringing him down. In a moment of distraction, Vlad shone a flashlight in Bijin's eyes, pushing him away and slamming him against the wall before throwing him toward Toru. Eneru and Go-Da continued to bombard Vlad with blasts and objects, but the question lingered: how much longer could they hold him back? In the early modern section, Tear, Koki, Suku, and Sakudo faced a man with a metal arm. King coldly informed the teens that they would not obstruct his path. He unleashed a blast from his palm. Tear teleported behind him, but King swiftly reacted, kicking back. Tear teleported again, but this time King anticipated her move and punched her with his metal hand, knocking her out. King noted that her ability would have been troublesome. Sakudo and Koki charged at him with great speed. Koki enhanced her strength with her quirk, while Sakudo activated boosters in his arms to amplify his punches. Despite their combined efforts, King skillfully blocked and dodged their attacks. Suku called for them to step aside and generated spikes from the floor, launching them toward King. He countered with a punch from his metal arm and charged at Suku. Koki and Sakudo caught up and kicked him back. They combined their attacks once more, with Koki and Sakudo striking while Suku provided support. In the late Japan section, blasts echoed as Yari, Sugo, Kei, and Shiru battled against Fallman. Shiru activated his ultimate shield but began to take damage from repeated shots. Kei transformed into a panther, trying to outmaneuver Fallman, but he continued to evade her attacks, leaving her seriously wounded as she struggled to dodge in close quarters. Sugo stood back, loading objects into his mouth and launching them at high speeds, grazing 𝗟𝐺 and causing him to bleed slightly. Meanwhile, Yari used her blade arms to attack 𝗟𝐺, successfully slicing through his gun blasters. 𝗟𝐺 retaliated by drawing 2 knives from his back, engaging Yari in an intense duel, while Qiru rushed to assist her. What fate awaits the students? In the main room, Aizawa skillfully dodged bullets fired by 2 soldiers, using his scarf to bind them together before throwing them against a wall. Tamaki finally subdued the last soldier he faced. Jitsuna, who had been observing the fight, stood up. Aizawa questioned if Jitsuna was going to join the fray. Jitsuna replied that if something needed to be done, it was better to do it himself. Tamaki and Aizawa remained alert for Jitsuna's next move. Jitsuna warned them that when his sword came out, it would be serious. In an instant, he was in front of Aizawa, who felt a cold sensation in his abdomen. Looking down, he realized Jitsuna's sword had pierced him. Jitsuna ominously stated that death was inevitable, pulling the sword from Aizawa's body. Aizawa collapsed, clutching his side to stop the bleeding, while Tamaki stood in shock, processing the sudden turn of events. Jitsuna remarked on Aizawa's performance, acknowledging his age, but raised his sword, declaring that this would be as old as Aizawa would get. He swung down, but Tamaki snapped out of his shock, using his own blade to block Jitsuna's strike. With determination, Tamaki pushed Jitsuna back, who landed on his feet. Tamaki then hoisted Aizawa onto his shoulder. Aizawa urged Tamaki to forget about him, but Tamaki refused, insisting he could not abandon someone. Jitsuna noted that Tamaki would have a better chance if he dropped the extra weight. Tamaki reaffirmed his loyalty to his teacher, and Jitsuna, respecting that loyalty, prepared to see how far Tamaki would go. He drew his second sword and charged at them. In the ancient Japan section, Katsumi focused her quirk, creating small sparks to distract Brant. Meanwhile, Chihiro attempted to punch him back, while Kawarani wielded swords, trying to pierce Brant's armor. Riza used her quirk to send pillars and spikes in an effort to break through, but nothing seemed effective. Brant appeared to relish the chaos, retaliating against Chihiro and Kawarani with powerful strikes. Chihiro felt a sense of dread, realizing he might lose consciousness soon. As he lay on the ground, he noticed Brant preparing to step on him. Just in time, Kawarani intervened, catching Brant's foot with both hands. He urged Chihiro to get up. Chihiro quickly sprang to his feet and jumped out of the way as Kawarani retreated. Katsumi expressed her frustration, questioning the material of Brant's armor, while Kawarani grimly acknowledged their dire situation. Chihiro refused to accept defeat, insisting there had to be another way to stop Brant. An idea struck him, freezing him. Chihiro turned to Riza, asking if she could freeze Brant. Riza hesitated, acknowledging the challenge but considering the possibility. Chihiro proposed changing the temperature of the room or the area around Brant. Riza, feeling the weight of their hopes, agreed to try, despite her doubts about her abilities. Riza stood and concentrated, stretching her hands and closing her eyes. Brant, noticing the temperature drop, looked at his hands as ice began to form around his armor. He shouted in frustration, realizing he was becoming immobilized. As the ice enveloped him completely, he threatened the group, vowing revenge once he broke free. Katsumi cheered for Riza's success, but Riza collapsed from exhaustion. Chihiro rushed to her side, concerned for her well-being. Kawarani helped lift her, supporting her as they prepared to move. Katsumi urged them to assist the teachers. In the Sengoku Japan section, Vlad forcefully kicked Eneru into a wall and slammed him to the ground. He incapacitated Eneru by pinning his hands with knives, silencing his quirk. Vlad then turned his attention to Go-Da, dodging her attempts to strike him. He slashed at her face, causing her to fall, covering her injury. Vlad threatened to finish her off, lifting his scissors to attack her other eye. Just then, Toru intervened, hardening her arm to block the blow, but Vlad's strength pierced through. Bijin suddenly grabbed Vlad, throwing him against a wall and then a pillar. He unleashed a flurry of punches, but Vlad caught Bijin's fist, expressing his annoyance. In a swift motion, he stabbed Bijin in the abdomen and kicked him away, preparing a more dangerous weapon. In the early modern section, Izuku lay on the ground, having been knocked down by a blast. He managed to mitigate the impact with a generated spike, but it still left him dazed. Sakudo and Koki continued to pressure King, but their stamina was waning. They questioned how long they could hold out against such a formidable opponent. In the late Japan era, 𝗏𝗏 had restrained Yari by stabbing her shoulders, preventing her from using her blade arms. Sugo had been knocked out, leaving Kei and Shiru in a stalemate against 𝗏𝗏, neither side gaining the upper hand. In the medieval Japan section, 𝗏𝗏 dodged Shadow's attacks, blocking a barrage of punches from 𝗏𝗏, who had activated his quirk. He countered with a slash across 𝗏𝗏's abdomen and threw him towards Kuruma. Shadow intervened, preventing 𝗏𝗏 from advancing. 𝗏𝗏, determined to overcome Shadow, devised a plan, realizing he needed to act quickly. 𝗏𝗏 retrieved a flash grenade from his belt, surprising Shadow. He threw it, and when it exploded, the shadows dissipated. Seizing the moment, 𝗏𝗏 charged at Shadow, pinning him to the ground. Just as he raised his blade, he felt a sharp pain in his eye as Hasa shot a small pike at him. The flash grenade's effect wore off, and the shadows returned, wrapping around 𝗏𝗏 and slamming him into pillars, knocking him out. Shadow stood, moving to check on 𝗏𝗏. In the main room, Jitsuna and Tamaki continued their fierce battle. However, Tamaki found himself being pushed back, realizing he might not last much longer. He decided it was time to take a different approach. Summoning his strength, Tamaki kicked Jitsuna's sword away and then pushed him back. Without a weapon, Jitsuna quickly grabbed the body of one of his unconscious soldiers, retrieving 2 knives from his belt. To Tamaki's astonishment, Jitsuna used the knives to slash at him, pinning him to the ground by stabbing his forearms. Chihiro called out for his teachers. Jitsuna turned to see Katsumi, Kawarani, Chihiro, and Riza standing behind him. Reacting swiftly, he dashed to retrieve his swords from the ground. Katsumi, filled with determination, snapped her fingers, igniting a series of explosions. Jitsuna leaped high, evading the blasts, and landed near Katsumi. He spun around and delivered a powerful kick to her face, sending her crashing into a pillar, rendering her unconscious. Kawarani attempted to strike Jitsuna with his sword, but Jitsuna deftly dodged and retaliated, slicing Kawarani's hand. Kawarani staggered back, wincing in pain. Seizing the moment, Chihiro launched a punch at Jitsuna, but Jitsuna blocked it and countered with a kick, sending Chihiro flying. He then hurled one of his swords, which struck Chihiro's shoulder, pinning him against the wall. Riza, gathering her remaining strength, unleashed a barrage of pillars toward Jitsuna, but he skillfully sliced through them. Jitsuna charged at Shadow, catching him off guard. With swift movements, Jitsuna used his sword to block and deflect all of Shadow's incoming attacks. As he navigated through the onslaught, he reached Shadow and attempted a slash. Shadow barely managed to dodge, but Jitsuna seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to Shadow's side that sent him tumbling off the floor and through the balcony. Shadow, using his shadows, slowed his fall just in time to see Jitsuna leap from the 3rd floor toward him, a smirk forming on Shadow's face. Shadow thought to himself that Jitsuna had made a grave mistake. He unleashed a barrage of attacks aimed at Jitsuna, who was still descending. However, Jitsuna spun gracefully in midair, evading the strikes. When he landed on his feet, he charged at Shadow again, cutting through the attacks with ease. Shadow fell for Jitsuna's trick once more. As he dodged a slash, Jitsuna kicked him in the side, sending him crashing into a pillar. Jitsuna turned to 5 of his soldiers, commanding them to secure the 3rd floor where their objective was located, instructing them not to let anything happen to it. The soldiers acknowledged the order and rushed upstairs. As Jitsuna faced Shadow again, he had to dodge more incoming attacks, forcing him to step back momentarily. Regaining his composure, Jitsuna launched a frontal attack. Anticipating this, Shadow sent a wave of shadows to meet him head-on, but Jitsuna surprised him by leaping up and landing on top of him, causing a sharp pain in Shadow's shoulder. Jitsuna quickly jumped back as Shadow retaliated with a flurry of shadows. Though Shadow managed to stand again, the sword remained lodged in his shoulder. Shadow taunted Jitsuna, claiming he would no longer be able to use his sword. 𝗟𝗃 simply smirked, raising his hands to catch 2 knives thrown by his soldiers. Shadow's expression shifted to one of shock as 𝗟𝗃 charged at him with the knives in hand, deflecting Shadow's attacks while making his way closer. Meanwhile, in the early Japan section, King continued to evade the relentless attacks from Koki and Sakudo, who were beginning to tire. King, growing increasingly annoyed, decided it was time to end the encounter. He placed his hand on the ground, and a light on his metal arm began to glow. He unleashed a massive electrical discharge throughout the room, catching Koki and Sakudo off guard and knocking them out almost instantly. With the students incapacitated, King declared that he needed to assist the general. He exited the section, hearing fighting from the adjacent room, and decided to investigate. 𝗏𝗏 was engaged in a fierce battle with Qiru and K, firing back with his recovered blasters. He managed to shoot K in the leg, causing her to revert to her human form. Seizing the moment, 𝗏𝗏 kicked her in the head, knocking her out. Furious, charged at 𝗏𝗏, ignoring the blasts that barely affected him. Upon reaching 𝗏𝗏, he grabbed him by the shirt and slammed him against the wall, demanding to know his plans. 𝗏𝗏 refused to divulge any information. Just as Qiru threatened to beat him senseless, he suddenly screamed in pain as electricity coursed through his body, causing him to collapse unconscious. 𝗏𝗏 looked up to see King standing behind Qiru. King urged 𝗏𝗏 to stop playing around and get to work. Together, they moved to the balcony, observing 𝗟𝗃 skillfully blocking Shadow's attacks below. They exchanged glances and decided to jump down to assist. Shadow was struggling to fend off 𝗟𝗃, who was skillfully breaking through his defenses. Shadow was already wounded in multiple places, blood seeping from his injuries. He realized he was losing consciousness when a knife flew toward him, piercing his other shoulder. Ignoring the pain became increasingly difficult as his vision blurred. Suddenly, 2 figures leaped to 𝗟𝗃's side. He turned to see King and 𝗏𝗏. King reported their success in defeating the students, and 𝗟𝗃 instructed them to head to the 3rd floor where their objective lay. Vlad then rushed toward them, claiming victory in his own encounter, albeit with a hint of overkill. 𝗟𝗃 turned to see a cloud of green gas escaping from the Sengoku section, where Bijin, Eneru, Toru, and Goda lay unconscious due to the toxic fumes. He ordered Vlad and 𝗏𝗏 to retrieve Brandt and 𝗏𝗏, as they were likely defeated. The 3 men left the room, and 𝗟𝗃 turned back to Shadow, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. As Shadow attempted to attack, 𝗟𝗃 swiftly closed the distance, delivering a decisive kick to his head, knocking him out. 𝗏𝗏 entered the room where 𝗏𝗏 lay unconscious, spotting Hasa, Rog, and Kuruma. He quickly deployed a taser, incapacitating them before checking on 𝗏𝗏, who was still breathing. Encouraging him to wake up, 𝗏𝗏 lifted 𝗏𝗏 onto his shoulder and exited the room. In the ancient section, Vlad stood in shock, horrified by the state of his armor. He rushed to Brandt's side, lamenting what had been done to his prized creation. Brandt was filled with frustration, feeling as if he might explode. Vlad retrieved a small device and placed it on the ice, which began to melt under the heat it emitted. Brandt was taken aback by the sudden change, while Vlad expressed his disbelief at Brandt's actions. Brandt quickly apologized, realizing the gravity of the situation. Vlad warned him that there would be consequences if they didn't act quickly, urging him to follow as they needed to escape before the general arrived. As they made their way back, they found 𝗟𝗃 and 𝗏𝗏 carrying 𝗏𝗏. Suddenly, King's voice broke through the tension, announcing that the objective had been secured and transported along with the soldiers. 𝗟𝗃 declared that it was time to leave, as their mission was complete. They heard the sound of several vehicles arriving outside. King swiftly joined them, using his metal arm to open a portal with a sling ring. 𝗟𝗃 bid farewell to the heroes, and the elites along with the soldiers stepped through the portal, which then closed behind them. Just then, military police entered the establishment, stunned to find the hero students and the heroes scattered around. One officer immediately called for ambulances, sensing the urgency of the situation. Tamaki engaged in a fierce clash with 𝗟𝗃, primarily forced into a defensive stance. He managed to knock one of 𝗟𝗃's swords aside and leaped back, resting Izuku against a pillar. However, he quickly had to evade 𝗟𝗃's swift slashes. As 𝗟𝗃 executed a horizontal strike, Tamaki ducked just in time, the blade slicing through the pillar. He jumped away, only to find 𝗟𝗃 relentlessly pursuing him. Tamaki reflected on 𝗟𝗃's fighting style, recognizing its familiarity. He was struggling to keep himself alive against 𝗟𝗃's relentless attacks. He noted the precision of 𝗟𝗃's movements, realizing that he was operating on a whole different level, not allowing Tamaki any opportunity to counterattack. Feeling the pressure, Tamaki understood that he needed to act quickly or face dire consequences. Seizing a moment as 𝗟𝗃 swung his sword, Tamaki leaped away. 𝗟𝗃 acknowledged Tamaki's skill, commenting on his impressive fighting ability despite their age difference. He expressed curiosity about how much longer Tamaki could maintain his performance. 𝗟𝗃 then landed near Riza, raising his sword and narrowing his eyes before murmuring that it wasn't time yet. He grabbed her and sent her against the wall, rendering her unconscious. Hearing groans, 𝗟𝗃 turned to see his soldiers regaining their footing and instructed them to check on their comrades. Approaching Tamaki, 𝗟𝗃 made it clear that his mercy was not out of pity but due to time constraints. He warned Tamaki that the authorities would soon become aware of the situation and that he was fortunate to still be alive. 𝗟𝗃 then ascended to the second floor, continuing to search for something specific. He thought about the Civil War section, believing it must be nearby. After a thorough search, he finally spotted what he was looking for in a large glass container at the end of the room. Meanwhile, Shadow had exited the medieval section and followed 𝗟𝗃 upstairs, feeling suspicious of his actions. Upon reaching the third floor, he observed 𝗟𝗃 searching until he seemingly found his target. Sensing a presence behind him, 𝗟𝗃 swiftly raised his sword to deflect several shadowy attacks. When the assault ceased, he saw Shadow standing at the entrance. 𝗟𝗃 regarded Shadow with a bored expression, while Shadow noted how effortlessly 𝗟𝗃 had deflected his strikes. 𝗟𝗃 questioned Shadow's intentions, suggesting that confronting him would be unwise. Shadow, determined to stop 𝗟𝗃, declared his intention to uphold the ideals of a hero, while 𝗟𝗃 warned him that his actions would be reckless. As 𝗟𝗃 walked calmly through the headquarters, he was approached by Grand Admiral 𝗏𝗏, who acknowledged the success of his mission. 𝗟𝗃 confirmed this and noted that 𝗏𝗏's superior would be pleased. 𝗏𝗏 encouraged him to proceed with his report. After saluting two guards, 𝗟𝗃 entered a room where a military officer awaited him, seated at a chess table. The officer inquired about the mission's outcome. 𝗟𝗃 explained the unexpected challenges they faced but confirmed that they had retrieved the device with only one casualty, 𝗏𝗏, who had sustained injuries. The officer expressed interest in the unexpected foes, which 𝗟𝗃 identified as a group of hero students, including 𝗏𝗱 and 𝗍𝗓𝗓. The officer then asked about the device's current location, to which 𝗟𝗃 replied that it was in the R&D department with Vlad, with plans to reactivate None for All in a few months. The officer smiled, stating that all the pieces were finally in place and commending 𝗟𝗃 for his efforts, likening him to his father. 𝗟𝗃 expressed his gratitude and then inquired about the next orders. The officer indicated that they would wait, explaining that None for All was not yet active and the military was still preparing. 𝗟𝗃 protested, noting their army's strength compared to the Imperial Army, suggesting they could easily overthrow the government. The officer cautioned against such actions, emphasizing the potential for resistance and the unnecessary loss of life. Realizing the wisdom in the officer's words, 𝗟𝗃 acknowledged his earlier brashness and sought forgiveness. The officer reassured him, sharing his own youthful ambitions and the lessons learned from past mistakes. He emphasized the importance of careful planning and patience, assuring 𝗟𝗃 that they would ultimately succeed. 𝗟𝗃 accepted the officer's guidance and was granted permission to rest after his hard work. As he turned to leave, he remembered something important and retrieved a sword from his scabbard, presenting it to the officer. He then presented it to Phoenix. 𝗟𝗃 expressed his belief that it once belonged to Phoenix. Phoenix's eyes widened in surprise as he stood up from his chair, approached 𝗟𝗃, and took hold of the sword. He remarked that it had been a long time since he had used it and thanked 𝗟𝗃 for bringing back fond memories. However, he then returned the sword to 𝗟𝗃, insisting that he keep it. 𝗟𝗂 hesitated, but Phoenix reassured him, stating it was a gift. 𝗟𝗂 expressed his gratitude, and Phoenix advised him to carry the sword with great honor, as it had once forced many foes to yield. 𝗟𝗂 promised to do so and then left the room, while Phoenix returned to his throne. He reflected on the 30 years since those events, acknowledging the time it took to rise again. He felt that things were finally falling into place and declared that he was coming for his sister, vowing she would no longer stand in his way. He planned to destroy her mind and hope first, believing that people in desperation and confusion would struggle to fight back, just as in the old days. Meanwhile, the UA students and teachers were transported to a nearby hospital. Soon after, news spread about the Q.R.A. raid on the National Museum, which was deemed a symbolic attack as they stole many significant items, including the Führer's sword and the original flag from the old Q.R.A. headquarters, along with remnants of the None for All device. Classes at UA were suspended for a week to allow students to recover. Fortunately, thanks to some recovered documents from the Q.R.A. raid on the old headquarters, many revolutionary medical techniques were discovered, facilitating a swift recovery for the students, especially since none had life-threatening injuries, except for those exposed to poison gas, who were quickly treated. In the streets, many people rioted, expressing their discontent over the Q.R.A. raid and demanding retaliation for the injuries inflicted on their youth. This, combined with the recent fall of Sendai, fueled public anger, leading to massive protests in major cities across Japan. In many areas, the ghettos were raided in retaliation. The military police did little to stop the crowds from storming the ghettos and using their quirks to damage homes, resulting in some casualties. In Mizudafu and other cities, heroes stood between the ghettos and the angry mobs. Most of the heroes were seasoned veterans who had witnessed the brutal massacres of the first 10 years of the war and wished to prevent such violence from recurring. In Mizudafu, notable heroes included Shota Todoroki, known as Ice Queen, Uraraka, known as Uravity, Kirishima, known as Red Riot, Tenya Ida, known as Ingenium, and Izumi Todoroki, known as White Phoenix. Even some veterans like Endeavor, Mirko, and Best Jeanist joined to help keep the rioters at bay. After 4 days of unrest, the imperial government declared that enough was enough. The Prime Minister warned that the protests must dissolve within the next 24 hours, or the army would intervene. The following day, the imperial army descended upon the remaining protesters, and by the next day, all riots had been quelled. By this time, the students had recovered and were released from the hospital, preparing to return to UA on Monday, as school never truly stops. Chihiro received an invitation from Riza to dinner at her house. Upon arrival, he was warmly greeted by Izumi. She expressed her happiness to see him again, and Chihiro apologized for missing training due to his injuries. Izumi dismissed his concern, noting that he had been wounded, and asked how he was feeling. Chihiro explained that while most of his wounds had healed, his shoulders still hurt a bit and required bandaging. Izumi wished him a speedy recovery and led him to the balcony, where Riza had been feeling lonely after being confined for so long. Chihiro walked to the balcony and found Riza gazing out at the city. He called her name, and she turned around, offering him a small smile. She rushed to him and embraced him tightly, expressing her worry about his injuries. After they separated, Chihiro reciprocated her concern, acknowledging that he had been worried about her too. Riza thanked him for his help during their recent battle, admitting that without him, they might not have defeated the armored soldier. Chihiro insisted that there was no need for thanks, as it had been teamwork, and he also owed her gratitude. Noticing Riza was shaking slightly, Chihiro asked if she was cold. She hesitated, revealing that she had been feeling anxious and stressed since the attack. Despite her extensive training, nothing could truly prepare her for the harsh realities of battle. She shared her fear of witnessing her friends suffer again, a sight she hoped never to see. Chihiro, feeling empathetic, hugged her once more, surprising Riza. He reminded her that they had signed up for this, and while injuries were a part of their journey, they could rely on each other and would not face it alone. Riza looked up at him and asked for his promise, to which Chihiro affirmed his commitment. After they separated, 𝗟𝐻𝐬 reflected on the irony of her parents having faced a similar incident during their hero training, mentioning that Mr. Izuku had been there, albeit younger and still grumpy. Chihiro was intrigued to learn that her parents had been attacked by the League of Villains when they were just 16, which was when they discovered her uncle was alive. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 described how they had to battle a formidable Nomu, likening it to an enormous chicken nugget. Chihiro found the story unbelievable, and just then, Izumi called from inside that dinner was ready. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 announced that they were coming. Come and sure. Chihiro was excited as they entered the room and spotted Izumi sitting at the table with Shoto. They took their seats and began to eat while engaging in conversation. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 mentioned that she had been speaking with Sh earlier about the experiences her parents had shared regarding their encounters with villains. Izumi expressed surprise at this revelation. Chihiro noted that it was quite a coincidence since they had faced something similar. Izumi playfully asked if they had fought a McNugget on steroids, to which Chihiro laughed and clarified that they had only dealt with some rather eccentric soldiers. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 then recalled an extremely intimidating and powerful individual they had encountered. Chihiro nodded, remembering the discomfort that came with the encounter. He described the man as one who wielded swords. Izumi and Shoto exchanged glances, intrigued. Shoto asked about the swords, and 𝗟𝐻𝐬 explained that the man appeared to be a commander, brandishing 2 blades. Izumi inquired about his appearance, and 𝗟𝐻𝐬 described him as young, with black hair and onyx eyes. Izumi sighed thoughtfully before asking if the man had introduced himself. Chihiro recalled that the soldiers had referred to him as Jitsuna. Izumi leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes as the name rang a bell. Shoto mentioned that he had read about Jitsuna in a report, recalling that he was the officer they had fought before reaching Izumi's brother. Izumi's eyes widened as she remembered him, questioning whether he had perished in the battle. Shoto confirmed that he had, but speculated that he might have had a child, given his youthful appearance. Izumi agreed that the description matched her recollections. Chihiro hesitantly asked Izumi and Shoto about Dark Phoenix, expressing his curiosity since learning the truth. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 admitted she had also wondered about her uncle. Izumi began to explain that Dark Phoenix had once been a kind and gentle boy before a tragic incident transformed him into a cold and calculating figure, driven by a fierce longing to eradicate quirks. Shoto acknowledged that he was an exceptional fighter, recounting how Dark Phoenix had fought through severe injuries while connected to a life support system. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 and Chihiro were taken aback by this revelation. Izumi added that reports indicated Dark Phoenix had single-handedly taken down entire battalions and even faced an armored brigade, emerging victorious with just his swords. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 found this extreme, while Chihiro pondered how they had managed to defeat such a formidable opponent. Izumi recounted that during what she believed were her final moments, she had experienced something unusual with her powers. Electro had allowed her to draw energy from her surroundings, and One for All had amplified this ability, enabling her to absorb energy and ultimately defeat her brother. However, she lamented that she had never been able to replicate that feat since passing on One for All, and with its remnants fading from her, she doubted she could do so again. Izumi reflected on how the government portrayed their victory as clean, but those who had been present knew the truth. They referred to it as the miracle of Tokyo. Chihiro marveled at the thought of someone so skilled that they could nearly defeat all the heroes alone, questioning if such a person could truly have died. He recalled that Izumi had witnessed his demise and that his body had been examined, leading him to wonder if survival was even possible. As protests continued in the city of Tokyo, the government dispatched the Imperial Army to suppress the unrest. D.P. thought about how soon the Phoenix would make a comeback. The week of recovery had come to an end, and on Monday, the students returned to school. They noticed that the attack on them had made headlines, along with the riots that erupted against the government. Chihiro and 𝗟𝐻𝐬 entered their classroom and approached their group of friends. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 greeted everyone and inquired about their conversation. Katsumi responded enthusiastically, mentioning how they had been featured in the news, which was quite a big deal. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 agreed, and 𝐂𝐻𝐼 remarked on their luck in being involved in one of the first Q.R.A. attacks in nearly 20 years. Toru recalled the stories their parents had shared about similar events. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 remembered the tale of the giant chicken attack that had affected their parents when they were teenagers. Katsumi noted that all their parents had likely told them that story. Sakuto expressed disbelief that anyone could be so despicable as to target teenagers. Kuruma pointed out that they were, after all, terrorists, and questioned what their parents had told them about the time Dark Phoenix had invaded UA. Sakuto echoed the sentiment, emphasizing the villainous nature of such actions. Hasa timidly noted that at least they hadn't faced Dark Phoenix like their parents had. The group turned to Hasa, and even the other classmates who overheard her looked in her direction. To everyone's surprise, Go-Da laughed, dismissing her comment and asserting that Dark Phoenix was dead, so they had nothing to fear. Shadow added that they should be thankful for that, as he doubted they would stand a chance against such a formidable opponent. Eneru asked Shadow why he felt that way, but Shadow insisted he didn't want to be called that. Shiru boasted about his ultimate shield, while Bijin claimed his ultimate eye would be enough. Shadow reminded them not to speak so highly of themselves when they had struggled against mere subordinates. Rog interrupted, insisting that Dark Phoenix was dead, and that was how it should be. Shadow agreed, acknowledging the threat Dark Phoenix had posed, which Rog seemed to understand. Rog then stormed off to another part of the room, leaving Chihiro to ponder the mix of frustration and sadness he sensed in Rog. Kaorani leaned closer to Chihiro and whispered about Rog's family history, revealing that his grandfather had been killed by Dark Phoenix during the Civil War, and his father had also died while suppressing a rebellion a decade ago. Chihiro felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. Shadow continued, warning the group about the true capabilities of Dark Phoenix. Kei admitted he had only heard rumors, while Sugo recounted a story of Dark Phoenix throwing a grenade that killed 20 people before it exploded. Suka dismissed this as a lie, stating he had heard that Dark Phoenix could take on entire armored brigades alone. Sakuto shared that his father, Ingenium, had spoken of Dark Phoenix's incredible intellect. Eneru confirmed he had heard similar things. Shiru scoffed, suggesting it was all propaganda, questioning how a quirkless person could achieve such feats if they were indeed true. Chihiro narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists, defending the quirkless. Shiru taunted him, mocking his past as a quirkless individual and suggesting he was only lucky to have developed a quirk later in life. Chihiro felt anger rise within him as he defended those who were quirkless. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Shiru's mouth, revealing Shadow's influence as he calmly sat at his desk. Shadow remarked on Shiru's big mouth, reminding him that speaking ill of others wouldn't change the fact that he had lost to a quirkless person. Shadow expressed his respect for the quirkless, emphasizing their humanity, and pointed out that one had even defeated Shiru. He added that if Shiru had faced the commander, he wouldn't have lasted a second. Shadow released Shiru, who glared back at him. At that moment, Tamaki entered the room, prompting everyone to take their seats. He announced that the UA Sports Festival would take place in 1 month, allowing the students time to prepare. Due to recent events, first-year students would not participate in internships, but the top 3 would receive small prizes from the school. With that, the students began their month of training, determined to perform their best at the festival, knowing they could still be scouted for the future. Finally, the day of the sports festival arrived. The first-year students, including those from the Hero course, General Studies, Support course, and Business course, were introduced. The first-year representative was called to speak, and the heroes, including the old gang, watched from the stairs. Izumi, Shota, Katsuki, Uraraka, Shoto, Thu, Tenya, Momo, Mina, Kendo, Tetsutetsu, Minoma, and Pony gathered at the top, alongside the new generation of UA teachers. Nijire, directing the events from the stadium, announced that Chihiro had been voted as the representative. Though shy, Chihiro trembled at the thought of speaking in public but managed to appear calm as he approached the podium. He began by encouraging everyone to do their best and to strive for the top, stating that he too would aim for number 1. He clarified that his ambition wasn't for personal glory but to express gratitude to those who had supported him. He aspired to be the best hero, not just for those with quirks but for the quirkless as well, sharing his own experience of being misdiagnosed as quirkless. He expressed his belief that both groups could coexist peacefully and that their worth should not be defined by their quirks. He vowed to work hard to unite everyone in their differences, declaring his commitment to becoming the #1 hero. As 𝐼𝐻 concluded his speech, half of the crowd cheered, while others remained silent, some clapping softly, and others glaring at him. Most of the heroes rose to their feet and applauded, particularly those who had participated in the war. 𝗟𝗱 expressed his approval, noting that the young man was a fine choice for a successor. Izumi reflected on her decision, hoping that he would utilize one for all more effectively than she had. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Much to Risa's displeasure, she decided to follow 𝐼𝐻 and Yari, eavesdropping on their conversation. 𝐼𝐻 noticed Yari's troubled expression and asked what was wrong. Yari hesitated before revealing that she wanted to express her admiration for him, explaining how she had thought highly of him ever since he saved her during the entrance exam. 𝐼𝐻 dismissed her gratitude, stating that any hero would have done the same. Yari smiled at his response. Yari then shared her ambition to become #1, urging 𝐼𝐻 not to hold back if they ever faced each other in battle. 𝐼𝐻 agreed, albeit hesitantly, and inquired about her motivation to become a hero. Yari looked down before revealing her family's troubled history. Her grandfather, a notorious villain named 𝗟𝗫𝐿, had abandoned her father, who faced constant rejection due to his lineage. Yari expressed her longing to redeem her family's name by becoming a hero. 𝐼𝐻, surprised by her story, smiled and offered his support, assuring her he wouldn't hold back in their future encounters. Yari then asked if she could call him 𝗟𝗓, a nickname she had heard Riza use. 𝐼𝐻 agreed, while Riza, watching from a distance, felt a surge of jealousy. Yari confessed her feelings for 𝐼𝐻, but before he could respond, she interrupted herself, saying he didn't have to answer right away. She wished him luck in the upcoming matches and ran off, leaving 𝐼𝐻 momentarily speechless. Riza walked away, visibly upset. The matches commenced, starting with Izuku, who could generate spikes, against 𝗟𝐻, who could shoot energy blasts. The match was uneventful, with both competitors dodging each other's attacks until Izuku caught 𝗟𝐻 off guard and threw him out of the ring. The second match heated up as Riza faced Yari. Riza entered the arena with a frown. When the battle began, Yari activated her quirk and charged at Riza. In response, Riza snapped her fingers, unleashing a massive barrage of flames that engulfed the arena. When the flames subsided, Yari was seen thrown out of the arena, her body showing signs of burns. Thankfully, Riza had managed to suppress her flames. The audience was stunned by Riza's display of power, including Izumi, who was shocked by her daughter's capabilities. Even the students from Class 1A were taken aback. Shadow commented on Riza's strength, while 𝗟𝐻 made a light-hearted remark about her being hot, in more ways than one. Their banter was cut short when Katsumi and Toru knocked them out. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐻 observed Riza and noticed her anger. He stood up and sought her out, eventually finding her in a hallway. 𝐼𝐻 called out to Riza, who forced a smile upon seeing him. He quickly recognized her anger and pressed her for the reason behind it. Riza sighed, admitting she had overheard his conversation with Yari and feared that he would change because of her. She worried that he might abandon her. 𝐼𝐻 reassured her with a hug, affirming that she was his best friend and that he would always be by her side. He reminded her that he hadn't agreed to anything with Yari. Riza asked for his promise, and he confirmed it, emphasizing their bond and that they were in this together. He then suggested that she apologize to Yari, which she acknowledged. After the brief interlude, 𝗟𝗓, who could create an ultimate shield, faced Ki, who could shift into animals. It was a close match, but 𝗟𝗓 ultimately emerged victorious as Ki struggled to damage him. Next, 𝐼𝐻 faced Q.R.A and easily overpowered him, throwing him out of the ring. Following that, Katsumi faced Kuruma, and in an attempt to prove herself, she manipulated her nitroglycerin, causing a massive explosion that sent Kuruma flying out of the arena. 𝗟𝗓 expressed her frustration at Tamaki for the way he was training the students. The next match featured Rog against Toru, which was closely contested, but Rog's offensive skills eventually led him to push Toru out of the arena. The battle between Shadow and Bijan showcased Bijan's ability to see through Shadow's attacks, making it a challenging fight. However, Shadow covered the arena in shadows and launched multiple attacks, ultimately securing his victory. The next round began quickly, with 𝗟𝐬𝐴 facing Izuku. 𝗟𝐬𝐴 won by neutralizing Izuku's spike-creating ability, allowing her to launch a powerful blast of water that sent Izuku flying. Chihiro then faced Qiru, choosing not to use his quirk throughout the match. Instead, he relied on his combat skills, easily outmaneuvering Qiru and ultimately throwing him off the arena. He smirked at Qiru as he walked away. Katsumi's match against Sakuto followed, where Sakuto's speed gave him the edge, allowing him to dodge Katsumi's explosions and secure victory. He managed to get close to her and pushed her out of the arena. Next up was Shadow versus 𝗏𝗏. It was clear that 𝗏𝗏 stood no chance against Shadow's endless shadows, and he was swiftly thrown out of the arena. As the semifinals began, the first match featured 𝗏𝗏 against Chihiro. The battle was intense, as both fighters were well acquainted with each other's abilities. However, Chihiro revealed a hidden advantage by increasing his power from 8% to 12%, a significant boost. 𝗏𝗏 struggled to adapt to the sudden increase in speed, allowing Chihiro to push her out of the arena. With that, Chihiro advanced to the finals. 𝗏𝗏 expressed her surprise at Chihiro's newfound strength, noting that he had never mentioned he could use more of one for all. Chihiro explained that he was still practicing and wanted to keep it a surprise. The next match commenced between Sakuto and Shadow. Sakuto's speed gave him an edge, but he struggled to evade the shadows as effectively as 𝗏𝗏 had, resulting in him being hit repeatedly until he was ultimately thrown out. Before the finals, 𝗏𝗏 faced Sakuto for third place, a match she won decisively. She utilized her quirk in various creative ways to toy with Sakuto until she eventually tossed him out of the arena. Sakuto lamented that 𝗏𝗏 had merely been playing with him, while Q.R.A reminded him that it wasn't the first time this had happened. Sakuto felt that this was not helping his spirits. Finally, the championship battle began, providing an exhilarating spectacle. Chihiro faced a formidable challenge against Shadow. The unpredictable attacks made it difficult for him to dodge, and touching the shadows would lead to entrapment. Chihiro fought valiantly, managing to land a few hits on Shadow, but he was consistently forced to retreat by the shadows. In a moment of desperation, Chihiro leaped directly at Shadow, who sent multiple shadows to intercept him. In the heat of the moment, Chihiro unleashed the full force of One for All, breaking through the shadows and sending Shadow out of the ring, which also resulted in Chihiro experiencing intense pain. Despite this, he remained in the arena, earning him the title of winner and fulfilling his promise. With the tournament concluded, life returned to normal after the sports festival, except for the three champions. They were informed of a surprise visit to a significant hero location but were not given specific details, only instructed to prepare for a week-long trip. When the week of the trip arrived, Shadow, 𝗏𝗏, and Chihiro waited eagerly until a black van pulled up to the entrance. Riots had erupted across major cities in Japan, with numerous neighborhoods facing raids and the political atmosphere hanging in uncertainty. This marked the lowest point of stability since the Q.R.A retreated into their cities 2 decades ago. Many drew parallels between these riots and those that followed the Dark Phoenix speech 31 years prior. Izumi shook her head, casting a sad smile at her successor. A screen flickered to life, revealing the Führer. Dark Phoenix expressed interest in a particular boy, prompting Jitsuna to suggest conducting research on him. Dark Phoenix approved and considered whether to intervene in the upcoming sports festival. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against it, expressing curiosity about the boy and his entire class. He recalled that this was the same class that had previously caused some trouble and anticipated future encounters with them. He emphasized the importance of understanding both oneself and the enemy to secure victory. Jitsuna acknowledged the directive and inquired if there were any additional tasks. Dark Phoenix then requested Jitsuna to locate his old friend, and Jitsuna promptly left the room while Dark Phoenix continued to observe the screen. He pondered how far the boy's ideals would take him, reflecting on the notion that significant progress often requires sacrifices. Back at the festival, the first trial commenced. The race around the stadium was dominated by Class 1A. 𝗟𝐼𝐻 soared to victory, manipulating the wind to glide effortlessly over the course. Shadow followed closely, using his shadows to traverse the top. Ki transformed into a bird, securing third place, while 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 and 𝐵𝐵H𝐺𝐻 finished fourth and fifth, respectively, after a tight competition. 𝗟𝗏 teleported through the course, followed by 𝗂𝗏 and 𝗏𝐾𝐿. The remaining members of Class 1A crossed the finish line, mixed with some from Class 1B. As the last participants completed the race, the next trial was announced. The cavalry battle began, with points awarded, and 𝗟𝐻𝐻 instantly became the target with a staggering 10 million points. Despite this, 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 joined her team, along with 𝐾𝐿𝐬, recognizing the potential of their combined strengths. Yari note, a girl from Class 1A with blade arms, also joined them. Initially, they found themselves in a challenging position as 𝗏𝗏 used her quirk to snatch the bandage from 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸's head. However, they managed to reclaim it and neutralize the threat by freezing their opponents. They skillfully dodged attacks from Shadow's and 𝗵𝐵H𝐺𝐻's teams, eventually facing off against 𝗟𝗏's group. Ultimately, 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 retained the bandage, keeping his group in first place. The remaining contenders were Shadow, 𝗵𝐵H𝐺, and 𝗟𝗏. The finalists advancing to the tournament included 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸, 𝗟𝐻𝐻, 𝐾𝐿𝐬, Yari, Shadow, 𝗂𝐼𝐻, Izuku, 𝗟𝗏, 𝗟𝗏, ROG, 𝗀, 𝗠𝐻, 𝗵𝐵H𝐺, 𝗛𝗏, 𝗠𝗏, and 𝗂𝗏. During the intermission, Yari pulled 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 aside. 𝗪𝗱 Todoroki emerged, greeting the students enthusiastically. 𝗟𝐻𝐻 and 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 called out to her, while Shadow noted that she would be accompanying them on this trip. 𝗪𝗱 explained that she had convinced Izuku to let her take charge this time, having missed the previous trip due to responsibilities. The students eagerly climbed into the back of the van, with 𝗪𝗱 taking the driver's seat. 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 marveled at the luxurious interior, while Shadow expressed his surprise at the opulence. 𝗟𝐻𝐻 urged everyone to take a seat as she pushed them inside the van. She settled next to 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸, while Shadow took a seat in front. Shadow then turned to 𝗪𝗱 with a question about the van's luxury. 𝗪𝗱 explained that the journey would be quite long until they reached their destination. Shadow expressed disbelief at the prospect of spending 6 hours with 𝗟𝐻𝐻 and 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸. Both 𝗟𝐻𝐻 and 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 blushed at the comment, but 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 quickly regained his composure and inquired about their destination. 𝗪𝗱 smiled, revealing that they were headed to Daika City, prompting surprised reactions from 𝗟𝐻𝐻, Shadow, and 𝗂𝐻𝐸. 𝗪𝗱 confirmed that it was indeed the Daika City, home to the Hero Association. 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 marveled at the thought of going there, while 𝗟𝐻𝐻 echoed his sentiment. 𝗪𝗱 explained that they would participate in a small internship, learning from the best instructors available. Shadow asked about the city's past, recalling that it was once notorious for criminal activity. 𝗪𝗱 acknowledged this and prepared to share a brief history lesson, despite the students' bored expressions. She explained that Daika City had been the headquarters of the Meta Liberation Army, a group that believed people should use their quirks freely, without restrictions. 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 noted that this could lead to chaos, and 𝗪𝗱 agreed, explaining how the city had been liberated but later fell under military control during the Civil War. 𝗟𝐻𝐻 asked what happened next, and 𝗪𝗱 recounted how the Q.R.A. took over Daika City, resulting in significant destruction. After the death of General Jean and the end of the Quirkless resurgence, the city was rebuilt and became the headquarters of the Hero Association. 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 connected the formation of the association to the aftermath of the Civil War, while 𝗪𝗱 elaborated on how the military had taken over hero management during that time. Shadow expressed surprise that the imperial government allowed the Hero Association to form. 𝗪𝗱 explained that they had little choice, as society was unstable and heroes were crucial for maintaining order. 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 questioned why similar changes couldn't have been made regarding the treatment of quirkless individuals. 𝗪𝗱's expression turned somber as she revealed that anti-quirkless sentiment was even stronger at the end of the Civil War, and many who tried to advocate for change faced severe consequences. She shared her own experience of becoming a history teacher to educate future generations about the war's true nature, contrasting the government's portrayal of it as honorable. 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝐸 reflected on the war's lack of positive outcomes, to which 𝗪𝗱 responded that organized crime had largely been eradicated as a result of the conflict. Shadow asked how this was achieved, and 𝗟𝗱 explained that during the early weeks of the Civil War, Dark Phoenix had conquered Japan's underworld, dismantling various criminal organizations. She noted that, as a result, most villain organizations were no longer in existence. Meanwhile, at the Q.R.A. headquarters, the sound of military boots echoed as Jitsuna hurriedly approached the Führer's office. Upon entering, he saluted his commander and announced that they had found their target. Dark Phoenix expressed confidence in Jitsuna's abilities, and Jitsuna assured him of his commitment to succeed. As the journey continued, Riza and Chihiro engaged in conversation, while Shadow preferred to keep to himself. Despite his attempts to rest, Riza's extroverted nature led her to engage Shadow in conversation, though her efforts were mostly unsuccessful. At one point, Shadow, frustrated by the noise, pleaded for silence, recalling an incident where Chihiro had unintentionally hurt him. Riza blushed at the suggestion of Chihiro being her boyfriend, while Chihiro gazed out the window, intrigued by something outside. Olivia reflected on the past, acknowledging that those days would never return. A moment of silence enveloped the group as the students absorbed her words. Suddenly, a noise echoed from within the old buildings, prompting the five of them to become alert and scan their surroundings. A voice emerged, taunting them, suggesting they were merely pawns of the government. The group turned to locate the source of the voice. 𝗟𝗱's eyes widened in surprise, while Olivia narrowed hers, sensing the tension. The younger students exchanged confused glances but remained vigilant. In an instant, a figure leaped down and landed before them. 𝗟𝗱 recognized him immediately, while Chihiro and Shadow expressed their shock. Riza recalled stories from her mother about this notorious villain who had once targeted those he deemed false heroes. Olivia, realizing the implications, acknowledged that she should have anticipated his survival. 𝗟𝗱 connected the dots, understanding that the recent mysterious attacks on heroes now made sense. The figure, known as 𝗟𝗓, confirmed his existence and the acts he had committed over the years. A flashback revealed 𝗟𝗓 in military attire, engaged in a fierce battle against Tenya during the Battle of Tokyo. After being struck and knocked out, he regained consciousness and attempted to escape, only to be engulfed by an explosion. Emerging from the wreckage, bruised but alive, he walked away, leaving his military uniform behind. Back in the present, Olivia confronted 𝗟𝗓, questioning whether he was sent by the Quirkless Revolutionary Army. 𝗟𝗓 clarified that he was no longer under their command, having abandoned them due to his disapproval of the violence against innocents. He expressed his regret over the chaos that had unfolded in the city, acknowledging that while the Dark Phoenix had noble intentions, his methods were misguided. Riza hesitated, realizing that perhaps a confrontation wasn't necessary. However, 𝗟𝗓 made it clear that he still intended to pursue his mission against false heroes and the corrupt Q.R.A., and he would not allow them to leave the city alive. He drew his swords, and Olivia and 𝗟𝗱 positioned themselves protectively in front of the students. 𝗟𝗱 warned Olivia of 𝗟𝗓's formidable experience, while Olivia insisted that the students should stay out of it. 𝗟𝗓 charged at them, declaring that it didn't matter who he faced first, they would all meet the same fate. 𝗟𝗱 unleashed a barrage of flames, but 𝗟𝗓 evaded them, leaping onto ice pillars she created. He swiftly sliced through the remaining pillars as 𝗟𝗱 melted the ice beneath him, causing him to fall. As 𝗟𝗓 regained his footing, he expertly dodged a series of slashes from Armstrong, then deflected Olivia's gunfire with his katanas. He redirected a bullet hitting Olivia in the shoulder, causing her to drop her weapon. Seizing the opportunity, 𝗟𝗓 rushed toward her. Olivia attempted to block his strikes but was disarmed when he kicked her sword away. 𝗟𝗱 intervened, creating an ice barrier that forced 𝗟𝗓 to retreat momentarily. 𝗟𝗓 charged at 𝗟𝗱, dodging her flames, and delivered a swift strike, causing her to fall. He raised his sword, ready to finish her off, but a flurry of shadows interrupted him, forcing him to defend himself. The students, determined to help, refused to stand idly by. 𝗟𝗓 felt the strain in his muscles, realizing he needed to end the battle quickly. As he dodged another attack, he barely avoided a powerful tornado of flames. More shadows emerged, and he had to block or evade them. Suddenly, Chihiro appeared, charging his power and landing a blow to 𝗀𝗡's face, which surprised him. 𝗂𝗍𝗔 celebrated his success, but 𝗀𝗡 quickly retaliated with a kick that sent him reeling. Shadow expressed frustration at 𝗂𝗍𝗔's misstep, while ᴤᴂ pondered 𝗀𝗡's lack of quirk usage, suspecting he had sacrificed it during his time with the Quirkless Revolutionary Army. 𝗀𝗡 continued to evade incoming spikes while fending off shadows, but he was beginning to feel the toll of the battle. He reminded himself that he could not afford to lose. His mission was far from over. Despite the relentless attacks, he maintained his composure, dodging and blocking with precision. The students recognized the danger 𝗀𝗡 posed and chose to support 𝗂𝗍𝗔 from a distance. 𝗀𝗡, though skilled, was not invincible. He bore bruises from the shadows, and 𝗂𝗍𝗔 managed to land another hit. 𝗀𝗡, however, was determined not to be defeated by a group of teenagers and determined individuals. As he prepared for another encounter, he saw 𝗂𝗍𝗔 charging toward him once more. This time, he evaded 𝗂𝗍𝗔's punch and delivered a kick to his face. 𝗀𝗡 swiftly seized 𝗂𝗍𝗔, using him as a shield, which caused Riza to halt her attacks and made Shadow reconsider his next move. He tossed 𝗂𝗍𝗔 into the air, pretending to stab him, but it was merely a ruse. Riza, gripped by the fear of losing 𝗂𝗍𝗔, unleashed flames towards 𝗀𝗡, who remained grounded, exactly what he had anticipated. He realized that Shadow could not summon his shadows when Riza's flames blazed the brightest. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed toward Shadow and hurled his blades. One struck Shadow's shoulder, while the other grazed his side. Riza reacted by launching a barrage of ice at 𝗀𝗡, but he used the ensuing obscurity to approach her undetected. Riza was caught off guard and felt a sharp slash across her side. Seeing this, 𝗂𝗍𝗔's anger ignited, and he rushed towards 𝗀𝗡, landing a kick on his back. 𝗀𝗡 quickly pivoted and slashed at 𝗂𝗍𝗔, who was leaping toward him, leaving a superficial wound across his chest. He then stood over 𝗂𝗍𝗔, raising his katana. 𝗀𝗡 declared that the boy would perish there, but reassured him that he was dying for a noble cause, as the false heroes would be purged, leaving only the true ones to survive. Just as he was about to bring his sword down, a presence behind him drew his attention. 𝗀𝗡 swiftly turned and narrowly dodged a bullet that grazed his ear. He heard footsteps approaching from the road and turned to see a military-clad man, armed with a sword at his side and another at his back, holding a pistol aimed at him. 𝗂𝗍𝗔 inquired about a distant site, prompting ᴤᴂ, Shadow, and Riza to turn their attention toward it. ᴤᴂ explained that they were looking at the ruins of Nagoya, a city marked by a tragic history that everyone was aware of due to the events that unfolded at the beginning of the war, a dark chapter forever referred to as the tragedy of Nagoya. Shadow asked if they would pass through the area, to which ᴤᴂ confirmed that it was the only route available, as both Daika and Nagoya were part of what was now known as the Trail of Tears. 𝗂𝗍𝗔 expressed curiosity about this term, and ᴤᴂ elaborated that it referred to the path from Kyoto to Tokyo, a route taken by the Q.R.A. that resulted in nearly 5 million casualties. Each year, a caravan departed from Kyoto to Tokyo to honor those who lost their lives during the conflict. After about 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at their destination. ᴤᴂ welcomed them to Nagoya, describing it as a gateway to the past. He remarked that if the walls could speak, they would be filled with the cries of anguish. Riza wondered why the city hadn't been rebuilt, and ᴤᴂ explained that some reconstruction had taken place. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to mere rubble. They chose to preserve the ruins as a living monument and museum to serve as a reminder of the war. Stopping the van, ᴤᴂ instructed the students to pay their respects at the statue of the fallen. The 3 students nodded and exited the vehicle, taking in the sight of the devastated buildings, some bearing bullet holes and scorch marks from aerial bombardments. 𝗂𝗍𝗔 noticed Riza appeared a bit pale and turned to her, concerned. Shadow also glanced at Riza, sensing her unease. Riza admitted that being in a place where so many had perished and where numerous atrocities occurred was overwhelming. 𝗂𝗍𝗔 acknowledged that it was difficult for everyone but emphasized the need to keep moving forward. Shadow agreed, noting that stepping into a place that served as the final resting ground for thousands could be unsettling. After a 15-minute walk, they reached the city center, where ᴤᴂ pointed out the monument dedicated to the fallen. As they approached, they noticed a blonde woman standing in front of it, holding a sword in front of her face and gazing down at the inscription that honored the brave soldiers and civilians who had died in Nagoya. Recognizing her, Shota approached the woman. She turned her head to acknowledge him, revealing herself as General Olivia Armstrong. They exchanged pleasantries, and Shota explained that he was escorting the students to Daika but had stopped to pay respects at the statue. Olivia looked at the three teens and acknowledged them as the winners of the sports festival. Shota introduced the students, and Olivia noted Risa's last name, realizing she was the daughter of Izumi and Shota's brother. Shota confirmed their union, and Olivia introduced herself as a retired general, having stepped down after the Civil War. Risa asked Olivia why she was there alone, to which Olivia replied that she visited every Monday to honor her fallen soldiers, reciting their names in her mind. Shadow questioned the purpose of this ritual, and Olivia explained that no one is truly gone as long as the living remember them. Chihiro asked if Olivia had been their commander, and she solemnly confirmed that she had been responsible for defending the city but had been unable to stop a powerful foe. Olivia reflected on the day when the Dark Phoenix had broken through her defenses, causing devastation and leading to the Q.R.A.'s invasion, resulting in the loss of many good people. She lamented that the Civil War had brought only destruction, altering everything, and that no side could be considered truly righteous. The days of pride and honor, when she wore her uniform and fought alongside her loyal men, felt like a distant memory as she closed her eyes, lost in thought. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 finally located the Supreme Commander of the South, Akaguro, and noted that he had become a deserter. Stain narrowed his eyes at 𝐻𝐻𝐻, recognizing him as the officer from Sendai. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 confirmed his identity, and Stain remarked on his uniform and rank, realizing he was one of the top executives of the Q.R.A. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 acknowledged this, and Stain laughed, suggesting that they would soon see the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, the heroes observed the unfolding scene with confusion. Olivia questioned the identity of the other man, noting his resemblance to someone from the Q.R.A. Chihiro explained that he was the one who commanded the attack on the National Museum. Shota expressed disbelief that this individual was present, while Olivia concluded that he was there to apprehend Stain, who was a traitor to their organization. Risa asked for clarification, and Shadow wondered what their next move should be. Chihiro warned that the man was incredibly tough, making it unwise to confront him in their current state. Shadow expressed frustration at the idea of simply watching the confrontation, but Olivia reluctantly agreed that they should not intervene, hoping that the Q.R.A. officer would defeat Stain and leave without engaging them. Back with Stain, he inquired who had sent 𝐻𝐻𝐻, suspecting it was 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻 or another higher-up. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 indicated it was the latter, prompting Stain to question his identity. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 confirmed he was General 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻, which shocked Stain, who believed 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 had died in the Battle of Tokyo. Shota recalled that 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 was the man they had fought before reaching Phoenix. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 clarified that he was the son of the fallen general and asked Stain to refrain from disrespecting his father's memory, especially as Stain was the traitor. Stain expressed his disillusionment with war and questioned 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻's awareness of the innocent lives lost due to the Q.R.A. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 acknowledged the truth of that statement, asserting that difficult choices were necessary for the greater good. He accused Stain of hypocrisy, pointing out that both had committed acts of violence in pursuit of their beliefs. Stain gritted his teeth as 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 drew the sword of the Führer, which Stain recognized immediately. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 declared that, by the authority of the Q.R.A., he was to bring Stain back to headquarters for judgment regarding his crimes against the revolution. In an instant, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 charged at Stain with incredible speed. Surprised, Stain quickly raised his katana, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of sword strikes. Stain struggled to keep up with 𝐻𝐻𝐻's speed and aggressive fighting style, which felt oddly familiar to him. Despite his efforts, Stain found himself overpowered, losing his sword but managing to inflict a few superficial cuts on 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Stain kicked 𝐻𝐻𝐻 back, but 𝐻𝐻𝐻 immediately charged again. Stain attempted to block the attack by grabbing 𝐻𝐻𝐻's arm, but 𝐻𝐻𝐻 twisted free and delivered a headbutt. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 taunted Stain, questioning if this was all he had. He kicked 𝗟𝗓 away and continued his relentless assault, forcing 𝗟𝗓 to dodge rapidly. Barely managing to retreat, 𝗟𝗓 retrieved a knife and attempted to strike 𝗟𝗓, who easily evaded the attack. In a surprising turn, 𝗟𝗓 managed to pierce 𝗟𝗓's hand with his knife, causing him to drop his sword. Seizing the opportunity, 𝗟𝗓 caught the fallen weapon. 𝗟𝗓 stepped back, retrieved another knife from his pocket, and prepared for 𝗟𝗓's next move. When 𝗟𝗓 finally charged, 𝗟𝗓 was ready. As he landed on the ground, he tilted his head to avoid the sword thrown at him. 𝗟𝗓 quickly picked up his katana and rushed toward 𝗟𝗓, who drew his sword from his back and charged back. As 𝗟𝗓 kicked 𝗟𝗓 away, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand where 𝗟𝗓 had struck him. This caused him to drop his sword as he leaped back, evading 𝗟𝗓's slashing attacks. Nevertheless, 𝗟𝗓 managed to break 𝗟𝗓's sword by delivering a powerful kick to it. 𝗟𝗓, in frustration, hurled the remnants of his sword at 𝗟𝗓, who easily dodged the flying debris. They then engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat, with 𝗟𝗓 successfully kicking 𝗟𝗓 back. 𝗟𝗓 quickly retrieved both of his swords and charged at 𝗟𝗓, slicing through his shoulders and causing him significant discomfort. 𝗟𝗓 stepped back, attempting to ignore the pain as he drew two knives and rushed at 𝗟𝗓, who mirrored his advance. 𝗟𝗓 fought valiantly, trying to block as many of 𝗟𝗓's attacks as he could. However, it proved to be too overwhelming. 𝗟𝗓 landed a decisive slash across 𝗟𝗓's chest, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious from blood loss. 𝗟𝗓 then turned his gaze toward the heroes, who tensed at his attention. He focused on 𝗟𝗓 next. He acknowledged her as the formidable General 𝗟𝗓 Armstrong, stating that he had no orders to capture her but that she would make a fine prize. 𝗟𝗓 moved swiftly toward her before she could draw her sword, delivering a kick that knocked her out instantly. ᴄ𝗱, witnessing the scene, shouted in outrage, ready to unleash her quirk. But 𝗟𝗓 threw his sword, pinning her shoulder to the ground, rendering her unable to move. He then seized 𝗟𝗓 and her sword, tossing her near 𝗟𝗓. He addressed 𝗟𝗓, assuring her that her time would come soon enough and urged her to remain calm. 𝗟𝗓 then activated a communicator, informing the king that he was finished and requested the portal to be opened. Suddenly, a portal materialized, and he stepped through it, taking Armstrong and 𝗟𝗓 with him, leaving the bewildered heroes behind. 𝗟𝗓 regained consciousness and looked around, noticing 𝗟𝗓 waking up beside her. She quickly realized they were both tied up. As she turned her gaze forward, she saw 𝗟𝗓 standing with his back to them. He remarked that it seemed they had awakened, prompting a shadowy figure to command him to show them. 𝗟𝗓 demanded to know who the figure was, while 𝗟𝗓 urged it to reveal itself. The figure, known as Phoenix, finally appeared before them. 𝗟𝗓 was in disbelief, stammering that it couldn't be possible. Phoenix responded that they had no idea what was possible. 𝗟𝗓 expressed her shock, insisting that she had witnessed his death and even checked his body. Phoenix confirmed that he was indeed alive, despite their assumptions. 𝗟𝗓 protested that no one could have survived the explosion, but Phoenix acknowledged that his body had perished in that event. 𝗟𝗓 pressed for an explanation, and Phoenix reminded them that they were prisoners who had committed serious offenses against the revolution. He listed their crimes, including 𝗟𝗓's betrayal and 𝗟𝗓's attempted murder of the Führer. He declared that they would pay for their actions. 𝗟𝗓 retorted that he would eventually face justice for his own crimes. Phoenix questioned how long they would wait for such justice, suggesting that if they wished to see him punished, they should take matters into their own hands. 𝗟𝗓 called him a monster, to which Phoenix replied that great change always required sacrifice, and he would ensure that their sacrifices were not in vain. Suddenly, Vlad entered the room, and Phoenix instructed him to take 𝗟𝗓 away. Vlad gleefully anticipated the chaos to come as he carried 𝗟𝗓 off to another room. Meanwhile, Phoenix approached 𝗟𝗓, expressing his intent to make her pay for the years he spent in limbo due to her actions. As 𝗟𝗓 scrutinized Phoenix, she noted the absence of his metal arm and respiratory mask, questioning how he still appeared youthful despite the years. Phoenix warned her that her time was up. 𝗟𝗓, positioned behind her, drew both the Führer's sword and 𝗟𝗓's sword, swiftly stabbing her through the chest. her body fell lifeless to the ground, and Phoenix remarked on the satisfaction of the act. In another room, Vlad congratulated Stain, revealing that he had been chosen as a test subject for their new ion cannon. Vlad assured everyone that the latest technology would be effective, laughing as he returned to the other scientists to program the ion cannon. He warned his colleagues that things were about to get chaotic. After a few more adjustments, the cannon fired, leaving no trace of Stain behind. Vlad chuckled, remarking that it was quite a dramatic exit. Dark Phoenix sat on his throne when Vlad entered the room. He inquired about the progress of the machine. Vlad explained that despite the machine's age and limited functionality, they had successfully retrieved the radioactive spectrum records from the database. With a few essential materials still needed, he expressed confidence that they would soon replicate the data with complete accuracy. Dark Phoenix asked about the key materials, and Vlad elaborated that the original machine was constructed with materials designed to absorb radiation, preventing any risk of leakage. While its primary function was to eliminate quirks, exposure to high radiation levels could still pose problems. Dark Phoenix instructed Vlad to send him the list of materials and to summon Grand Admiral 𝗏𝗏. Vlad complied, and soon after, 𝗏𝗏 entered the room. He acknowledged Dark Phoenix and was informed of a mission. Vlad would provide a list of materials necessary to complete the project known as None for All. Dark Phoenix emphasized the importance of securing the cargo and instructed 𝗏𝗏 to take as many soldiers as needed for protection. 𝗏𝗏 pledged his loyalty, recalling his service in the previous war. Meanwhile, a group of military personnel rescued students in Nagoya and transported them to Daika City for treatment and their internship. The news of General Olivia Armstrong's kidnapping made headlines nationwide, as she was celebrated as a national hero for her role in defending Tokyo 3 decades prior. In Tokyo, riots erupted, demanding immediate action against the Q.R.A. The government decided to attempt a reclaiming of Sendai, igniting a massive battle that would continue for weeks. After their week-long internship in Daika, the students returned and were quickly immersed in exams and activities. They focused on their studies, trying to block out the turmoil occurring outside. Protests in neighboring Tokyo intensified, with pacifists calling for an end to the war and a peace agreement with the Q.R.A. These demonstrations clashed with anti-Quirkless hardliners, leading to escalating violence. The military and military police attempted to manage the situation, but it spiraled out of control, marking the worst protests in Tokyo since before the Civil War. As weeks passed, the protesters united in their discontent with the government, leading to an uprising that resulted in the takeover of the Senate and the Prime Minister's office. The emperor was forced to flee as the imperial army suppressed the rebellion with overwhelming force. Back at UA, the final exams approached, and the students worked diligently to excel. In the end, none of them failed. They were soon informed about their upcoming vacation plans, which included a training camp to further hone their abilities. They gathered at the port of Yokohama, as Tokyo was deemed too dangerous, waiting for their transport. Tamaki stepped forward to address them, explaining that their training camp would take place on Shinchaku Island, located further north. He outlined the camp's activities, which would include survival and rescue exercises, emphasizing that being a hero involved more than just combat. 2 rescue heroes from their staff would assist them, and the students eagerly recognized their mentors. Uraraka greeted them enthusiastically, expressing excitement for the adventure ahead. Katsumi, surprised, questioned why she hadn't been informed earlier. Uraraka apologized, explaining it had been a secret. Tsuyu reminded everyone that rescue skills were a crucial part of heroism, asserting that true heroes must be able to save those in need, not just fight. Just then, they noticed their ship arriving at the dock. Tsuyu encouraged everyone to board the ship quickly, followed closely by the teachers. Uraraka expressed her hope that everyone was comfortable, as this would be their only chance to truly relax. Tsuyu informed them that once they reached the island, they would be engaged in exercises, so they should enjoy the calm before the storm. The students first chose their rooms before exploring various parts of the ship. Most of the boys opted to lounge around or take naps, while the girls decided to have fun in the small pool on board. Meanwhile, the teachers gathered at a table to discuss recent events. 𝗟𝗚 mentioned the ongoing riots in Tokyo, noting that the military claimed to have regained control. Tamaki expressed relief that they wouldn't have to fight again. 𝗟𝗚 reflected on their recent troubles in Mizudafu, while Tamaki remarked on the unsettling political climate. Tsuyu agreed, recalling the tense atmosphere before the Civil War. 𝗟𝗚 lamented how they had not realized that their middle school days would be the last truly carefree times for a while. Tsuyu noted that even after 30 years, the impact of Dark Phoenix's actions was still felt across the country. 𝗟𝗚 shared her concern that they seemed to be reliving past events, from the museum attack to the hero killer, finding too many coincidences unsettling. Tamaki acknowledged her point, and 𝗟𝗚 hoped that nothing would happen on the island, wishing for the nightmare to end soon. The next 2 hours passed in relative peace until they finally arrived at the island. 𝗟𝗚 announced their arrival, pointing out a small villa on the shore. As the cruise docked, she instructed everyone to choose their small house, assuring them that there was one for everyone and they were all identical. The students rushed to select their accommodations. After an hour, they reconvened as instructed, where 𝗟𝗚 laid out the plan. They would start with a race to a designated point deep within the island, navigating a path filled with obstacles. It took them 3 hours to reach the destination. Once there, 𝗟𝗚 instructed them to gather materials to learn basic survival techniques, a legacy of military training for heroes. After another 3 hours of gathering, they completed the task and returned to the villa for dinner. Once they had digested their meal, 𝗟𝗚 set them on one final challenge. The class would split into 2 groups of 10, with one group playing heroes and the other villains. The villains would hide on the island while the heroes searched for them. As the game began, the villain group dispersed, with Shiru leading a larger group that included Kei, Sugo, Koki, and Yari. Kei questioned whether they should venture so deep into the island, fearing they might end up on the other side. Shiru insisted that the further they went, the better it would be, claiming leadership due to his confidence. As they continued, Sugo suddenly pointed out something unusual. They turned to see a structure along the beach. Kei observed that it resembled a port, while Shiru confirmed that there were ships present. Yari noticed soldiers patrolling the area. Kei concluded that they were definitely not Imperial soldiers, and Koki pointed out a massive ship on the other side of the port. Sugo expressed concern about being in the wrong place, and as he began to back away, he tripped over a root and fell into some branches, creating a loud noise. A soldier shouted, demanding to know who had made the sound. The soldiers turned their flashlights toward the source of the noise, illuminating the teens. The soldier called them intruders. Shiru quickly urged everyone to run, and they fled the scene as fast as they could, trying to avoid tripping over anything in their path. The soldiers shouted for their comrades to pursue the intruders. The students heard the sound of motorcycles behind them and turned to see a group of soldiers pursuing them on speeder bikes. Panic surged through them as they realized the danger they were in. Shiru urged everyone to run, but they knew there was little chance of escaping their pursuers. The soldiers fired neutralizing blasters from their speeder bikes, and the students felt the impact as they were knocked unconscious. The soldiers approached the students, confirming they were all truly out cold. One soldier instructed his comrades to grab the students, stating they would be taken to Grand Admiral 𝗏, who would know how to handle the situation. In the command room of the main battleship, Grand Admiral 𝗏 sat in his chair, appearing to be in a state of contemplation. Suddenly, a door opened, and a soldier entered, saluting the admiral. 𝗏 inquired about the situation, and Captain 𝗏𝐿 reported that the fuel tanks were still refilling, as they had prioritized the cargo ship. 𝗏 pressed for more information, and 𝗏𝐿 informed him that the outer guard had captured 5 intruders nearby, recognized as students from UA by Mayor Brandt and Krone. 𝗏 found this intriguing and questioned what UA could be doing in their territory. 𝗏𝐿 indicated that the students were being brought in. Soldiers then entered, skirting the 5 students, who were beginning to regain consciousness. Brandt and Krone also entered the room. 𝗏 observed the students and confirmed their identities. As they blinked and looked around in confusion, their eyes settled on 𝗏. Kei analyzed him, her expression shifting from surprise to realization. She recognized him as the Supreme Commander of the Q.R.A. 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged her correctly. 𝗟𝗏, feeling defiant, mocked the Q.R.A. for resorting to kidnapping children, questioning their desperation in the war. 𝗏𝗏 calmly responded that the students were of no value to their plans. 𝗏𝗏, trembling, asked why they couldn't be released, insisting they hadn't wanted to be there. 𝗏𝗏 pressed for answers about Yue's presence on the island, and 𝗏𝐾𝐭 explained they were there for a training camp. Kei chastised 𝗏𝐾𝐭 for sharing information, suggesting they should keep their location secret. 𝗟𝗏, undeterred, insulted 𝗏𝗏, provoking him further. 𝐴𝐻𝐿 warned 𝗟𝗏 not to speak that way to the Supreme Commander, but 𝗟𝗏 continued to taunt them, claiming they were envious of the students' quirks. Yari urged caution, but Kei echoed 𝗟𝗏's sentiments, calling the soldiers pathetic. 𝗏𝐿 was about to retaliate, but 𝗏𝗏 raised his hand to stop him. 𝗏𝗏 assured the students that they had nothing to envy, stating their society had degraded and that they represented a regression in evolution. He criticized their reliance on quirks as a measure of worth, declaring that their accomplishments were insignificant. 𝗏𝗏 expressed his intention to eradicate those who embodied such mentalities, asserting that he would be remembered in history while they would be forgotten. His words silenced 𝗟𝗏 and Kei, who no longer attempted to argue. 𝗏𝗏 remarked on the emptiness of their lives, promising to give them meaning as they would be sacrificed for the dawn of a new world. 𝗏𝐿 then drew 2 weapons and aimed them at 𝗟𝗏 and Kei, pulling the triggers. 𝗏𝗏 ordered someone to clean up the mess, noting a leak in his ship. 𝗏𝗏, Yari, and 𝗏𝗏 watched in shock at the scene that had just unfolded. 𝗏𝗏 reassured the remaining students that they would join their friends soon enough, but not just yet. He instructed that they be thrown into cells to see if any information could be extracted from them, assigning 𝗏𝗏 to the task. Brant was to remain with 𝗏𝗏, while 𝗏𝗏 awaited further orders. Captain 𝗂𝐵UCANeer and Commander Tai prepared for their mission. 𝗏𝗏 ordered them to track down the remaining students of UA, instructing them to show no mercy and to split into groups for better coverage. 𝗏𝗏 gathered his platoon and took out his secret weapon, while 𝗂𝐵UCANeer armed himself with heavy artillery. Tai boarded a helicopter, ready to join the hunt. Raven led his soldiers deeper into the island, urging them to move quickly. 𝗏𝗏 expressed his determination to end the conflict. Meanwhile, the camp was peaceful as the teachers awaited the return of their students. Suddenly, the bushes rustled, revealing Eneru and Tear bound, with Katsumi, Toru, and Kawarani following closely behind. Kawarani announced their success, and Uraraka encouraged the students to hurry and catch the rest before it got too late. Katsumi responded enthusiastically, ready to assist. As the students prepared to leave, they noticed trees shifting nearby. Toru voiced his concern, speculating it might be the others returning. Suddenly, a blast erupted, striking one of the small houses and causing it to crumble. Uraraka quickly instructed the kids to take cover behind Tsuyu, Tamaki, and herself. A cannon emerged from the forest, firing another shot that forced them to duck as it destroyed another house. Uraraka looked up to see a vehicle advancing from the trees. A group of around 50 soldiers appeared, and inside the tank, Captain 𝗂𝐵UCANeer communicated with 𝗏𝗏, confirming they had located the students. 𝗏𝗏 commanded 𝗂𝐵UCANeer to teach them a lesson. The tank fired again, forcing the heroes to scatter to avoid the blast, though they were still knocked back by the shockwave. The soldiers began firing their blasters, and the heroes took cover behind the houses. They quickly untied Tear and Eneru, with the teachers providing cover during their retreat. Tamaki was struck in his metal arm as he sought shelter. The blasts continued relentlessly. Tamaki expressed his concern about his injured arm, while Tsuyu echoed the urgency of their situation. Uraraka insisted they needed to find a way to disable the tank, and Katsumi confidently declared she would handle it, joined by Eneru. Katsumi emerged from her hiding spot, using her nitroglycerin to engulf the tank in an explosion, which momentarily scattered the soldiers. Eneru took advantage of the chaos to fire a powerful blast at the tank, but as the smoke cleared, they realized their efforts had only left minor scratches on its armor. 𝗂𝐵UCANeer dismissed their attempts, confident in the tank's superiority. The tank fired once more, and as Katsumi and Eneru tried to retreat, the shockwave knocked them out. Uraraka called out to Katsumi, while Tsuyu warned her of an approaching soldier. 𝗟𝗏 reacted swiftly, dodging the blast and throwing the soldier against a wall. Tsuyu, noticing a soldier sneaking up on her, used her tongue to disarm him and then delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing into another soldier. 𝗟𝗏 assisted Tsuyu by teleporting behind the soldiers and confusing them, allowing Tsuyu to strike. On Tamaki's side, he transformed his hand into a tentacle, while 𝗟𝗏 created a shield and sword from his acid. Tamaki threw back the advancing soldiers, while 𝗟𝗏 defended against those who managed to breach their defenses. 𝗟𝗏, having been shot in the shoulder, received help from Toru, who hardened her body to shield 𝗟𝗏 from further attacks. The situation grew dire as more soldiers advanced, and the tank's threat loomed large. Meanwhile, Chihiro, Riza, and Rog had separated from their group, opting to stay together despite the silence. The distant sound of a cannon drew their attention, and they noticed smoke rising in the direction of the camp. Riza recognized the sound and realized they were under attack. Suddenly, the synchronized sound of marching boots echoed through the trees, and a man appeared, followed by at least 100 soldiers. Thrawn assured the heroes that this would be a lesson they would not forget, and it was only the beginning. 𝗟𝗏 skillfully dodged an incoming blast from a soldier, while Toru used her quirk to lessen the impact of another blast. Acting quickly, 𝗟𝗏 touched the soldier's blaster, sending it flying away, and then delivered a swift kick to the soldier's chest followed by another to his head. She seized the soldier and hurled him into another soldier who was attempting to rise from the ground. Meanwhile, Toru charged at a soldier, delivering a powerful elbow strike that shattered his armor and sent him crashing to the ground. Toru shouted in frustration about the number of soldiers they faced, while 𝗟𝗏 urged that they needed to keep fighting. Suddenly, the sound of a cannon firing echoed, and the house they were using for cover was obliterated, sending both girls and the unconscious Katsumi flying back. The explosion jolted Katsumi awake. As the soldiers advanced on 𝗟𝗏 and Toru, who were momentarily incapacitated, a sudden blast sent the soldiers tumbling away. When the smoke cleared, Katsumi stood defiantly. She declared her intent to fight back against their attackers. Just then, another cannon blast struck the house where Tsuyu and 𝗟𝗏 were hiding, but they managed to escape most of the blast. Soldiers began to fly from behind a house as Tamaki and 𝗟𝗏 emerged, with Tsuyu carrying Eneru and 𝗟𝗏 joining them. Tsuyu emphasized the need to deal with the cannon, while Katsumi expressed doubt about their ability to damage it after it withstood their previous attacks. Tamaki speculated that it was designed to resist all kinds of quirks, and 𝗟𝗏 questioned their options. 𝗟𝗏 suggested they needed to think creatively, admitting that their experience fighting these soldiers had taught her that quirks weren't everything. She then picked up a blaster from a fallen soldier and began to modify it. Katsumi inquired about 𝗟𝗏's actions, and 𝗟𝗏 explained her knowledge of the weapon, mentioning a regulator that prevented it from firing a massive blast. If she could remove it, it would be like wielding a bazooka. Tamaki questioned her confidence in the plan, and 𝗟𝗏 insisted they had few alternatives. Once she finished her modifications, 𝗟𝗏 stepped out from their hiding spot and aimed the blaster at the tank. Buccaneer, observing her, scoffed at the idea of a blaster being effective, but a soldier alerted him to the high energy readings from the weapon. Realizing 𝗟𝗏 had removed the regulator, Buccaneer ordered the soldiers to fire before she could shoot. As the tank fired at 𝗟𝗏, she swiftly dodged, though the shockwave knocked her back. Regaining her footing, she aimed the blaster at the tank once more. Buccaneer commanded his soldiers to reload quickly. 𝗟𝗏 fired, and the blast pierced through the tank, destroying it completely. The fiery remnants crashed to the ground. 𝗟𝗏 and Tamaki were astonished by the destruction, while the children felt uneasy about the implications of their actions. Tsuyu suggested they tie up the soldiers before they regained consciousness and find the rest of their classmates, to which everyone agreed. Meanwhile, Chihiro, Riza, and Rog were engaged in their own battle. Rog was fending off Raven, who relentlessly slashed at him with his sword. Rog used his quirk to block the attacks while Raven struggled to land a hit. Chihiro was dealing with soldiers, having sustained a shoulder injury from a blast. He fought to dodge the incoming fire, aware that a single mistake could be fatal. 𝐼𝐼𝐻, using her quirk, manipulated plants to restrain and incapacitate the soldiers, effectively countering their attacks despite their weapons. As 𝐼𝐻 devised a new strategy, she switched her focus to manipulating the ground itself, trapping unsuspecting soldiers and immobilizing them. This allowed Chihiro to move swiftly, knocking out the trapped soldiers one by one. Raven found himself ensnared by the ground, giving 𝗏𝗏 the opportunity to counterattack. However, Raven proved difficult to defeat, using his sword to block 𝗏𝗏's strikes. Thinking creatively, 𝗏𝗏 leaped over Raven and delivered a decisive blow to his neck, knocking him out. Chihiro suggested they tie up the defeated soldiers to prevent their escape, and 𝐼𝐻 took charge of that task. As Raven slowly regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by the 3 students. Chihiro confronted him, asking if he was the commander, while 𝗏𝗏 demanded to know their intentions. Raven retorted that the same question applied to them, claiming their friends had trespassed and would face consequences. 𝗏𝗏 angrily pressed for information, but Raven refused to divulge anything further. 𝐼𝐻 suggested they leave him tied up for the authorities to interrogate later. Raven, however, revealed a pill hidden in his mouth and crushed it, the effects quickly taking hold. He became pale and uttered his final words, declaring death before dishonor. With that, he passed away. 𝗏𝗏 expressed his frustration, while 𝐼𝐻 reacted with shock. Chihiro urged them to keep moving, suggesting they follow the direction from which the soldiers had come, hoping to find answers. Meanwhile, Shadow and 𝐵𝐵𝐵 were racing through the trees, pursued by helicopters. They soon found themselves at a dead end, blocked by the mountain. The helicopters opened fire, forcing them to take cover behind a sturdy tree. As missiles struck, the tree was obliterated, leaving them scrambling for safety. They managed to utilize the dust as a means to conceal themselves from the helicopter's targeting systems. 𝐵𝐵𝐵 felt a surge of urgency as he considered their options. Shadow expressed his reliance on 𝐵𝐵𝐵, stating that he was powerless without a source of light to manipulate his shadows. He urged 𝐵𝐵𝐵 to activate his quirk, reminding him that he possessed the ultimate vision. 𝐵𝐵𝐵 focused intently, activating his quirk to survey the surroundings. He quickly pinpointed a potential path that could lead him closer to one of the helicopters, hoping to devise a plan from that vantage point. Meanwhile, inside the helicopter, Commander Tai was directing his troops with precision, ensuring they remained coordinated in their efforts. Tai questioned how the soldiers had not yet eliminated the 2 boys, insisting that they should have been dealt with the moment they were spotted. The soldiers affirmed his command. 𝐵𝐵𝐵 emerged from the dust, climbing a tree and leaping onto a branch. Tai directed the soldiers to open fire, but 𝐵𝐵𝐵 skillfully dodged the bullets with the agility granted by his quirk, moving from tree to tree. He eventually reached the tree nearest a helicopter and leaped onto its front. A soldier informed Tai of 𝐵𝐵𝐵's position, prompting Tai to order the soldiers to shoot. The soldier hesitated, concerned about hitting their own, but Tai insisted without any doubt. The helicopter opened fire on the one next to it, and 𝐵𝐵𝐵, seeing the chaos unfold, leaped away just in time. The bullets struck the helicopter, damaging its controls and causing it to plummet. In a frantic attempt to stabilize, a pilot accidentally triggered a missile, which struck Tai's helicopter, leading to a catastrophic collision that sent all 3 helicopters crashing down in a fiery explosion. 𝐵𝐵𝐵 landed back on the ground, stunned by the destruction he had inadvertently caused. Shadow approached him, reminding him that it was a matter of survival in war, even if it wasn't the heroic path. 𝐵𝐵𝐵 expressed his discomfort with the situation, but Shadow urged him to consider that there might still be survivors. They began searching around the wreckage and soon discovered footprints, suggesting someone might have escaped. Shadow proposed they follow the tracks, hoping they would lead to the enemy base. Meanwhile, Kuruma, Hasa, and Sakudo were engaged in a fierce battle against the soldiers on the ground. Their teamwork made it easier to dispatch the enemies, though both Kuruma and Sakudo sustained injuries. Hasa took on the last of the soldiers while 𝗏𝗏 faced a formidable walker. Despite her efforts to fend it off, the walker easily countered her attacks, keeping its focus on her friends. 𝗏𝐿𝐴, growing frustrated with the ongoing conflict, prepared to retaliate. The walker fired a missile, which struck nearby, sending 𝗏𝗏 flying and leaving her unconscious. 𝗂𝐻𝐴, fueled by anger, unleashed a barrage of small spikes that pierced the walker's armor, ultimately causing it to collapse. She rushed to 𝗀𝐻𝐻's side, relieved to find her merely unconscious but in need of assistance. Kuruma urged the group to find the others and locate the enemy base, while 𝗂𝐴 insisted on taking 𝗀𝐻𝐻 back to camp for help. 𝗂𝗏 agreed, understanding the necessity of the decision. 𝗂𝐴 hurried off with 𝗀𝐻𝐻, while 𝗂𝗏 and Kuruma headed toward the direction from which the walker had come. Inside the walker, 𝐶LEMEN emerged, nursing injuries from 𝗂𝐴's attack. Armed with a small blaster, he vowed not to let the students disrupt the Grand Admiral's plans and began making his way back to the base. Meanwhile, Chihiro, Rog, and Riza were concealed behind a bush, observing the defenses of the port. Chihiro noted the presence of at least 200 soldiers, unsure of how many were inside the ships. Riza recalled that the ships were mostly automated, requiring only a small crew to operate. They calculated that with the flagship included, there could be nearly 600 soldiers in total. As they discussed their situation, they heard rustling nearby and prepared for a confrontation, only to relax upon recognizing Shadow and Bijin. Shadow informed them that it seemed everyone on the island had been attacked, and they mourned the loss of their classmate, Izuku. Shadow urged them to focus and fight back, while Bijin expressed concern over their odds against the soldiers. Shadow reassured them that he could utilize his quirk, taking advantage of the light sources in the port. They realized that while the soldiers were trained for conventional combat, they might still have a chance. Rog reminded them about the captured classmates, prompting Shadow to suggest they might be held with the commander aboard the flagship. Determined, they prepared for their assault, knowing there would be no turning back once they entered. As they approached the port, Shadow suddenly emerged, capturing the soldiers at the entrance and tossing them aside. The students charged down the hill, the chaos drawing the attention of the remaining guards. Chihiro expressed concern over the violence, but Shadow reminded him that in war, survival was paramount. They pressed on, determined to confront the enemy. They were suddenly attacked by 2 additional ships, both firing blasts at them. Dodging the shockwaves proved challenging, so they needed to eliminate the ships. Riza snapped her fingers twice, and one of the ships became engulfed in flames. An officer reported the situation, urging the captain to evacuate before the fuel storage was compromised. Moments later, the ship exploded, sinking to the depths of the sea. Shadow utilized his quirk to envelop the other ship in shadows, compressing it until the metal twisted and bent, allowing water to seep in. The captain shouted for everyone to evacuate. Soldiers hurried off the ship, racing toward the port while more soldiers advanced to confront the students, firing their blasters. Rog activated his quirk, using his hands to shield against the blasts before charging at the soldiers, knocking them out with his abilities. Bijin grabbed a metal stick and, using his quirk, skillfully dodged the blasts to reach the soldiers, striking them down. Chihiro activated 20% of One for All, leaping closer to the soldiers and delivering powerful kicks until they were all incapacitated. Just as they finished dealing with those soldiers, a new wave approached. Chihiro rallied the students to charge at the soldiers once more. Inside, the Phoenix, Thrawn's flagship, he listened to the chaos unfolding at the port from his command post. An officer rushed in, reporting that the heroes were attacking and that they had already lost 2 ships, with significant casualties among the soldiers and crew. Thrawn inquired about the pro-heroes present, only to learn that there were none, just 5 hero students. He ordered the soldiers in the convoy to prepare, emphasizing the importance of protecting their cargo. After the officer left, Thrawn pressed a button on his chair, instructing Brant to handle the situation. He then checked in with Crone about the interrogations, who assured him that things were going well. Meanwhile, 𝗂𝐴 returned to the camp, carrying 𝗀𝐻𝐻 in her arms. She found several buildings destroyed and on fire, with many Q.R.A. soldiers lying around. Toru called out to 𝗂𝐴, who urgently requested help for 𝗀𝐻𝐻. Uraraka, Eneru, and Katsumi soon joined them, expressing concern for 𝗀𝐻𝐻's condition. 𝗂𝐴 explained that they had been attacked by the Q.R.A., while Sakuto and Kuruma had gone to locate their base. Katsumi added that their group had also faced an attack, with Sensei Tsuyu and Tamaki searching for their base alongside Tyr and Kawarani, who were the least injured. 𝐼𝐻𝐴 expressed her hope that everyone was safe. At the port, the students continued battling the relentless waves of soldiers, each having sustained at least one injury from the blasters. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies, they were suddenly forced to scatter when a soldier threw a grenade. As 𝗟𝐻𝐴 struggled to rise, a soldier stomped on her shoulder and aimed a blaster at her. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he was kicked back, and 𝗟𝐻𝐴 recognized her savior. Sensei 𝐶𝐻𝐬 had arrived, and a tentacle swept through, knocking many soldiers into the ocean. Tamaki had launched the attack, and Sakuto dashed in, delivering punches at supersonic speeds. The soldiers, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, began to fall one by one as 𝗟𝗓 appeared, swiftly incapacitating them with precise strikes before teleporting away. Kuruma and 𝗟𝗓 joined the fray, with Kuruma delivering powerful punches while 𝗟𝗓 formed two swords from his acid, disarming the soldiers before Kuruma knocked them down as well. Eventually, all the soldiers lay defeated. Chihiro expressed his gratitude to his teammates, and Kuruma reassured him that helping their friends was essential to being heroes. 𝗟𝐻𝐴 then alerted them to the presence of hostages inside the command ship, urging them to rescue them. Tamaki and 𝐶𝐬 questioned who the hostages were, and Shadow deduced that it was Shiryu and his group who had split from them during the chaos. Without hesitation, the group of heroes sprinted toward 𝗏𝗏's command ship, needing to take down another vessel. 𝗟𝐻𝐴 and Shadow worked together to handle it. As they approached the Phoenix, they encountered an unexpected figure. Brant taunted them, and 𝗟𝐻𝐴 recognized him as the man they had fought in the museum. Determined to confront him, she manipulated the water and sent a wave crashing toward him, temporarily trapping him beneath the surface. The others seized the opportunity to slip past him. Brant quickly regained his footing and heated his armor to counter 𝗟𝐻𝐴's freezing attempt, declaring that he wouldn't be caught off guard again. While 𝗟𝐻𝐴 and Brant faced off, the rest of the group continued toward the command ship. As they neared the entrance, the door swung open, and a swarm of soldiers emerged. Sakuto reacted swiftly, attacking them before they could organize. Rog and Kuruma joined in, knocking out soldiers left and right. Kuruma urged the others to get inside, assuring them that they would handle the soldiers. The teachers, frustrated but knowing the students were capable, decided to press on and save the hostages. The heroes fought their way through the ship, dispatching any soldiers they encountered until they reached a fork in the path. Shadow volunteered to take the right path, insisting he could handle himself. Tamaki hesitated but ultimately agreed, urging Shadow to be careful. With a nod of reassurance, Shadow set off, while the rest of the group took the left path. Shadow continued down the path until he discovered a new room. Upon opening the door, he was met with a series of prison cells. He walked slowly, peering into each one, until he stumbled upon a sight that filled him with dread. Inside that cell lay the bodies of Ki and Shiryu, their mouths and the backs of their heads stained, indicating they had met a tragic end. Moving on, he found another cell containing the remains of Sugo and Koki, their skin marred. As he pressed forward, he came across an open cell where Yari lay, her body marked with cuts and BLD, yet she was still alive. Yari warned him to be careful, her voice weak but urgent. Suddenly, Shadow sensed a presence and instinctively jumped back, narrowly avoiding slashes from a pair of knives. He turned to face his attacker, his eyes widening in recognition. Crone, the assailant, taunted Shadow, expressing excitement at their reunion and revealing his longing for revenge. Meanwhile, the other heroes were nearing the command room. They had overcome the soldiers who attempted to block their path and finally reached their destination. As they entered, they found 𝗏𝗏 seated in his chair. He opened his eyes and stood to confront them. 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged their arrival, suggesting they must be skilled to have made it this far. Tamaki recognized his uniform and realized he was facing Grand Admiral 𝗏𝗏. 𝐶𝐬 and Chihiro confirmed his identity, noting his position as the Supreme Commander of the Q.R.A. 𝗏𝗏 expressed his disbelief and demanded to know what 𝗏𝗏 had done with Shiryu and their friends. 𝗏𝗏 casually mentioned that he had sent the hostages to interrogation, leaving their well-being in question. The teachers clenched their fists in anger. 𝗏𝗏 then referred to Shiryu, implying he had dealt with him and the girl with unusual hair, suggesting they would no longer be a nuisance. 𝐿𝐵 eyes widened with fury as he confronted 𝗏𝗏, calling him a B. He activated his quirk and charged at 𝗏𝗏, intent on delivering a powerful blow. To his astonishment, 𝗏𝗏 sidestepped the attack, seized 𝐵 arm, and hurled him out of the command room through the window. 𝐵 soared into a fuel tank, which subsequently fell and landed amidst burning debris from the ship. The fuel tank erupted in an explosion, taking 𝐵 with it. The remaining heroes looked on in shock and horror at 𝗏𝗏's ruthless actions. He turned to face them, declaring it was time for them to witness why he held the titles of Supreme Commander and Grand Admiral, promising to reveal the extent of his power. Chihiro, Tsuyu, Tamaki, and Tear stood in disbelief at 𝗏𝗏's actions. He had taken 𝐵 life right before their eyes without a moment's hesitation. Tear, a close friend of 𝐵, clenched her fists as tears streamed down her face, filled with rage and sorrow. She unleashed her quirk, teleporting around 𝗏𝗏 in an attempt to disorient him, while 𝗏𝗏 remained unfazed. Tamaki urged Tear to pause, but she was determined to strike. In an instant, 𝗏𝗏 countered, delivering a swift elbow to her chest. Tear staggered back, clutching her injury, her face paling before she collapsed to the ground. Chihiro demanded to know what 𝗏𝗏 had done, and 𝗏𝗏 coldly explained that he had struck her in the chest, likely causing severe damage. Tamaki seethed with anger, while 𝗏𝗏 challenged them to fight back. Chihiro recalled that old Q.R.A. soldiers were genetically modified, realizing that 𝗏𝗏 must be one of them. Tamaki was the first to charge, swinging his tentacle arm at 𝗏𝗏, who effortlessly leaped over the attack. Tsuyu followed, landing a kick, but 𝗏𝗏 blocked it and regained his footing. Tsuyu pressed on, attempting multiple kicks, but 𝗏𝗏 dodged with ease. He countered by swatting her arms away and seizing her shoulders, delivering a knee to her stomach that forced her to the ground. Tamaki resumed his assault, but 𝗏𝗏 simply sidestepped his attacks. He caught Tamaki's tentacle and hurled him aside, sending him crashing onto the ship's deck. Chihiro then charged at 𝗏𝗏, throwing a flurry of punches, but 𝗏𝗏 blocked them all with minimal effort. 𝗏𝗏 remarked on Chihiro's technique, acknowledging it but noting that he still had much to learn. He countered with a punch to Chihiro's abdomen, sending him crashing into the ceiling before falling back down. 𝗏𝗏 then caught Tsuyu's punch, who was still bleeding, and lifted her before throwing her to the ground. He noticed Tamaki returning with a swordfish hand, but 𝗏𝗏 dodged his attempts to stab him and retaliated with a powerful punch to Tamaki's cheek, sending him crashing into a wall. 𝗏𝗏 coughed, suggesting that they should surrender, claiming that he was too old for this fight. He argued that defeating him would accomplish nothing, but Chihiro declared that they would never give up, emphasizing the hero's resolve. 𝗏𝗏 dismissed their determination as foolishness, criticizing heroes for relying on force and quirks. Chihiro countered that he didn't believe quirks were everything. 𝗏𝗏 recalled Chihiro from a previous event, warning him that he was losing touch with his quirkless roots and becoming consumed by power. Chihiro remained silent, prompting 𝗏𝗏 to call him a hypocrite. Gritting his teeth, Chihiro charged at 𝗏𝗏 once more. Meanwhile, Riza was engaged in a fierce battle with Brant, who was firing blasts from his arm-mounted machine guns. No matter how strong her barriers were, Brant tore through them effortlessly. She attempted to use water to her advantage, but he anticipated her moves and dodged each time. Riza resorted to a game of hide and seek, hoping to buy time for her allies to arrive. However, Brant found her again, and she quickly created a stone barrier before fleeing. Brant easily destroyed it and began shooting at her, one of the blasts striking her leg. Riza fell to the ground, unable to move due to the pain, and watched as Brant approached, placing his blaster near her head. He asked for any last words, and Riza defiantly replied that she hoped he could swim. Just then, a water blast burst through the port door, sending Brant flying. He shouted in frustration and fired one last shot, hitting Riza in the side. She winced in pain as Brant crashed into the flagship, causing significant damage. Back on the ship, 𝗏𝗏 blocked another punch from Chihiro and retaliated with a strike to his cheek, forcing him to step back. He then turned to see Brant crash through the ship's interior. Shaking his head, 𝗏𝗏 dodged a kick from Tsuyu and countered with a strike to her side. At the ship's entrance, Kuruma, Sakudo, and 𝗟𝐷 had finally defeated all the soldiers, though they were heavily injured from the battle, but none of their injuries were life-threatening. Inside the prison area, Shadow faced off against 𝐼𝐻, who maneuvered through the shadows. As 𝐻 approached, Shadow dodged repeatedly, using his shadows to push him back, but 𝐻 leaped in the opposite direction. He declared that he had been studying Shadow and believed he had found a way to defeat him. Closing the door, 𝐻 turned off the lights, plunging the area into darkness. Shadow received a hard punch to the stomach, followed by another to his face, sending him tumbling into a series of dark rooms. This continued for several minutes until Shadow stumbled into another room and collapsed. Looking up, he saw 𝐻 with a bright red robotic eye. 𝐻 taunted Shadow, revealing his enhanced vision and brandishing a grenade, threatening to obliterate him completely. 𝗏𝐿 delivered a powerful kick to 𝐒𝐻iro's chest, followed by a punch to his face. 𝐒𝐻iро struggled to fight back, his movements growing sluggish as he began to lose consciousness. 𝗏𝐿 easily dodged his attacks and landed another kick, sending 𝐒𝐻iро crashing to the ground once more. 𝗏𝐿 approached his opponent, drawing a weapon and declaring that this was the end of the journey. 𝐻, in a moment of desperation, removed the pin from a grenade, while Shadow observed the chaos unfolding around them. Shadow expressed concern about 𝐻's decision, urging him to consider their precarious situation. As 𝐻 surveyed the room, he noticed numerous containers labeled with fuel, realizing the danger they were in. Panic set in as 𝐻 looked down at the grenade, which suddenly detonated in his hand, causing a massive explosion that rocked the entire room and compromised a significant part of the ship's structure. The violent jolt caused 𝗏𝐿 to lose his concentration, providing 𝐒𝐻iро with an opportunity. Drawing upon his strength, 𝐒𝐻iरो knocked 𝗏𝐿's weapon away and delivered a powerful blow to his chest, sending him crashing against a wall. Sensing the ship beginning to sink, 𝐒𝐻iरो quickly grabbed 𝐂𝐬 and Tamaki, making his escape. Shadow managed to conceal himself within his shadows, narrowly avoiding the chaos. He reached the cells and found Yari, who was still alive, and hurriedly fled with her. Outside, the boys who had discovered 𝗟𝐬 witnessed the tremendous explosion and the ship gradually sinking beneath the waves. 𝗏𝐿 regained his composure and assessed the situation, sighing as he took a seat in his chair. Soon, naval officers and soldiers, including Brant, rushed to his side, urgently reporting that the ship was sinking. 𝗏𝐿 instructed them to evacuate everyone, but when Brant asked about his own safety, 𝗏𝐿 resolutely stated that he would remain aboard with their fallen comrades, refusing to abandon them. The officer and soldiers expressed their loyalty, vowing to stay with him even in the depths of the ocean. 𝗏𝐿 smiled faintly, acknowledging the honor of having such a dedicated crew. He issued his final command, instructing them to take their positions and to stand firm, ensuring they would face their fate with dignity. The soldiers scrambled to their posts, preparing to fulfill their duties as 𝗏𝐿 remained at his command station, watching as the waves engulfed his ship. Meanwhile, 𝐶𝐿EMEN arrived at the port, witnessing the ship's descent. In a panic, he seized a fallen soldier's communication device and called out to 𝗏𝐿, seeking answers. 𝗏𝐿 reassured him that he was okay but confirmed that the ship was sinking. 𝐶𝐿EMEN urged 𝗏𝐿 to escape, emphasizing the importance of his leadership. 𝗏𝐿, however, expressed his commitment to his crew, declaring that a true captain goes down with his ship. He entrusted 𝐶𝐿EMEN with the responsibility of commanding the convoy, emphasizing that the mission's success was paramount. 𝐶𝐿EMEN, fighting back tears, accepted the order and began to head toward the convoy, while 𝗏𝐿 remained seated, reflecting on his life and choices. He contemplated the significance of his sacrifice for the greater good, feeling a sense of peace in his decision. Memories of his early days in the military flooded back, recalling his passion for the sea and his relentless pursuit of recognition. Despite facing obstacles in his career, he had risen to the rank of captain and later became an admiral under the leadership of 𝗟𝗏, who had inspired him with his courage and vision. 𝗏𝐿 felt a profound sense of loss upon hearing of Phoenix's death, recognizing that many had tried to fill his shoes but had fallen short. The unexpected return of Phoenix after his resurrection left 𝗏𝐿 in awe, and he was honored to be appointed as the new Supreme Commander. As he sat in his command room, he found solace in the belief that his sacrifice would serve a greater purpose. With the command room now submerged, 𝗏𝗏 remained seated, surrounded by his loyal followers, as the ship sank into the depths. Meanwhile, J.T.S.U.N.A hurried to the headquarters, accompanied by someone he had brought with him. Upon reaching the Führer's office, he saluted and delivered news about the convoy's safe arrival. However, he also conveyed the tragic news of Grand Admiral 𝗏𝗏's demise in combat, detailing how he had refused to abandon ship during the battle. Dark Phoenix closed his eyes momentarily, reflecting on 𝗏𝗏's honorable sacrifice. J.T.S.U.N.A mentioned that he had brought the only surviving officer, prompting Phoenix to request that the officer be brought in. J.T.S.U.N.A re-entered the room with 𝗏𝗏 by his side. 𝗏𝗏 expressed his gratitude for being in the presence of his leader, acknowledging the honor it brought him. J.T.S.U.N.A introduced 𝗏𝗏 as captain, and D.P. recognized him as 𝗏𝗏's pupil, commending his excellent work with the convoy that was vital for the war effort. 𝗏𝗏 felt thankful for the acknowledgement and requested to pursue those responsible for the Grand Admiral's death. D.P. inquired about the suspects, and 𝗏𝗏 identified Class 1A as the likely culprits. However, D.P. denied the request, emphasizing the need to focus on their current plans to ensure that 𝗏𝗏's sacrifice would not be in vain. He promoted 𝗏𝗏 to admiral, tasking him with restoring the Navy to its former strength and not allowing 𝗏𝗏's legacy to fade. 𝗏𝗏 accepted the promotion with enthusiasm and left the room. Afterward, Phoenix spoke to J.T.S.U.N.A, who was asked if the higher-ups were aware of 𝗏𝗏's death. J.T.S.U.N.A admitted he had not yet informed them, and D.P. expressed relief, noting that they tended to panic easily. He instructed J.T.S.U.N.A to break the news to them and revealed a new assignment, promoting him to Supreme Commander. J.T.S.U.N.A was taken aback but bowed his head in respect, acknowledging the honor of the position. He then directed him to ensure the army was in top condition for the upcoming operation and requested 𝗟𝗏 to join them for a discussion. J.T.S.U.N.A affirmed his orders. Meanwhile, the Imperial Army occupied the island, tasked with recovering the bodies of the fallen. The battle had been intense, leaving many with significant injuries. News of 𝗏𝗏's death spread through the government and was soon announced to the public. The civilians held parades in major cities, believing that his death signified the impending end of the Civil War. The deceased students were regarded as martyrs, and their families received compensation. The surviving students, despite being hospitalized, were awarded medals of honor for their bravery. The riots subsided as many speculated that the fall of the Q.R.A. was near. In 𝗟𝗓𝗏 Hospital, the students were placed in a large room for treatment and therapy to help them cope with the loss of their friends. They engaged in conversation to distract themselves from the tragedy when suddenly, the door burst open, revealing their parents, who rushed in to embrace them. Raven commanded the soldiers to attack. The soldiers fired their blasters at the students, but 𝗟𝗧 quickly reacted by creating a massive wall of rock to shield them. Despite her efforts, a blast managed to penetrate the wall and struck 𝗟𝗧 in the shoulder. Realizing the danger, they decided to retreat, but then the walls erupted. 𝗏𝗏 activated One for All, now controlling 20% of its power, and began to fight back against the soldiers, delivering powerful punches and dodging incoming blasts. 𝗏𝗏 activated his quirk, opting for stealth rather than a direct assault, as his quirk did not grant him super speed. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗧 manipulated the plants around them, directing them to attack the soldiers. Though the soldiers found themselves in a tough spot, they fought back, using machetes to cut down the attacking plants. Raven engaged 𝗏𝗏 with his sword, managing to bruise him on the opposite shoulder. While Raven's skill level was not on par with J.T.S.U.N.A's, he remained a formidable opponent, forcing 𝗏𝗏 to fall back. Raven urged his comrades to finish the fight. Meanwhile, Shadow, 𝗏𝗏, and Izuku wandered through the island, unaware of the chaos unfolding on the other side. Suddenly, they heard the sound of helicopters overhead. They speculated whether they were Imperial patrols or tourists, but the noise grew louder. 𝗏𝗏 looked up, his eyes widening in alarm. He pointed out the approaching helicopters, which began firing at them. Izuku quickly reacted by creating spikes to serve as shields. He expressed his disbelief at the situation, while 𝗏𝗏 questioned the identity of their attackers. Shadow suspected they were part of the Q.R.A. 𝗏𝗏 expressed his frustration at encountering them again. Suku suggested that Shadow send his shadows to deal with the helicopters, but Shadow explained that it was nighttime and he lacked a strong enough light source to create shadows. Suku, frustrated, retorted that Shadow was being useless. Shadow countered by suggesting Suku use his spikes to attack, but Suku explained their limitations. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocked the area as the spike wall was destroyed, sending the students flying back from the shockwave. Shadow was the first to stand, coughing out smoke, and checked on his friends. As the smoke cleared, they were horrified to see Suku, his chest severely injured from the blast. It was clear he had taken the impact directly, and he lay lifeless before them, leaving Bijin and Shadow in shock. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏, Sakudo, and Kuruma were also making their way down the island, having heard the blasts from the camp. Suddenly, they heard the sound of metal footsteps approaching. They paused to listen, only to see a missile hurtling toward them, obliterating a tree behind them. They turned to see a massive walker advancing. Inside, 𝐿𝐻 commanded the pilots of the vehicle, declaring that they would learn why it was unwise to challenge the Q.R.A. The walker opened fire with its machine gun, forcing the students to seek cover behind nearby trees. Other soldiers emerged from behind the walker, firing their blasters as well. 𝗏𝗏 expressed her confusion, while Hasa admitted to feeling scared. Sakudo identified their attackers as part of the Q.R.A, and Kuruma expressed his disdain for them. 𝗏𝗏, frustrated, used her quirk to hurl a large log at the walker, but its machine guns quickly reduced it to splinters. Realizing the gravity of their situation, 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged their trouble. Kuruma sarcastically pointed out the obvious, urging them to run as Sakudo warned that the walker was about to fire again. As the students dashed from their hiding spot to find new cover, the walker launched a missile, completely destroying their previous location. In his command ship, 𝗏𝗏 sat in his chair, listening to the distant sounds of battle. A small smirk crossed his face as he contemplated the unfolding chaos. Mina and Kirishima called out for their friends, while Ida and Momo shouted for Sakudo. Kendo and Monoma yelled for Kuruma, and Tetsu and Pony called for Hasa. Shinso and Mei shouted for 𝗏𝗏, and Mizutara cried out for her son, Chihiro. Chihiro was surprised to see his mother and asked how she had arrived. Mizutara explained that she had received permission to come since he was her son, and it had taken effort to get help. Chihiro was curious about the help she mentioned, and Izumi confirmed that she was there to assist. Chihiro expressed gratitude, and Izumi reassured him that she would leave him to talk with his mother. Izumi then joined Riza and Shoto, sitting with Riza. She informed them that 2 more people wanted to see Chihiro. Riza was intrigued, and Izumi encouraged them to enter. The door opened once more to reveal 2 elderly men standing behind it. Riza expressed her excitement upon seeing her family, calling out to them with joy. Toshi remarked on the importance of checking in on their granddaughter, while Endeavor playfully invited them for a hug, showcasing the warmth of their reunion. As Toshinori observed the new generation of heroes, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He had only seen them as children, and now they had grown. He spent his days playing chess and board games with the elder Todoroki, reminiscing about the past. Among the children, one caught his attention, Chihiro, who bore a striking resemblance to someone from his past. A memory flashed through his mind, recalling the last day he had seen that familiar smile before the tragic accident. It was a smile he thought he would never see again. He remembered the day that person reappeared, so changed that he could barely recognize him. The memories of the fight in Hosu and the last sighting in Tokyo haunted him. Toshinori often woke from nightmares, calling out for forgiveness, only to find himself alone. He wondered if he could have changed the outcome, if he had acted differently during that fateful encounter with the sludge monster. After the parents left the room, the heroes remained to discuss recent events. Mina voiced her hope that this meant the end was near, to which Momo agreed. Izumi shared her sentiments, while Bakugo acknowledged that they had passed their problems onto the next generation. Shinso expressed the unfairness of the situation, and Kendo lamented their inability to prevent it all. Izumi speculated that perhaps they could have made a difference. Monoma pointed out that after 30 years, dwelling on the past wouldn't change anything. 𝗟𝗃𝗧𝗟𝗃 noted that with 𝗟𝗏's demise, perhaps things would settle down. Shoto mentioned the new threat posed by General 𝗟𝗃, the son of an officer they had previously defeated, indicating that he was not to be underestimated. Endeavor shifted the focus to the children, noting a green-haired boy who resembled Phoenix. Kirishima agreed, and All Might acknowledged that he had noticed as well. Izumi revealed that the boy was her successor, which surprised All Might. Hatsum confirmed the boy's status, and Momo speculated about potential connections. Izumi clarified that she had checked Chihiro's lineage and found no relation, having spoken with his mother about his background. Katsuki remarked on the cruel coincidence, while Monoma sighed, suggesting that if there was a higher power watching, it surely bore a grudge against them. Mina hoped for a swift resolution, and Shoto pondered how it would all conclude. Meanwhile, in northern Japan near Sendai, a mansion blazed with flames, engulfing everything in fire. In an area less affected, two men restrained a white-haired woman. One of them addressed her, noting it had been a while since they last met. Eri looked up to recognize the figure before her as 𝗟𝗏, the teleporter from the League of Villains. 𝗟𝗏 expressed his pleasure at her memory and revealed his intentions. He offered her a choice: join him and provide her expertise or face dire consequences. Eri firmly refused to assist someone like him. 𝗟𝗏 reflected on how Phoenix's experiments had driven him to rebel, but now he sought her technology, expressing gratitude for the path she had set him on, while apologizing for what he was about to do. Meanwhile, Chihiro wandered through the desolate streets of Tokyo, calling out for help, confusion evident in his voice. As he searched for answers, he accidentally stepped on something that crunched beneath him. Looking down, he was horrified to see the lifeless bodies of his classmates scattered across the ground. As he took in the grim scene, he noticed the fallen forms of teachers and heroes. Overcome with grief, Chihiro collapsed, crying out in despair. From a distance, Izumi watched in shock, trying to reach out to Chihiro, but her voice seemed to fail her. As she attempted to approach him, he appeared to drift further away. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light enveloped the scene, transforming everything into a white void. Izumi questioned what was happening, bewildered by the sudden shift, when a voice responded, revealing that it was her future. Izumi felt a chill run down her spine as Dark Phoenix's ominous words echoed in her mind. He spoke of a future where everything would be reduced to ashes, yet from that destruction, a new world would rise, free from the mistakes of the past. The image of Tokyo began to take shape in her thoughts, transformed and altered. Dark Phoenix proclaimed that this future was one he would bring to humanity, a future that had been denied until now. He insisted that change was imminent, and soon it would be their time to act. With a swift motion, he drew two swords and turned his gaze toward Izumi, declaring that she would soon cease to exist. Suddenly, Izumi jolted awake, drenched in sweat, as a faint red light faded into the shadows of her room. In the classroom, students sat at their desks, awaiting the start of homeroom. A month had passed since the tragic events on Shinchaku Island, where 7 students had lost their lives, leaving only 13 behind. The initial strangeness of their new reality had given way to a somber acceptance. The military's attempts to assault the Q.R.A. strongholds had all ended in failure, and rumors of a new supreme commander named General 𝗟𝗃𝗧𝗟𝗏, who had conquered Sendai, spread quickly. Despite this, the government insisted that the Q.R.A. had been contained within their cities. Tamaki entered the room and addressed the students, informing them that the school had decided to proceed with internships to help them gain experience. Although the situation had stabilized, there remained concerns that the Q.R.A. might target them due to their connection to the previous Supreme Commander's demise. He explained that they would only be allowed to intern at approved agencies, promising to provide a list later. The day passed swiftly as excitement filled the air about the upcoming internships. By the end of the day, the students received the list of acceptable agencies. As they read through it, Riza approached Chihiro. Riza inquired about Chihiro's internship plans, to which he admitted he was still undecided, finding it difficult to choose among so many impressive heroes. Riza suggested he join her to intern with her mother, confident that her mother would welcome him. After a moment of hesitation, 𝗍𝗫 agreed, and 𝗟𝐳 expressed her enthusiasm, urging him to come along despite it being her day off. While 𝗟𝐳 changed, Katsumi, who was also in the locker room, teased her about going on a date with 𝗍𝗫. 𝗟𝐳, visibly annoyed, insisted it was purely for training and asked Katsumi not to call him by that nickname. Katsumi playfully remarked on 𝗟𝐳's luck with boys, prompting 𝗟𝐳 to defend 𝗍𝗫. Katsumi playfully warned her to keep an eye on him, or someone else might take an interest. Once 𝗟𝐳 finished changing, she found 𝗍𝗫 waiting for her at the entrance. Together, they made their way to 𝗟𝐳's house, engaging in light conversation along the way. 𝗍𝗫 couldn't help but steal glances at 𝗟𝐳. After an hour, they arrived at Izumi's house and entered. 𝗟𝐳 called out to her mother, announcing their arrival. They walked into the living room to find Shoto and Izumi sitting quietly. 𝗟𝐳 sensed something was off and asked if something had happened. After a moment of silence, Izumi delivered the devastating news. 𝗟𝐻𝐬's house had been attacked 2 days prior, and she had been found dead in her backyard, apparently murdered. The weight of those words struck 𝗟𝐳 hard. Hours later, 𝗟𝐳 was still in tears, with 𝗍𝗫 by her side, trying to console her. She leaned against him, crying as he gently stroked her hair, knowing that sometimes words were insufficient. 𝗟𝐳 had considered 𝗟𝐻𝐬 an aunt, and while 𝗍𝗫 had not known her well, he felt a deep sadness for the loss of someone so kind. Izumi entered the room and saw 𝗟𝐳 in 𝗍𝗫's embrace. She lacked the energy to tease them about it, but she noticed the redness in Izumi's eyes, indicating she had also been crying. Izumi resolved to investigate the case thoroughly, vowing to bring the responsible party to justice. 𝗟𝐳, finding some strength, turned to her mother and expressed her longing to help with the investigation, especially since she and 𝗍𝗫 had planned to intern with her. Izumi was taken aback but recognized the determination in 𝗟𝐳's eyes. She glanced at 𝗍𝗫, who nodded in agreement. With a deep breath, Izumi accepted their offer, ready to catch the criminal together. The week of the internships began, with 𝗟𝐳 and 𝗍𝗫 standing outside Izumi's agency, both dressed in their hero suits, ready to embark on their mission. The agency's doors swung open, and Izumi stepped outside, ready for action. 𝗟𝐳's thoughts were consumed by the loss of 𝗟𝐻𝐬, the renowned scientist whose groundbreaking technology had made waves not just in Japan but around the world. The news of her tragic death had sparked outrage, with many demanding justice for such a heinous act. While the motives and identity of the murderer remained shrouded in mystery, 𝗟𝐳 and Izumi, alongside 𝗍𝗫, were determined to uncover the truth. They had collaborated closely with Izumi's agency during their internships, searching for any clues that could lead them to the perpetrator. A host of other heroes joined their cause, including Shoto, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Kirishima, and even seasoned heroes like Fat Gum and Ryukyu, as well as 𝗍𝗫 and Tamaki. Izumi's first stop was the crime scene, but accessing it proved challenging. The entire area where 𝗟𝐻𝐬's home once stood had been cordoned off, declared a war zone by the imperial government due to escalating conflicts in Sendai. Rumors circulated that Supreme Commander Jitsuna was in the city, prompting the government to take drastic measures. After some negotiation with the defense minister, they received a limited 24-hour window to investigate the house. Wasting no time, they meticulously searched the premises, hoping to uncover anything the police might have overlooked. During their investigation, they stumbled upon a partially burned symbol, revealing 2 letters, LV. This was their only lead. They began to trace any connections to this symbol, initially facing setbacks. However, persistence paid off when they discovered a bar on the outskirts of Mizudafu named Life's Vodka. It was a clever name, and upon entering, they encountered several wanted criminals. The heroes swiftly subdued the suspects and apprehended the bartender. After handing him over to the military police, he confessed to working for a villain organization known as the League of Villains, admitting that they were responsible for 𝗟𝐻𝐬's death. He also disclosed the location of their main base, hidden beneath a house in the Kamino ward. Armed with this information, Izumi convened a meeting with fellow heroes to strategize their next steps. The meeting included prominent figures such as Frostburn and his intern Kawarani, Fat Gum, Ryukyu, 𝗍𝗫, Sun Eater, Froppy, Uravity, and Red Riot with his intern 𝗟𝐻𝐬, alongside Izumi, Riza, and Chihiro. Izumi expressed gratitude for their attendance and outlined the purpose of the gathering. Tamaki inquired if they finally had a lead on the culprit, to which Izumi confirmed that the League of Villains was behind the crime. Fat Gum noted that he hadn't heard that name in years, while Kirishima questioned the organization's choice of name. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 found it unsurprising, and Shoto explained that the League of Villains was an old organization that predated the Q.R.A, serving as its predecessor. He elaborated on how villain groups had vanished during the Civil War when Dark Phoenix dismantled the crime lord's power. Shoto recounted how Dark Phoenix united the underworld and eliminated any opposition, leading to the complete eradication of villain organizations during his reign. After his demise, attempts to reform these groups were met with fierce suppression from the declining Q.R.A and the resurgent government, leaving only small gangs and individual villains. Kaorani speculated whether this could be the same league, but Ryukyu expressed doubt, noting that all known members had perished in the Battle of Tokyo. Izumi pointed out that they had never found the body of 𝗟𝗓𝐼, the league's warper, suggesting the possibility of his survival. 𝗟𝗓𝐼 pondered the implications, while Uraraka noted that 𝗟𝗓𝐼's quirk would have made escape feasible. Izumi revealed that the league's base was located in a mansion in Kamino Ward, built atop the remnants of 𝗟𝗓𝐼's old hideout. 𝗟𝐻𝐬 asked about 𝗟𝗓𝐼, and Ryukyu explained that he was the former nemesis of All Might, known as the Emperor of the Shadows. The heroes were now faced with a daunting challenge, but their resolve to seek justice for Eri burned brighter than ever. Ryukyu had ruled the underworld and even Japan in secret for nearly 150 years before All Might ended his reign. He was finally defeated in the Battle of Kamino, just a few months before the Civil War. Tsuyu noted that he seemed to have been the leader of the League of Villains as well. Kirishima suggested that this made it more likely that 𝗟𝗓𝐼 was the one behind it all. Fat Gum added that it could also be someone trying to imitate them. Izumi stated that regardless of who it was, their mission remained unchanged. The heroes nodded in agreement. Izumi informed them that she had already contacted the old man Tsukachi, and the military police would assist them. They planned to act quickly, with the raid scheduled for the day when the villains would least expect it. The military police would secretly evacuate the citizens to keep them out of harm's way. They agreed to meet at 7 near the Kamino police station and make their move at 7. Their objective was to capture the villains swiftly, but Izumi reminded everyone to remain cautious, as they were uncertain about who they were up against, and the villain organization had proven resilient against the harsh laws in place. The next day, at 6:25, the military police began evacuating the citizens from the nearby residential areas. By 7 o'clock, all the heroes had gathered with the Imperial officers outside the station. At 7:25, they had completely surrounded the villains' hideout, with everyone positioned and ready for action. At 7:30, the raid commenced. The heroes and police swiftly entered the mansion, breaking down the doors and surprising the few occupants inside. Izumi announced their presence, urging the villains to surrender. Instead of complying, the villains attempted to use their quirks against the heroes. Some members of the military police, along with Fat Gum and Ryukyu, stayed outside to subdue the villains lingering there. As they opened the door to the mansion, more villains emerged, pushing back against the heroes. Izumi, harnessing the remnants of One for All and the boost from Electro, moved through the mansion at incredible speeds, searching for the entrance to the underground section of the base. Upon finding it, she guided the group of heroes down. As they descended, they encountered their first major adversary. Oki confronted them, revealing his intentions to consume the intruders. His mouth began to expand in a disturbing manner. Suddenly, a wave emanated from him. The heroes managed to evade it, but the few military police members with them were not as fortunate, caught in the wave and rendered incapacitated. Kirishima declared that he and 𝗟𝐻𝐬 would handle Oki while urging the others to keep moving. Izumi responded with encouragement, wishing them safety. As the heroes continued, Kirishima and 𝗟𝐻𝐬 engaged Oki in battle. Oki launched another wave, but they both dodged it. Kirishima, determined, charged at Oki, unleashing a flurry of punches that forced Oki to step back. However, 𝐾𝐿 quickly regained his composure and retaliated with another wave, which Kirishima narrowly avoided. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 then unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at 𝐾𝐿, but he simply absorbed them. Kirishima and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 combined their attacks, trying to inflict as much damage as possible, but their efforts seemed futile. Kirishima stepped back, realizing the challenge they faced. He noted that 𝐾𝐿 was similar to fat gum. Everything he consumed also increased his durability. Kirishima felt the pressure, understanding that if 𝐾𝐿 absorbed him, it would be disastrous. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 insisted they needed a plan. They dodged another incoming wave. Kirishima reasoned that since quirks were natural abilities, they had limits. He concluded that the only way to overcome 𝐾𝐿 was to push him beyond his consumption limits. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 took charge, gathering all his energy and releasing it in a single, powerful blast aimed at 𝐾𝐿, declaring it a star bomb. 𝐾𝐿 began absorbing the energy but soon started to grow larger and larger. Eventually, he reached his limit and could no longer absorb the attack, taking it in full force. 𝐾𝐿 collapsed to the ground, unconscious, with smoke escaping from his mouth. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 also fell, having exhausted himself beyond his limits. Meanwhile, as the heroes pressed on, they encountered their second opponent. 𝐶IN appeared, ready for the challenge ahead. 𝐶IN expressed his outrage at the heroes for daring to confront him, relishing the opportunity to hear their screams once more. He unleashed a powerful punch into the air, creating a shockwave that forced most of the heroes to stagger back, with only Izumi and Chihiro managing to maintain their footing, albeit with some struggle. Shoto took charge, instructing Izumi to focus on their leader while he and Kawarani dealt with the villain. Izumi hesitated but ultimately agreed, urging Shoto to stay safe. As the heroes sprang into action, 𝐶IN attempted to unleash another shockwave, but Izumi countered it with a flick of her finger, generating her own wind pressure that neutralized both attacks. Shoto launched a fiery assault at 𝐶IN, but the villain effortlessly waved his hand to disperse the flames. In response, Shoto conjured a barrage of ice, only for 𝐶IN to obliterate it with a single punch. 𝐶IN boasted about his superhuman strength, revealing that his muscle density was 100 times greater than that of an ordinary human. Envy then directed a powerful punch toward Shoto, creating a massive wind wave. Kawarani quickly intervened, forming a shield from his acid to protect Shoto. Although the wind pressure shattered the shield, it softened the blow of the punch. In a flash, 𝐶IN moved with blinding speed, delivering a kick to Kawarani's face that sent him crashing into a wall. 𝐶IN then seized Shoto by the hair, delivering several slaps before tossing him aside. He laughed mockingly, comparing the heroes to ants futilely battling against a boot. Suddenly, 𝐶IN felt a sharp pain in his hands and feet as Kawarani used a lance to pin him down, momentarily immobilizing him. Kawarani urged Shoto to unleash their most powerful attack while he held 𝐶IN in place, despite the risk of being affected by the blast himself. Shoto, determined, charged his flames and prepared for his ultimate move. With a fierce punch, Shoto unleashed his flaming punch, engulfing 𝐶IN in flames and creating a wave of heat that filled the room. Kawarani shielded himself with acid, and when the attack subsided, 𝐶IN collapsed, unconscious. Kawarani also fell, severely burned, while Shoto attempted to ease his pain with ice. Meanwhile, a new villain appeared, prompting 𝗟𝗏 and 𝐶IU to stay behind to confront her. 𝗟𝗏 declared the fight would be interesting, urging the best woman to win. She transformed her nails into sharp claws and lunged at 𝗟𝗏 and 𝐶IU, who skillfully dodged her attacks. 𝐶IU clung to a pillar, but 𝗟𝗏 quickly slashed it, forcing her to leap away. 𝗟𝗏 used the distraction to close the distance, landing 2 punches on 𝗟𝗏's stomach before activating her quirk. As 𝗟𝗏 began to fall, 𝐶IU kicked her, sending her crashing into a wall. 𝗟𝗏 then manipulated the debris around them, launching it at 𝗟𝗏, who managed to destroy some but was ultimately overwhelmed and knocked out beneath the rubble. Elsewhere, 𝗍𝗏 and Tamaki faced their own adversary. Tai, the villain, questioned if they were the intruders, expressing his need to defeat them to find peace. He dashed toward them at incredible speed, grazing 𝗍𝗏's arm and leaving a significant wound. Tamaki noted Tai's surprising speed for his size, while 𝗍𝗏 found it both absurd and fascinating. They watched as Tai got his head stuck in a wall, momentarily hindering him. When he freed himself, he charged again, this time damaging Tamaki's metal arm. 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐸 devised a plan, charging her quirk and positioning herself in Tai's path. As he charged once more, she unleashed a shockwave at his feet, causing him to lose balance and crash through the floor. 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐸 explained her strategy to Tamaki, emphasizing that Tai's speed made it difficult for him to control his direction. Tamaki nodded and jumped into the hole, using his swordfish to immobilize one of Tai's hands while 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐸 grabbed the other. As Tai struggled to rise, Tamaki swiftly knocked him unconscious. 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐸 hoped their allies were faring well. Meanwhile, Izumi, Riza, and Chihiro found themselves trapped in a room filled with ink that began to crawl up their legs, immobilizing them and binding their hands. Before them, a man materialized, ready to confront them. Magari greeted the heroes, acknowledging their progress but declaring that they had reached their limit. Riza demanded to know if the boss was behind the door, to which Magari confirmed, adding that it wouldn't matter because they would not leave alive. Riza, fueled by anger over 𝐼's murder, declared she had no time for games. Using her quirk, she transformed ink into water and splashed it on Magari, instantly freezing him in a cryogenic grip. Chihiro observed Riza's immense power and her determination to confront 𝐼's killer, realizing that this combination could be formidable. Riza then led the way through the door into a large room, where a figure shrouded in purple mist sat in a chair at the back. Kurohige stood and welcomed the heroes, congratulating them for reaching him. Izumi recognized him as Kurohige, and Kurohige expressed his flattery at being remembered by White Phoenix. Riza demanded to know if he was responsible for 𝐼's death, to which Kurohige admitted it was indeed him. Riza's fists clenched in anger as she vowed he would pay for his actions. Riza unleashed her quirk, shooting 2 spikes at Kurohige, who effortlessly opened portals to redirect the attack. Izumi urged Chihiro to jump just as the spikes emerged from the portals, but Riza quickly destroyed them to protect her friends. Kurohige warned them to be careful, as they had nearly harmed each other. Izumi explained that Kurohige's quirk allowed him to create warp gates, making him a tricky opponent. Riza expressed her frustration, while Izumi pressed Kurohige for answers about 𝐼's murder. Kurohige revealed that 𝐼 had refused to join him, and he couldn't allow her to disrupt his plans. Curious, Chihiro asked about those plans. Kurohige elaborated on his longing to restore the old era before the Civil War, a time when true supervillains ruled with absolute power. He mentioned figures like Destro, the former leader of the Meta Liberation Army, All for One, and 𝐼𝐻𝐸𝐸, the legendary overlord of Japan. Kurohige lamented the death of Dark Phoenix, the powerful Führer of the Q.R.A, claiming it marked the end of an era. He vowed to bring back the Age of Villains and would not allow anyone to stand in his way. Izumi challenged Kurohige, questioning his confidence in defeating them. Kurohige laughed, acknowledging their past victory over Dark Phoenix, but revealed he had allies who would fight for him. He opened 3 portals, from which emerged 3 creatures of the same type. Izumi gasped, recognizing them as 𝐼𝐼𝐼. Kurohige explained that while Dark Phoenix had attempted to eradicate everything related to Project Nomu, he had salvaged parts to create these beings. He believed they would help him conquer Japan. Riza scoffed at the notion that just 3 creatures could achieve such a feat, but Kurohige hinted at more to come, revealing a machine in the back that would drain energy from the sun to activate all the 𝐼𝐼𝐼. As the 𝐼𝐼𝐼 charged at the heroes, Kurohige commanded them to keep the heroes occupied until their brothers were brought to life. One of the 𝐼𝐼𝐼 struck Izumi, who managed to block the attack with her arms. The Nomu pressed its advantage, delivering a series of rapid punches that forced Izumi to the ground. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed a massive energy blast that pushed the 𝐼𝐼𝐼 back, allowing her to regain her footing. Determined, Izumi charged at the Nomu, delivering a powerful elbow strike to its chest followed by a flurry of punches. She released another energy blast, leaving the Nomu riddled with holes, but it quickly regenerated and attacked again. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, creating shockwaves with each collision. Despite feeling the drain of one for all, Izumi managed to overpower the Nomu, sending it crashing into the ceiling before unleashing another significant blast. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐻 faced off against another 𝗟𝐻𝐬, struggling to keep up with its strength. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he activated one for all to 50%, knowing he could only maintain it for a brief period. With renewed determination, he engaged the 𝗟𝐻𝐬, finding their powers more evenly matched. Instead of relying solely on strength, he decided to outsmart the creature. When the 𝗟𝐻𝐬 lunged at him, 𝐻𝐻 seized its arm and threw it to the ground. The 𝗟𝐻𝐬 quickly recovered and retaliated, but 𝐻𝐻 evaded the attack by performing a handstand and then leaping into a roundhouse kick. 𝐻𝐻 skillfully maneuvered and struck the 𝗟𝐻𝐬 in the face, following up with a powerful dropkick. The 𝗟𝐻𝐬 staggered back, letting out a pained screech. Seizing the moment, 𝐻𝐻 grabbed the 𝗟𝐻𝐬 and hurled it against Q.R.A.'s throne, causing part of it to collapse and sending Q.R.A. tumbling. Hearing a beeping sound, Q.R.A. turned his attention to the computer. He announced that it was beginning. Suddenly, a massive ray shot from the machine into the sky, reaching directly for the sun and starting to extract energy from it. The laser was visible to everyone across Japan and even in neighboring countries. Civilians and heroes alike were left bewildered by the spectacle. In the distant battlefield of Sendai, 𝗟𝗪 peeked out of his tent, narrowing his eyes at the purple beam in the distance. Meanwhile, in his office, Dark Phoenix noticed the radar beeping, and he stood up to investigate. Q.R.A. proclaimed that soon all the 𝗟𝐻𝐬s would be ready, expressing his hope that the heroes were prepared. 𝐻𝐻 felt a surge of urgency and knew he had to act. He sprinted toward the machine, but Q.R.A. blocked his path with his portals, declaring that he wouldn't let 𝐻𝐻 pass. As this unfolded, Riza continued her fierce battle with her own 𝗟𝐻𝐬. It proved to be a formidable opponent, easily breaking through her spikes, ice, and ground attacks. Nothing seemed effective against it, and even when she landed a hit, the 𝗟𝐻𝐬 quickly regenerated. Remembering a crucial tip from Endeavor, Riza focused her energy. She ignited flames in both hands, raising the temperature until the fire turned blue. With determination, she unleashed the intense flames upon the 𝗟𝐻𝐬, completely engulfing it. The 𝗟𝐻𝐬 screeched in agony, struggling to regenerate before finally collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Izumi managed to overpower her 𝗟𝐻𝐬, pushing it back before lifting it off the ground and throwing it against a wall. She charged a massive blast and released it, the force of the explosion causing a minor tremor. Only ashes remained of the 𝗟𝐻𝐬. Izumi and Riza noticed 𝐻𝐻 was still battling Q.R.A. and exchanged determined glances. Izumi dashed forward, landing a blow on Q.R.A.'s chest. Riza then used her spikes to pierce through each of Q.R.A.'s limbs, lifting him high off the ground. Izumi approached 𝐻𝐻, urging him to help deactivate the machine. 𝐻𝐻 agreed, and the three of them moved toward the machine. Izumi examined it closely, attempting to deactivate it through the computer, but nothing worked. The program was unyielding. Izumi realized that the program couldn't be stopped, prompting Riza to suggest they destroy the machine. However, Izumi sensed a dangerously high amount of energy within it. If they destroyed it now, the energy would be released into the city, resulting in catastrophic consequences. After a moment of thought, Izumi devised a plan. She would drain as much energy as possible from the machine to reduce the threat. When she gave the signal, 𝐻𝐻 would destroy it quickly. 𝐻𝐻 nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, Izumi began using her quirk to absorb the energy from the machine. Initially, it was manageable, but the energy surged to extraordinary levels. She felt the strain of the immense power flowing through her, but she pressed on, knowing she couldn't give up. The machine continued to replenish itself, so she worked quickly. Eventually, the energy reached a level that would only result in a minor explosion. Izumi shouted for 𝐻𝐻 to act. Using one for all at 50%, 𝐻𝐻 delivered a powerful punch to the machine, obliterating it in a controlled explosion that they could withstand. The containers holding the 𝗟𝐻𝐬s also detonated in the process. As the smoke cleared, they quickly regained their footing. Izumi collapsed to the ground, and the two teens rushed to her side. Riza expressed her concern, while 𝐻𝐻 checked on her well-being. Izumi reassured them that she was just fatigued, acknowledging the toll it had taken on her. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 then looked up, her eyes widening in surprise and anger as she realized 𝗟𝗏 had escaped. Chihiro labeled him a coward, but Izumi reassured them that they would find him. At least now, his plans had been thwarted, and Japan was safe once more. 𝗟𝗏 opened a portal and stepped through, finding himself in a remote area of northern Japan. Struggling to walk due to his injuries, he muttered about the heroes but remained resolute in his mission to revive the legacy of All for One. As he continued on, a sling ring portal opened, revealing someone 𝗟𝗏 never expected to see again. 𝗟𝗏 expressed disbelief, struggling to comprehend the impossible. Dark Phoenix had returned, defying death when his mission remained unfulfilled. He acknowledged the oddity of his existence, uncertain of having a soul, but ultimately, it didn't matter. He bid farewell, leaving 𝗟𝗏 in shock. In an instant, Dark Phoenix appeared beside 𝗟𝗏, his sword raised. With a swift motion, he struck, sending a powerful gust of wind that severed nearby trees. As 𝗟𝗏's body fell, Dark Phoenix sheathed his sword and looked skyward, declaring that heroes should prepare themselves. His army was nearly ready, and soon he would unleash a devastating blow, promising to reshape the world from its ashes into a new era. The raid on the League of Villains had concluded, dismantling the last major villain organization. Over 200 members were captured, including 5 executives. 𝗟𝗏, the leader, had been reported missing, but days later, the Q.R.A. announced they had found him wandering their territories and had executed him. The downfall of the villain group brought a sense of peace to Japan. The ongoing war had quieted, and a truce was established in Sendai, a city contested for nearly 10 months. The government even managed to sign a Christmas truce with the Q.R.A., lasting until January 2nd. Hope for a peaceful resolution blossomed, and the people of Japan looked forward to a brighter future. After January 2nd, conflict resumed, but to everyone's surprise, the Q.R.A. adopted a more peaceful approach, favoring defense over the aggressive tactics that had dominated for nearly a year. This shift raised questions. Was it a sign that the civil war might finally end, or merely a deceptive tactic? As February arrived, the situation remained unchanged. People grew suspicious, yet the peace persisted. February 14th, a day of friendship and love, arrived. At UA, students celebrated by exchanging gifts with those they held dear, whether romantic partners or close friends. When class began, gifts filled the room. Normally, Aizawa would have prohibited such distractions, insisting that heroes had no time for frivolities, but this time was different. He allowed the celebration, pleased to see his students at peace. As he walked the halls of his school, he gazed at the sky, hoping for a bright future. Memories of calmer days before the Civil War flooded his mind, when he would nap in class or chat with his old friends, Present Mike and Midnight. He fondly recalled those times when his biggest concerns were teenage drama and Principal Nizu's antics. Though those days were gone, he hoped to leave a legacy of a peaceful future for his students. In the classrooms, students exchanged gifts, and Riza and Chihiro were no exception. Riza gifted Chihiro a box of caramel cookies, a treat they had enjoyed on a previous outing. In return, Chihiro presented her with a heart-shaped box filled with Ferrero chocolates, a thoughtful gift he had saved up for over the past 2 months. Thanks to Izumi's help, Chihiro's mother had secured a job as a secretary for a CEO, providing them with some financial relief. As school ended, Chihiro and Riza walked through the halls, chatting as usual. Suddenly, Chihiro hesitated, his face turning red. He took a deep breath and managed to ask if Riza would like to go on a date with him. Riza, taken aback by the unexpected proposal, quickly shifted from surprise to a warm smile, happily accepting his invitation. They returned home to prepare for their evening together, and later that night, Chihiro arrived at Riza's house, knocking on the door, eager for their date. Riza and Chihiro decided to visit a nearby fair to enjoy some games and relax, something they hadn't done in a while after a challenging year. Following their time at the fair, they went to a local restaurant for a meal and then headed to the park, where they found a bench to sit on. Riza rested her head on Chihiro's shoulder as they talked and gazed at the sky, wishing for these peaceful moments to last forever. At one point, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 recalled something important. She excitedly asked 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 if he wanted to join her for the half-term party. 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 was curious about the event, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that it was an informal tradition where second-year students hosted a party for the third-year students to wish them luck before their busy final months. 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 agreed to attend, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was thrilled. The day of the party arrived on February 20th. It was an ordinary school day, but as night fell, the large event room opened, and students hurried inside. 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 walked side by side, with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 leaning against him, both dressed in their best outfits. Many students cast envious glances at 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬, as 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was someone whom many boys had tried to approach, but she rarely engaged with them, questioning their intentions. They soon found their classmates, who had all decided to attend the lively party filled with dancing, food, and conversation. Just as the night seemed perfect, the music shifted to a slow, romantic tune, reminiscent of the great musicians of the past. As 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 danced closely, they shared a moment where their cheeks flushed. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 leaned in, and 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 mirrored her action. They closed their eyes, but suddenly, something caught 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬's attention, causing him to pull back, leaving 𝐼𝐻𝐬 momentarily disappointed. He asked about a strange sound, and just then, an explosion shattered the windows of the room. 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 instinctively pulled 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to the ground to shield her from the shockwave and debris. As he looked around, he noticed various objects being thrown into the room, one landing alarmingly close to him. 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 realized it was an EMP grenade, which detonated and released a powerful electromagnetic pulse. One by one, the students fell unconscious as the effects of the EMP took hold. From the smoke emerged Q.R.A soldiers, who began to assess the situation. One soldier reported to a new figure, 𝗟𝗓𝐿, that all the students were incapacitated and that they had located all Class 1A students. 𝗟𝗓𝐿 ordered that they be restrained with quirk suppressing ℕ𝗚 and instructed the soldier to leave the other students behind, deeming them unnecessary. The soldier saluted and departed. 𝗟𝗓𝐿 reflected on the situation, realizing that the chaos had begun. Across Japan, panic erupted as UA had been attacked, and an entire class of aspiring heroes had been kidnapped by the Q.R.A. Tragically, nearly 30 students had perished in the fires, while another 70 suffered severe injuries. UA faced heavy criticism for failing to protect its students, and the public demanded justice, yearning for the return of the students and the eradication of the Q.R.A. In response to the attack, the top heroes of Japan convened a significant conference, joined by representatives from the military police, the Imperial Army, and the Hero Association. Izuku addressed the group, outlining that UA had been targeted by the Q.R.A. for the third time. He believed the attack stemmed from the students' involvement in the death of Grand Admiral 𝗏, and the organization was retaliating. Thanks to security footage, they identified the commander of the attack as 𝗟𝗓𝐿, the governor of Fanfic, a stronghold of the Q.R.A. Izuku explained that the city was regarded as the informal capital of the Q.R.A., making entry challenging. The mission would be supported by the Imperial Army, Air Force, and Navy, who would surround the city and launch an assault. There were rumors that Supreme Commander 𝗟𝗓𝗓 was present in the city, which led them to believe the students were being held within, likely at the command center. The heroes were tasked with securing a route to the command center while the military would handle the rest. Izuku emphasized the need for everyone to be thoroughly prepared, as this mission was unprecedented, with so many heroes summoned in such a manner. He urged everyone to be ready for the attack at dawn the following day. In Fanfic City, 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 awoke in his cell, quickly realizing he was with the other boys from Class 1A, Kuruma, Sakudo, Kawarani, Shadow, Rog, and Enner. In the cell across from them were the girls, Riza, Katsumi, Toru, Goda, Hasa, and Yari. Shadow acknowledged that 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 was finally awake, prompting 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐬 to ask where they were. Kuruma expressed their shared confusion, while Hasa wondered how long they had been there. Goda speculated about the effects of the EMPs, and Kawarani mentioned feeling dizzy. Suddenly, a door opened, and the sound of boots echoed as Supreme Commander 𝗟𝗓𝗓 approached their cells. Sakudo recognized him, and 𝗟𝐼𝐳 confirmed his identity. 𝗟𝗏 asserted his title, demanding to be addressed as Supreme Commander. 𝗟𝗏 defiantly responded, but 𝗟𝗏 reminded them of their status as prisoners of war, indicating that their age did not exempt them from his treatment. Chihiro timidly raised his hand, and 𝗟𝗏 allowed him to speak. Chihiro inquired about their presence there, to which 𝗟𝗏 replied that they were to be tried for their actions against the Q.R.A. He stated that they had participated in the battle that resulted in the death of Grand Admiral 𝗏𝗏 and had attempted to obstruct his mission at the museum. 𝗟𝗏 informed them that their trial would take place shortly after dawn, but it was merely a formality, as their guilt was already determined. He coldly announced that they would be executed in the afternoon during a public ceremony. The students were taken aback by the news, struggling to comprehend that they might face death that day. 𝗟𝗏 advised them to reflect on their lives and make peace with whatever they believed in, wishing them a pleasant final day before leaving the room. Outside, he encountered 𝗟𝗏, who had overheard the conversation. 𝗟𝗏 questioned whether 𝗟𝗏 had been too harsh, considering they were still children. 𝗟𝗏 retorted that age had softened 𝗟𝗏. As they walked through the command center, 𝗟𝗏 acknowledged his strictness when 𝗟𝗏 first joined. 𝗟𝗏 expressed gratitude, recognizing that he might not have achieved his current position without 𝗟𝗏's guidance. 𝗟𝗏 praised 𝗟𝗏 for taking up his father's legacy and noted that he had surpassed him in some ways. 𝗟𝗏 reflected on the differences in their times, mentioning that his father had become the Northern Supreme Commander at a young age. While he was approaching, 𝗟𝗏 encouraged 𝗟𝗏 not to be too hard on himself, commending his accomplishments and hinting at a new era on the horizon, suggesting that the Führer would be proud of him. 𝗟𝗏 admitted he sometimes wished the Führer would stop treating him like a child. 𝗟𝗏 reminded him that the Führer was nearly 50 and had never had children, implying that he saw 𝗟𝗏 as a son. 𝗟𝗏 expressed his intention to take pride in his achievements, thanking 𝗟𝗏, who insisted that 𝗟𝗏 did not need to call him Mstr, as he outranked him. 𝗟𝗏 acknowledged 𝗟𝗏's wisdom, recognizing that experience was invaluable and that he still had much to learn. After parting ways, 𝗟𝗏 walked with a few soldiers escorting him through the outer walls to the eastern tower. He took an elevator down to his residence, but as they descended, the soldiers began to notice something unusual. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the tower where 𝗟𝗏 was located. On a nearby hill, a soldier with a bazooka aimed carefully, confirming the target's position. Tsukachi, standing nearby, declared that it was time to act, turning to the large group of heroes assembled behind him. Tsukachi rallied everyone, urging them to act, and the response was a resounding cheer from the group. In the command center, 𝗟𝗏 sat calmly in his chair when a soldier burst into his office with urgent news. The tower elevator, where the Supreme Commander had just been bombed. 𝗟𝗏's eyes widened in shock as he stood up. The soldier continued, informing him that the Imperial Army was surrounding the outskirts of the city, a large group of heroes was advancing from the west, and radar detected aircraft approaching, with the Imperial Navy on the way. 𝗟𝗏 quickly ordered all troops to be called in and the alarm sounded, declaring that the city would not fall under any circumstances. Across the city, soldiers hurried to their positions as artillerymen, anti-aircraft operators, and field troops. In the heart of the city, General 𝗟𝗏 addressed the troops, emphasizing the importance of defending their stronghold at all costs. He inspired them to leave a lasting impression on their enemies, reminding them that they were the Q.R.A. and would fight to the last man. As 𝗟𝗏 made his way to the command center, his commander approached him, suggesting that they inform the troops about the Supreme Commander's absence. 𝗟𝗏 believed that such news would demoralize the soldiers, who were already receiving updates through the chain of command. He reassured his commander, stating that he knew the Supreme Commander well and was confident he was still alive. For now, their focus needed to be on defending the city. Meanwhile, on the hero's side, Tsukachi commanded all units to open fire, providing cover for the advancing heroes. As artillery bombarded the city walls, the Q.R.A. quickly mounted a counteroffensive, utilizing their elevated position. Officers ordered their troops to obliterate enemy positions and return fire. In the skies above, the Q.R.A. A's air force clashed with the government's aircraft in a fierce aerial battle, while some bombers managed to slip through the blockade and drop bombs into the city. On the ground, anti-aircraft guns worked diligently to take down as many enemy aircraft as possible. Officers directed their troops to remain vigilant, ensuring no aircraft could drop their payloads. The port became a battlefield as the Royal Navy relentlessly bombarded it, attempting to land soldiers and bypass the walls. The Q.R.A. met this assault with fierce resistance, returning fire at every opportunity. As the heroes advanced toward the city walls, they encountered artillery fire that claimed the lives of many. Izumi recognized the need to neutralize the artillery and called for assistance. One hero used their quirk to create an energy barrier, shielding them from direct hits, though the shockwaves still affected those nearby. From a distant hill, Tsukachi observed the heroes advance while noting the returning soldiers who had suffered heavy losses. Reports from other sections indicated that the situation was dire, and their only hope lay in the heroes breaching the defenses. As the heroes drew closer to the wall, Izumi charged her quirk and unleashed a powerful blast, but it barely made a dent. Shoto suggested they go over the wall instead, using his quirk to create a massive glacier that could serve as a bridge. With time running out, Izumi sprinted up the glacier, reaching the top in an instant. She quickly dispatched the soldiers stationed there, but a sniper shot her in the shoulder. Before the sniper could finish the job, Snipe intervened, taking him out. The remaining heroes arrived, with Kirishima going unbreakable and charging at the soldiers, sending them flying off the wall. Bakugo used his quirk to destroy the artillery on the walls, while Shoto created another ice bridge leading down to the city and contacted Tsukachi, reporting that they had cleared a section of the wall. Meanwhile, the Q.R.A. prepared for the impending battle in the city. The commander announced that the southwestern wall had been breached and ordered all available units to drive back the invaders. The heroes descended into the city, aiming for the command center. Veteran heroes led the charge, finding it easier to handle the Q.R.A. soldiers, but many inexperienced heroes fell quickly when they encountered small groups of Q.R.A. troops. The experienced heroes pressed on through the city as the Imperial soldiers finally entered, transforming the urban landscape into a chaotic battlefield, with fierce fighting erupting both within the city and at the contested walls. Clement felt a sense of urgency as he addressed the Führer. Basque expressed surprise at the unexpected visit from the esteemed leader. Clementin reflected on the significance of this day. D.P. urged everyone to remain calm. Phoenix approached the chair of the Supreme Commander, with Vlad following closely behind. D.P. announced his presence at headquarters, declaring that he would take direct control of the situation from that moment on. The Battle of Fennec had concluded, and the heroes, armed with new intelligence, were advancing north toward the suspected location of the Q.R.A.'s headquarters. The students had been safely transported to a hospital for treatment, while many heroes chose to continue with the group despite their injuries. News of their success in Fennec spread rapidly, along with rumors of an impending attack on the Q.R.A.'s headquarters. It was anticipated that the long-standing civil war, which had lasted for 30 years, would soon come to an end. As the soldiers and heroes traversed the mountainous terrain of northern Japan, they spotted a building that was not marked on any map, nestled beyond the mountain ranges. Tsukachi confirmed their destination, and Izumi expressed determination to bring an end to the conflict. Tsukachi rallied everyone to march forward. As the army advanced toward the mountains, they were suddenly met with gunfire and the cries of their comrades. They looked up to see fortified positions atop the mountain range firing down upon them. Tsukachi commanded a return of fire. The soldiers attempted to retaliate against the bunkers, but their disadvantage in altitude hindered their efforts. Casualties mounted among both soldiers and heroes, with many seasoned heroes joining the fray, though their prime days were behind them. Rocklock, Manuel, and Mandalay had already fallen, and others like Bubble Girl were gravely injured. One soldier reported swift progress in cutting down the enemy, to which Clementin encouraged them to persist, believing that defeating the enemy here could lead to a promotion. He urged them to not give the enemy a chance to fight back. On the ground, the situation worsened as casualties continued to rise, At least 30 heroes had perished, with many more wounded, not counting the military's losses. Tsukachi insisted they needed to address the bunkers immediately. Izumi volunteered that any hero capable of flying or reaching the bunkers should press on. Izumi took to the skies, followed by Katsuki, 𝗟𝗏, Momo with her jetpack, and the Todoroki siblings using their ice powers. Izumi landed on one of the bunkers and destroyed the roof, only to be met with a blast that forced her to retreat. She quickly retaliated with an energy blast that struck the bunker, leaving the soldiers unable to counter. Katsuki soared high and crashed down onto another bunker with tremendous force. Momo landed beside a bunker, creating a shield to protect herself as she kicked down the doors. The soldiers inside opened fire, preventing her advance. One soldier threw a grenade, sending Momo tumbling back, but she was caught by 𝗏𝗱, who then unleashed flames to incinerate the bunker. In his final moments, a soldier managed to shoot 𝗏𝗱 in the hip before collapsing. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗱 used his ice powers to freeze one of the last remaining bunkers. Clementine expressed frustration at the lack of progress against the heroes. Suddenly, the bunker door burst open, and 𝗟𝗏 swiftly took action, striking the soldiers inside and throwing the general out of the bunker. One soldier shot 𝗟𝗏 in the back, prompting Katsuki to rush to her aid. He dealt with the soldier and others in the bunker before carrying 𝗟𝗏 to the field medic, who treated her quickly, ensuring she would survive, though her ability to fight again was uncertain. She would need to be evacuated along with other injured comrades. Seizing the moment of confusion, the Imperial soldiers climbed and captured the remaining bunkers, claiming the mountains as their own. On the other side of the mountain, a camp of soldiers could hear the chaos unfolding. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the command tent with news of the fallen bunkers. Gratz ordered reinforcements to be contacted, hoping they would arrive swiftly despite the challenging terrain. Without warning, an explosion rocked the command tent as Katsuki bombed the rest of the camp. Shoto and 𝗏𝗏 created a massive ice bridge, allowing soldiers and heroes to slide across to the other side of the mountain. They quickly dispatched the small outpost and pressed on. At the main entrance of headquarters, a soldier reported the loss of contact with General Clementine and Gratz. Grand expressed concern over their situation and the need to hold out as long as possible, glancing at the smoke rising from the mountains, recalling the Führer's orders. The group of heroes approached the entrance leading to the main gates of headquarters. A soldier alerted the general to their approach, prompting Basque to prepare for their arrival. The artillery at the base began firing everything they had at the advancing soldiers. With the hero capable of creating barriers lost in Fennec, they would have to rely solely on their survival skills to push forward. A soldier warned that they would be eliminated at this rate, and Tsukachi prepared to respond. The tension in the air was palpable as the sounds of gunfire and heavy weaponry intensified. Suddenly, General Grand received an urgent call. A soldier informed him that the troops below were trying to reach him. As Grand took the phone, he could hear the chaos unfolding in the background, punctuated by the distant echoes of gunshots. He asked what was happening, but the soldier's voice was cut off mid-sentence, a scream of fear replacing his words. Concerned, Grand handed the phone back to the soldier and grabbed his binoculars. He questioned the situation, wondering aloud if it was even possible for the enemy to seize control of their position. The soldier expressed disbelief, suggesting that such an assault would require heavy artillery or tanks, resources that were not easily transported. With a determined gaze, Grand peered through his binoculars, scanning the battlefield for answers. The heroes continued their advance during the attack, despite suffering casualties. Fat Gum and Ryukyu were injured and struggled to keep pace. Tsu and Monoma were also severely hurt, prompting 𝗟𝗏 to stay behind to assist them. The inexperienced heroes fell one by one, and those who remained were instructed to help with the injured, which now included Mina and Tenya. Nevertheless, they pressed on until they finally reached the command center. As they approached the entrance, they faced much stronger resistance from the elite troops stationed inside the Q.R.A. More heroes fell as they fought their way to the command center. Kendo, Pony, and 𝗏𝗏 sustained serious injuries that temporarily sidelined them. Those who could still fight decided to split into groups. Izumi and Momo navigated through the command center, defeating soldiers they encountered but sustaining injuries themselves, a reminder that they were not as young as they once were. Eventually, they entered a room and discovered the holding cells, bringing relief to the captured students and heroes. Momo embraced her son, while Izumi hugged Riza and Chihiro, assuring them that their parents were fine, just a bit injured, but they needed to escape. Meanwhile, as the remaining heroes dealt with the soldiers in the command center, 𝗟𝗱 wandered into another room and spotted 𝗟𝗏 looking out the window. 𝗟𝗏 confronted 𝗟𝗱, expressing his disdain for their intrusion. He turned and drew his sword, charging at 𝗟𝗱. 𝗟𝗱 created an ice barrier, but 𝗟𝗏 leaped over it, landing on 𝗟𝗱 and wounding him. As 𝗟𝗏 raised his blade to strike again, Kirishima intervened, pushing him back. 𝗟𝗱 then unleashed his flames at 𝗟𝗏, who dodged. Kirishima charged at 𝗟𝗏, and they exchanged slashes and hardened punches. 𝗟𝗏 managed to push Kirishima against a wall, but Bakugo burst through, distracting 𝗟𝗏. Kirishima seized the opportunity to land a punch, and Bakugo followed up with an explosion, sending 𝗟𝗏 flying out the window. Though he smiled as he fell, he met his end. As soldiers entered the command center, Tsukachi began to examine the documents left in 𝗟𝗏's office. He discovered the unexpected location of a secret base used as headquarters by the Q.R.A.'s upper echelon. Tsukachi called all the officers and remaining heroes together, declaring that this was the key to their success and their chance to take the enemy by surprise. If they succeeded, they could potentially end the war. He ordered the troops to rally for a march to the enemy base. Meanwhile, at the Q.R.A. headquarters, the higher-ups were in a state of panic. Clementine expressed concern over Jitsuna's disappearance, while Grum insisted that he couldn't have simply perished. Gran demanded action, and Gratz noted the gravity of the situation with their supreme commander missing. Basque lamented 𝗟𝗏's failure, and Fallman reported that 𝗟𝗏 had been found dead in the city. Grand cursed the loss, noting that 𝗟𝗏 had been Jitsuna's superior. Clementine, observing the chaos, pondered the best course of action when he felt someone behind him and turned. Suddenly, a tank fired in their direction. A helicopter flew overhead, and a reporter announced that they were covering what could be one of the most significant events in history. The heroes were pushing toward the Q.R.A.'s headquarters, potentially signaling the end of the Civil War. All of Japan tuned in, including the Prime Minister and the Emperor, as the students in the hospital watched their parents and teachers make history. As the main force stormed the gates, a small group of soldiers sought an alternate entrance. They managed to force it open but were met by Vlad, who wielded a machine gun. In mere seconds, he took down all the soldiers. Vlad laughed, reveling in the chaos, declaring that they couldn't simply waltz through his territory, especially not when the end was near. Back at the main entrance, the heroes and soldiers finally subdued all resistance. Tsukachi reported that they had secured the main gates and were about to enter. An officer wished them luck, mentioning that Tokyo would send reinforcements soon. Tsukachi felt a surge of hope, proclaiming that they were on the verge of victory. Everyone cheered, and Tsukachi rallied them to move forward. Suddenly, a voice startled everyone through the phone and speakers, asking if they had missed him. A captured Q.R.A. soldier recognized the voice as that of the Supreme Commander. Tsukachi realized that Jitsuna had survived, feeling a mix of frustration and determination. Jitsuna taunted them, noting the little party they had thrown in his absence. The reporter, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, turned to the cameraman, who pointed out something alarming, causing her to pale. The reporter stammered as the soldiers and heroes turned their attention to the massive army before them. One figure stepped forward, holding a phone in one hand and a sword in the other. Jitsuna expressed his regret as he stood at the forefront, surveying the invaders and the army behind him. He declared that the time for games had come to an end. The heroes waited anxiously to see his next move. Jitsuna handed the phone to a soldier beside him and rolled up his sleeves. He then turned to King, who stood nearby, and instructed him to prepare for an attack once he reached the main gates, urging him to remain alert in the meantime. King acknowledged the command. With determination, Jitsuna began to walk toward the gates leading to the main entrance. Tsukachi noted that a frontal assault would simplify matters. He grabbed a phone to relay orders to the soldiers below, instructing them to prepare for action the moment 𝗟𝗟 approached. The officers quickly organized their troops, positioning their weapons toward 𝗟𝗟, who continued to walk calmly through the battlefield, his eyes closed. The reporter commented on the figure advancing from the army, identifying him as the supreme commander, who had been presumed dead. Speculation arose about whether he intended to surrender or engage in reckless behavior, but it was clear he would face consequences for his past actions. In the hospital, Chihiro recognized 𝗟𝗟, while Riza expressed concern. Shadow remarked on the gravity of the situation, and Rog recalled that he was the one who had defeated their teachers. Kuruma anticipated that 𝗟𝗟 would finally receive his due, while Sakuto cautioned that despite his strength, 𝗟𝗟 was quirkless and had limitations, doubting his chances of success. The three students who had witnessed his prowess braced themselves for what was to come. 𝗟𝗟 halted and opened his eyes, then, in an instant, charged toward the soldiers. The officers shouted for their men to fire, but 𝗟𝗟 effortlessly deflected the bullets with his sword. The officers were incredulous, and the tank operator prepared to engage. The tank fired a shell at 𝗟𝗟, but he sliced through it, continuing his advance. The operator was left in disbelief as 𝗟𝗟 closed in on the soldiers, dispatching them with ease. Sensing imminent danger, the tank operator decided to retreat. 𝗟𝗟 pursued the tank, cutting through the soldiers in his path, leaving onlookers stunned. The report noted that he had forced a tank to retreat. 𝗟𝗟 chased the tank up the stairs leading to the main entrance. The operator attempted to strike back, but 𝗟𝗟 emerged from the smoke unscathed, taking down the operator and leaving the support crew to manage the tank. As the support man tried to regain control, 𝗟𝗟 approached and slashed the tank's wheels, causing it to lose control. He leaped onto the tank, cut through its structure, and tossed a grenade inside before jumping away. The tank erupted behind him as he walked on. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, 𝗟𝗟 encountered a few soldiers who opened fire. He deftly dodged their shots and swiftly took them down. He then walked through the doors into the main gates, where both heroes and soldiers stood in shock. Tsukachi remarked on 𝗟𝗟's formidable presence, noting that he had single-handedly dealt with a tank. He expressed disbelief that everyone thought 𝗟𝗟 had perished in the elevator attack and questioned how he had survived. 𝗟𝗟 regarded him for a moment before explaining that his keen eyesight had allowed him to evade the initial explosion, and he had quickly found an escape route through the debris. He admitted that while the explosion had affected him, it was not a significant concern. On the ground, King announced that the Supreme Commander had reached the entrance and ordered the attack to commence. The Q.R.A. soldiers launched their offensive against the remaining enemy forces. Fat Gum charged at 𝗟𝗟, boasting about his resilience. 𝗟𝗟 regarded him with indifference as Fat Gum declared that this was the end of the line. As Fat Gum closed the distance, 𝗟𝗟 drew his second sword, preparing for the confrontation ahead. Greeted his sister, noting that it had been a long time since they last met. As the smoke dissipated, the heroes turned to face 𝗟𝗏, their expressions filled with disbelief. This was not the outcome they had anticipated. Shota stammered, trying to comprehend the situation, while Bakugo and Shoto shared similar sentiments of confusion. Tsukachi pondered the impossibility of 𝗟𝗏's return, recalling the reports of his demise, yet the figure before them bore an uncanny resemblance to the villain they thought was gone forever. Izumi's shock was palpable as she questioned the identity of the man standing before her. He revealed himself as the same child they had once tormented, the one who had been pushed into darkness and had now returned as a man. Izumi struggled to accept this revelation, insisting that it couldn't be true, that she had witnessed his death. He countered her disbelief, reminding her of their many conversations over the years, suggesting that he had been a voice in her mind, a tormentor in her dreams. He assured her that this time, there was more to fear than mere illusion. Meanwhile, reporters documented the unfolding events, with one cameraman recognizing 𝗟𝗏 from past broadcasts, causing a stir among the news team. Across Japan, people paused in their activities, absorbing the shocking news of the villain's return. A wave of panic swept through the nation as citizens grappled with the reality that the infamous 𝗟𝗏 was alive. In the hospital, 𝐾𝐿 and others expressed their disbelief and concern about the implications of Dark Phoenix's return. All Might and Endeavor watched the news in shock, both grappling with the reality of the situation. On the battlefield, the Q.R.A. continued its offensive against the remaining Imperial soldiers. Izumi confronted DP, demanding to know how he had survived. He explained that he had used a device to transfer his consciousness into a computer, allowing his mind to transcend death while his body perished. After 10 years of manipulation and planning, he had created a new body with the help of his doctor, Vlad. DP revealed that he had spent the past 2 decades preparing for this moment, strategizing every possible scenario to ensure his success against Izumi and her allies. He warned her that this time, victory would not be hers. Bakugo, fueled by determination, charged at Dark Phoenix, unleashing an explosion aimed at him. However, he swiftly emerged from the smoke, capturing Bakugo by the neck and demonstrating his overwhelming strength. Despite Bakugo's attempts to escape, he tightened his grip, showcasing his power. The onlookers reacted with horror as they witnessed the unfolding scene. He ultimately overpowered Bakugo, throwing him aside with a display of demps. Turning his attention to Izumi, he declared that she would experience failure and defeat at his hands. He approached her, taunting her with a choice of how she wished to meet her end. Izumi, refusing to back down, charged at him with all her might, but D effortlessly blocked her attacks, causing shockwaves with each collision. As the battle intensified, Shoto intervened with a barrage of ice, but DP broke through it with ease. Shoto prepared his ultimate technique only for DP to swiftly incapacitate him, demonstrating his superiority. The cries of Izumi and her allies echoed in despair as they witnessed the overwhelming power of Dark Phoenix, who continued to dominate the battlefield with ruthless efficiency. Tsukachi felt a sense of dread as he faced DP, who seemed to be in a different realm of existence. In a swift motion, P moved toward Tsukachi and struck him with a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 attempted to use her quirk to unleash shockwaves at Phoenix, but he skillfully dodged them. He leaped toward her and landed a punch that sent her sprawling to the ground with a tremendous impact. Tamaki and Momo struggled to get back on their feet, ignoring the injuries inflicted by Jitsuna. However, Phoenix stood before them, grabbing their heads and forcefully smashing them together, leaving them incapacitated. He then turned his attention to the remaining heroes. P expressed that he never took pleasure in ending lives, but the satisfaction of dealing with them this way brought him a twisted sense of joy. In a fit of rage, 𝗟𝐻 charged at Phoenix with all his might. Phoenix calmly sidestepped and, with a quick motion, positioned his arm in a way that 𝗟𝐻 collided with it, resulting in a devastating blow. Tsuyu rushed in next, attempting to kick Phoenix, but he effortlessly blocked her attack. With a swift movement, he seized Tsuyu and threw her against a wall, showcasing his overwhelming strength. Monoma and Tetsu approached, but Phoenix was suddenly upon them, his arms piercing through their midsections in a blur of motion. A small projectile flew toward him, and he caught it, recognizing it as an attack from Pony. He retaliated by sending it back at her with incredible speed, resulting in a fatal blow. Kendo surveyed the scene, witnessing the loss of her friends and husband, memories flooding her mind. In a surge of anger, she charged at Phoenix, enlarging her fists to strike him down. However, he swiftly countered, delivering a knee to her stomach that caused her to choke. ♯attempted to ensnare Phoenix with his scarf, but Phoenix seized both ends and tightened it, leaving ♯gasping for breath. Snipe and Ryukyu then launched their assault. Snipe fired a shot, but Izuku intercepted the bullet and redirected it toward Ryukyu, resulting in her demise. Phoenix quickly retaliated, sending Snipe tumbling off the fortress to his end. Izumi rushed at Phoenix, throwing a flurry of punches, but he evaded them all until he landed a single, devastating blow to her stomach. She collapsed to the ground, and Phoenix loomed over her, declaring that she would finally pay for her actions. He expressed his vision for a world free of quirks, where everyone could contribute and be heroes in their own right. As he lifted her by the neck, he remarked that it was time to say goodbye. Izumi warned him that there would always be those who opposed him, but D.P. dismissed her words, believing that those without vision would never understand his intentions. He snapped her neck, and without a trace left behind, he disintegrated her body with a special blaster. As Phoenix surveyed the area, J.T.S.U.N.A emerged from the doors, cleaning his sword of the last remnants of battle. He approached Phoenix, who was unfazed by the devastation around them. J.T.S.U.N.A announced that it was time, and D.P. agreed, stepping to the edge of the fortress to address his assembled soldiers. With J.T.S.U.N.A on one side and Vlad on the other, P rallied his troops, declaring that the moment they had all awaited had arrived. He called upon his brothers and sisters to join him in their quest to dismantle the corrupt government. He proclaimed that they would make history, bringing peace, freedom, equality, and justice to their new empire. He urged them to march forward, to fight, and to sacrifice, as their true destination was a battle worth winning. A week had passed since the battle at the Q.R.A headquarters, which had captured the attention of all of Japan. Dark Phoenix had returned, and the heroes had fallen. Following his speech, the Q.R.A launched a swift conquest across the country, with Dark Phoenix leading the charge. Their tactics proved effective, and within a week, they reached the gates of Tokyo. The government stood no chance against his vast army. They also conquered Mizudafu, resulting in the second fall of UA, where all students were lost. Class 1A remained unaccounted for, as Phoenix had deemed it unnecessary to pursue them for the time being. In Mizudafu, Phoenix discovered Izumi's old home and personally reduced it to ashes. He also sought out an old acquaintance. When no one answered his knock, he burst through the door, only to be met by a barrage of flames, which he effortlessly waved aside. 𝗟𝗏 confronted Phoenix, attempting to strike him with a fiery punch, but J.T.S.U.N.A intervened, severing 𝗟𝗏's hand. 𝗟𝗏, filled with rage, declared that Phoenix would meet his end. J.T.S.U.N.A silenced him permanently by moving his sword through 𝗟𝗏's mouth. Phoenix continued his search until he finally found the person he had been looking for. There he stood, frail and aged, all might. He remarked that he was not so mighty now. Yagi acknowledged the growth he had seen. He retorted, stating that Yagi should not speak to him as if he were a son, especially since he had never done so in the past. Yagi inquired if D.P. had come to finish what he started. He considered it, admitting it was tempting, but he had other plans. He wanted Yagi to witness the achievements of a quirkless boy, to see the world he fought for crumble, to feel the rise of desperation as he watched his loved ones suffer, and ultimately, to experience the shattering of his spirit. He then placed a gun in All Might's hand, indicating what he would need to do. With that, turned and left the house. Making his way to Tokyo, the city that had eluded him 30 years prior, felt unstoppable. He marched through the streets with his soldiers, J.T.S.U.N.A and 𝗏 at his side. After swiftly overcoming the city's defenses, they approached their target, the Imperial Palace. Having already seized the Senate and eliminated the Prime Minister, this was the final stronghold standing in his path to total control. Standing before the entrance, he faced the soldiers stationed at the gate, their weapons aimed at him. J.T.S.U.N.A stepped forward, offering him 2 swords. He expressed his gratitude and took the swords, stretching as he prepared for battle. He acknowledged that it had been a while since he engaged in such a confrontation but felt he could not let J.T.S.U.N.A have all the fun. Meanwhile, the Imperial soldiers looked down at D.P. in disbelief. One soldier exclaimed in shock at the prospect of a frontal charge. He looked up and questioned if they truly expected him to enter through the back door of his new palace. With determination, he charged toward the entrance, leaping high to reach the wall where the soldiers stood. He landed among them and executed swift, horizontal slashes with both swords, creating a powerful gust that incapacitated the soldiers in his vicinity. He then leaped down, cracking the ground beneath him with the force of his landing. In the blink of an eye, he moved to confront the remaining soldiers, cutting them down effortlessly. As the gates opened behind him, J.T.S.U.N.A and 𝗏 entered with their troops. Continuing forward, he noticed a soldier attempting to close the next gate. He threw one of his swords, striking the soldier just before the doors could shut. It then burst through the doors, retrieving the sword from the fallen soldier and swiftly dispatching 2 more guards standing in his way. He proceeded toward the next door leading to the throne room. The imperial soldiers around him trembled in fear, hesitant to raise their weapons. Approached the soldier guarding the gate and demanded to know what was wrong, reminding him that his new king had arrived and instructed him to open the gates. The soldier, visibly shaken, complied, stepping aside to allow entry while Jitsuna and the Q.R.A. soldiers apprehended the imperial guards. As walked through the throne room, the imperial servants stared in shock, too intimidated to obstruct his path. He reached the imperial throne and turned to see the emperor quaking in fear. Grabbing the emperor, he threw him to the floor for all to witness. He chastised the emperor for calling himself a leader while cowering behind his throne, allowing his soldiers to perish in vain. Turning to the imperial servants, D.P. declared that changes were coming. He would take complete control of the imperial government and become the new emperor. He demanded their loyalty, promising rewards for compliance but threatening dire consequences for opposition. He raised his sword and decisively ended the emperor's reign. One of the servants fell to his knees, proclaiming loyalty to the new emperor. The rest of the servants and soldiers followed suit, all chanting in unison their allegiance. The next day, in a small warehouse somewhere in central Japan, the remaining members of Class 1A, along with 𝗟𝗏, 𝗏𝗚, and Izawa, sat in despair. Enoru lamented that it was over. Katsumi agreed, expressing disbelief at how things had turned out. 𝗟𝗏 reflected on the situation, while Sakudo suggested that surrendering might lead to a lighter punishment. Shadow countered that surrender would likely result in execution, and with Phoenix in control, they would eventually be found. Chihiro echoed Shadow's sentiment, asserting that they were doomed either way and should at least fight back. Izawa acknowledged that someone had finally reached that conclusion and agreed they should fight. Riza and Shadow expressed their support, but Goda raised concerns about their lack of manpower against an entire army. Izawa reassured them, revealing he had a few contacts who could help. Suddenly, the doors of the warehouse swung open to reveal an old man. Chihiro recognized Mr. 𝐿, the man from the library, and explained that he was an ex-colonel and her former tutor. 𝐿 expressed relief at seeing Chihiro safe and informed the group that he still had some influence in the military. He had begun contacting loyalist forces, gathering around 30,000 men, which, while not as large as the Q.R.A., was better than nothing. Izawa mentioned that he had also reached out to the remnants of the Hero Association that had escaped Daika City before its fall. With these resources, they could mount a fight. 𝗏𝗚 revealed a suitcase containing Chihiro's hero suit, which, while appearing normal, had an endoskeleton that would allow her to unleash her full power without harm for a limited time. Chihiro was amazed by 𝗏𝗚's creation. Izawa declared that they were ready to fight. 𝐿 warned that reports indicated none for all had been restarted, and they needed to act quickly. He proposed an attack on Tokyo within a week. Chihiro resolved to confront Dark Phoenix. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Dark Phoenix gazed out the window as Jitsuna entered the room. Jitsuna reported that the city was mostly secured, but significant resistance was emerging, and the international community threatened intervention. Dark Phoenix remained unfazed, confident that None for All would soon be operational. Vlad entered and confirmed that only minor details remained, and the machine would be ready in 1 week. Dark Phoenix ordered Jitsuna to prepare the troops for an imminent attack, instructing him to ensure that Grum readied the soldiers in the city and Fallman prepared the Imperial Guard. He anticipated that once None for All was active, all resistance would collapse, marking the final battle. As the new D-Day approached, the resistance prepared to launch their attack on Tokyo. Izawa and 𝗟𝗏 would stay with 𝐿 on the battlefield to distract the soldiers while Riza used her quirk to create a tunnel to the Imperial Palace. In the palace, Dark Phoenix inquired about the readiness of None for All, and Vlad assured him it would be operational in 1 hour. As the resistance established itself throughout the city, they initiated their attack at 7 p.m. Alarms blared, and the sounds of blasters and soldiers echoed through the streets. Riza took advantage of the chaos to dig the tunnel beneath the city. After 15 minutes, they reached the underground section of the Imperial Palace and decided to split up. Riza and 𝗟𝗑𝐻 would search for 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐿, while Shadow, 𝗏𝗏, 𝗟𝗏, and 𝗟𝗏 would look for guards. The rest of the group, including Toru, Sakuto, Eneru, Hasa, Kuruma, Goda, and Katsumi, would 𝗟𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 to locate None for All and attempt to deactivate it. As Shadow, 𝗏𝗏, 𝗟𝗏, and 𝗟𝗏 navigated the palace, they encountered 𝗟𝗏, who immediately drew his swords and charged at them. Shadow attempted to use his quirk, but 𝗟𝗏 was prepared with a flash grenade that illuminated the shadows. 𝗟𝗏 swiftly closed the distance and engaged Shadow. 𝗟𝗏 tried to defend Shadow with her blade arms, but 𝗟𝗏 evaded her attacks and struck both 𝗟𝗏 and Shadow. 𝗟𝗏 declared that he would no longer hold back. After dispatching them, 𝗏𝗏 charged at 𝗟𝗏, who effortlessly blocked his punches and disarmed him. 𝗟𝗏 then approached 𝗟𝗏, who created a shield and armor for protection. However, 𝗟𝗏 dodged his attacks and struck him down. After cleaning his swords, 𝗟𝗏 contacted 𝗟𝗏, warning him of the intruders and the need for swift action. Meanwhile, Hatsum and the others moved forward in search of None for All. They reached a room where Hatsum began investigating the machine, but the programming was too complex for her to understand. Suddenly, she felt a presence behind her and turned to find Vlad, who taunted her before attacking. Eneru rushed in, only to meet the same fate. As the chaos unfolded, Hasa expressed her hope for a swift resolution, while Toru yearned for peace. However, a shot rang out and Toru fell. Vlad mocked the situation, and Sakuto charged at him, only to be struck down. Kuruma then rushed at Vlad, who threw a grenade that exploded, scattering debris. Vlad turned his attention to Hasa, eliminating her as well, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Clemen found amusement in the situation, noting that someone seemed to take too much pleasure in it. Outside, Katsumi and Goda heard a disturbance from within, but before they could open the door, they were suddenly struck by blaster fire. 𝗟𝗏 expressed a sense of satisfaction, questioning how they enjoyed the taste of the weapon. 𝗟𝗑𝐻𝗏 made his way to the throne room, while Riza remained behind to handle some soldiers they had encountered. In his haste to locate 𝗟𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, 𝗟𝗑𝐻𝗏 finally pushed open the doors to the throne room, only to find 𝗟𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 with his back turned, gazing out the window. 𝗟𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗃 then turned to face 𝗟𝗑𝐻𝗏, acknowledging his presence. Fatgum's body collapsed to the ground. 𝗟𝗏 realized he could take action. Kirishima, feeling the urgency, rushed towards 𝗟𝗏 and transformed into an unbreakable form. 𝗟𝗏 quickly assessed Kirishima's movements, identifying the vulnerable areas that would allow him to strike effectively. With a sudden burst of speed, 𝗟𝗏 charged at Kirishima, catching him off guard and targeting his weak spots. As Kirishima staggered back, he felt the effects of 𝗟𝗏's strikes, and soon he fell to the ground, defeated. Mina, with tears streaming down her face, rushed to Kirishima's side, her emotions overwhelming her. In a fit of anger, she launched her acid at 𝗟𝗏, but he effortlessly dodged the attack. In retaliation, 𝗟𝗏 threw one of his swords at Mina, striking her in the throat. Bakugo, consumed by rage, attempted to explode 𝗟𝗏, but he easily evaded the blast. Tenya charged at him, but 𝗟𝗏 sidestepped and struck him in the leg, impairing his quirk. Momo approached with a staff, but 𝗟𝗏 dodged her attack and countered, slashing her in the stomach. As Bakugo launched another attack, 𝗟𝗏 anticipated the move and prepared to counter. Bakugo managed to evade, but 𝗟𝗏 was ready for him. Just then, Tamaki attacked with a swordfish blade, but 𝗟𝗏 blocked all of his strikes and pushed him back. 𝗟𝗏 then cut through Tamaki's metal constructs and delivered a blow to his stomach. He taunted Tamaki, reminding him of his weakness. Pulling his sword from Tamaki, 𝗟𝗏 stepped back just as 𝗟𝗩𝐽 unleashed a shockwave toward him. Shoto followed up with a barrage of ice, but 𝗟𝗏 sliced through it effortlessly, landing directly in front of him. As 𝗟𝗏 prepared to finish Shoto, Izumi intervened with a powerful punch that sent him reeling. Izumi charged at blinding speed, but 𝗟𝗏 anticipated her move, spinning past her and cutting her in the side. He then turned his attention to 𝗟𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘, attempting to slash at him multiple times, but 𝗟𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 managed to dodge and block effectively. 𝗟𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 pushed 𝗟𝗧𝗧 back, and 𝗃𝐭 created an explosion that sent debris flying toward him. 𝗟𝗧𝗧𝗧 blocked the debris and sprinted toward 𝗃𝐭. As he approached, a wave of flames from ᴨᴳ forced 𝗟𝗧𝗧𝗧 to retreat. He was then struck by 𝗟𝗑𝐽's shockwave, sending him flying, but he adeptly maneuvered in the air and landed on the roof of the hall connecting to the main entrance. He slid down to the ground, where an officer awaited him. The officer informed 𝗟𝗧𝗧𝗧 that their troops were engaged in battle against the Imperial forces at the top of the stairs. 𝗟𝗧𝗧𝗧 acknowledged the situation, realizing it would be easy to return. King approached him with urgency, stating that he had a call. 𝗟𝗧𝗧𝗧 took the phone and listened intently, his eyes widening in shock as he shouted for the infantry to fall back. At the top of the stairs, a massive shockwave erupted from within the main gates, causing them to collapse and sending everyone flying back. As the dust settled, footsteps echoed from within the smoke, and a figure emerged, slowly making its way through the haze. The figure proclaimed that it was impossible to escape destiny, declaring that all their fates had been decided long ago. It continued to walk toward Izumi, ominously stating that her destiny was death. As the smoke cleared, the figure stood before the fallen Izumi, revealing itself with a chilling declaration, "I am here." Izumi's eyes widened in shock, horror, and disbelief as the smoke dissipated entirely, revealing the figure before her. Chihiro confronted the figure before him, accusing him of manipulating countless individuals and orchestrating years of conflict. He demanded to know if it had all been worth it. The figure, known as Dark Phoenix, explained that he was merely following the path laid out by Chihiro's mentor. He had embraced this path, believing he could change the world for the better. He acknowledged the harsh reality of war, accepting that loss was part of the cost. He admitted to starting as a villain, not out of malice, but due to unfortunate circumstances. Chihiro challenged him, questioning whether he had ever considered a different approach to effect change. Dark Phoenix responded that alternative methods were more idealistic than practical. He felt he needed to take control to ensure things were done correctly, criticizing the emperor for hiding behind his throne. He believed the society built on quirks was destined to fail, pointing out that it was far too difficult to become a hero while it was all too easy to fall into villainy, a truth he embodied. Chihiro retorted that Dark Phoenix had hidden behind his fortress for 30 years, questioning the difference between them. Dark Phoenix insisted he was a warrior, capable of retreating without fleeing, and that he had set traps rather than hiding. Chihiro saw him only as a tyrant. Dark Phoenix argued that a true tyrant acts solely for personal gain, while he claimed to work for the greater good, valuing his followers and acknowledging their support. Chihiro pressed on, suggesting Dark Phoenix could have built a following among those with quirks and united the world through peace. Dark Phoenix dismissed the idea, stating that peace between the quirked and quirkless was an illusion. He believed the presence of quirks had regressed society into discrimination, and he aimed to evolve humanity back to a time when such biases were eradicated, even if it required sacrifices. Determined, Chihiro activated his power to its fullest and charged at Dark Phoenix. The latter caught Chihiro's punches and threw him aside. Chihiro quickly recovered and aimed a kick at Dark Phoenix's face, which was blocked. Dark Phoenix countered by grabbing Chihiro's leg and throwing him to the ground, then pressing down on his chest. Chihiro retaliated with a burst of wind pressure, pushing Dark Phoenix back. He then unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending Dark Phoenix crashing into a wall. Dark Phoenix dodged another punch and retaliated with a kick to Chihiro's face, followed by a series of punches to his stomach and another to his face, sending Chihiro flying. As Dark Phoenix approached, he grabbed Chihiro by the throat, but was suddenly forced to retreat as spikes shot toward him. 𝗟𝗧𝗧 then launched a barrage of pillars at Dark Phoenix, but he punched through them effortlessly. 𝗟𝗧𝗧 followed up with a massive electrical discharge that temporarily stunned him. She unleashed flames that engulfed him, but when the flames subsided, Dark Phoenix remained unscathed. He charged at 𝗟𝗧𝗧, who responded with a wall of ice, but he ran straight through it. 𝗟𝗧𝗧 then created an energy blast and hurled it at him, but he ducked and reached her, grabbing her by the face and throwing her across the room. As she got up, 𝗟𝗏𝐻 struck her, causing a devastating blow. 𝗏𝗏𝐻, witnessing the attack, cried out in anguish. Fueled by rage, he charged at 𝗟𝗏𝐻 with renewed vigor, attacking with such speed that 𝗟𝗏𝐻 struggled to defend himself. Each punch landed with tremendous force, and 𝗏𝗏𝐻 could feel the impact as 𝗟𝗏𝐻's bones broke under the assault. After a moment, 𝗏𝗏𝐻 stepped back and seized one of the spikes 𝗟𝗧 had created, hurling it at 𝗟𝗏𝐻 with incredible speed, piercing his heart. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 stood in shock as 𝗟𝗏𝐻 staggered back, lowering his head. However, to 𝗏𝗏𝐻's horror, 𝗟𝗏𝐻 raised his head with a smirk, pulled the spike from his chest, and watched as the wound healed before his eyes. In an instant, 𝗟𝗏𝐻 lunged at 𝗏𝗏𝐻, using the same spike to pierce his stomach. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 collapsed, the spike still embedded in him. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 revealed that he had not spent 2 decades idly. He had been searching for ways to combat the immense power of One for All. Despite his efforts to push his body beyond normal limits, he had never imagined defeating a user of One for All until he discovered the secret of immortality. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 accused him of hypocrisy, pointing out that he had gained powers beyond those of ordinary humans while claiming to seek equality. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 explained that the powers he wielded came at a terrible cost, stripping him of basic human experiences. He had sacrificed everything for power, believing it was the only way to achieve victory and free humanity from its chains. With a cold determination, 𝗟𝗏𝐻 lifted 𝗏𝗏𝐻 by the neck, seeing in him what he could have become. He declared it was time for the war to end, for the conflict to cease, for the scars to heal, and for 𝗏𝗏𝐻 to perish. In that moment, he snapped 𝗏𝗏𝐻's neck, and the power of None for All activated. A massive laser shot into the sky, transforming into a dome of energy that enveloped the entire planet. After 5 minutes of engulfing most of the world, it deactivated. On the battlefield, the remaining heroes attempted to use their abilities, but they found themselves powerless. Uraraka expressed her confusion about the situation, while Aizawa solemnly acknowledged their defeat, and J lamented their failure, dropping his weapon along with the other soldiers. King approached the battlefield, declaring that the traitors had been sentenced to death by the Emperor's order. The soldiers aimed their weapons at the heroes and began to take them down one by one. Meanwhile, in his home, All Might deduced the gravity of the situation. He went to the chair where he last spoke to Phoenix, took a gun from the table, and gazed into the distance, reflecting on the victory of Izuku and 𝗏𝐻𝐽, seeking their forgiveness. Phoenix looked out through a window, reveling in what he considered his perfect ending, believing that his reign could now truly begin. 30 years later, a thriving city sprawled beneath the sky. People moved about the streets, some driving cars while others used flying speeders to navigate the heavy traffic of New Fennec, the capital of the world and once known as Tokyo. This city had become the most significant urban center in the human empire. Soldiers marched through the streets, performing their daily duties of protecting the populace and providing a sense of security. The days of heroes roaming these streets were long gone. At the heart of the city stood the Imperial Palace, the residence of the most important figure in the world, Fuhrer Emperor Izuku Shigaraki, commonly referred to as Fuhrer Emperor Phoenix. He held absolute authority over the human empire. After erasing all quirks, chaos quickly engulfed the world, leading to panic in every nation. Seizing the opportunity, 𝗟𝗏𝐻 led his armies in a global conquest that lasted a decade. The conquest was fierce, but when the wars finally concluded, the Fuhrer Emperor sought to unite humanity. He established a common human language and discouraged references to different races, promoting the idea of a singular human race. People were encouraged to identify simply as terrestrial or human, rather than by their nationalities. When the last country fell, Phoenix proclaimed the 𝗟𝗏𝐻 of the human empire. This meritocratic empire required individuals to constantly prove their worth to be recognized, with no entitlement based on lineage. Positions of power were earned through demonstrated value to the emperor. The empire also emphasized military technocracy, valuing progress in science and technology, making the roles of scientists and researchers highly respected. Discrimination was heavily punished, and any false claims of discrimination were taken seriously by the emperor. The emperor was the highest authority, supported by a council of ministers who were directly beneath him. The Prime Minister, who also served as the Supreme Commander of the army, was the most significant of these ministers. All ministers were appointed by the emperor. Beneath them, the imperial court monitored other bureaucracies to maintain checks on their power, consisting of 12 magistrates and 1 magistrate president, all chosen by the emperor. The regional governors managed the empire's 230 administrative regions, with only the capital directly administered by the emperor. These governors were also appointed by him. The imperial senate was composed of elected representatives from each administrative region. Although it could not pass legislation, it served as an advisory body, sending requests to the emperor for action, which he could accept or decline. Mayors, also elected, held authority only over their cities and could implement changes independently. Any decision made by the bureaucracies could be overturned by the emperor at his discretion. Despite being a despotic empire, the human empire valued human rights, a principle enshrined in its charter. Those who committed no wrongs had nothing to fear, and the empire provided numerous opportunities for social mobility. Knowledge was held in the highest regard, ushering in a new technological age previously thought to be science fiction. It was even rumored that space colonization would soon become a reality. This was truly the golden era of humanity. It was an open secret that the emperor was immortal, a fact not openly discussed but available in public archives. Those aware of this did not seem to mind. They recognized the necessity of a strong leader, believing that without Phoenix, everything would collapse. Many considered his existence essential. The fate of the comrades of Dark Phoenix after the war remained a mystery. 𝐤𝐮𝐻 went on to marry and served as Prime Minister and Supreme Commander of the army, always remaining the right-hand man of the emperor. He supported him during the global conquest, proving to be the most talented general. As a result, he was rewarded with the position of the first Prime Minister of the empire, a role he held until his passing at the age of his tenure as Prime Minister lasted a remarkable 90 years, contributing a total of 102 years of dedicated service to the emperor, never leaving his side. His descendants continued to serve the emperor in various capacities for generations, always standing by his side. Colonel 𝗟𝐼𝐴 became the head of the Imperial Guard, entrusted with the critical task of defending the emperor at all costs. 𝐼𝐻 ascended to the rank of Grand Admiral and head of the Imperial Navy, ultimately succeeding his former throne. He transformed the Imperial Navy into a formidable force, earning a reputation that instilled fear during the global conquest, as no ship that engaged him in battle ever returned. With his flagship, the 𝗟𝗏, he dominated the seas. King took command of the elite corps of the new imperial army, shaping it into the so-called Fist of the Empire. Their mere presence struck fear into the hearts of enemies during the global conquest. Vlad became the head of the Imperial Research and Development Department, as well as the Minister of Development. He too achieved immortality, and alongside Phoenix, they brought to life technologies that had previously existed only in the imaginations of science fiction writers. Together, they were celebrated as the generation of greatness. Phoenix gazed into the sky, reflecting on the past, those early days in the League of Villains alongside Nana and 𝗟𝗏, his beginnings in the Q.R.A. and his eventual triumph. He realized it was time to stop dwelling on the past and allow those memories to rest. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the faces of the heroes who once opposed him. It was a peculiar ability granted by his immortal state. He observed them closely. Some appeared sad while others offered him gentle smiles. Among them were Nana and 𝗟𝗏, along with 𝐤𝐮𝐻 Sr., 𝗏𝐵𝐵𝐻, and 𝗡𝗏, everyone he had encountered on his journey. Some congratulated him, while others chose to remain at a distance. Izumi acknowledged his achievement, and D.P. confirmed it. She inquired about the cost, and he replied that it was everything. When she asked if it was worth it, he assured her she could not imagine. She then questioned if he had any regrets, to which he admitted sometimes. Izumi reflected that perhaps he wasn't so bad after all and offered an apology. Inko wished him luck, expressing her belief that he was never truly bad, just misunderstood. All might recognize that he had proven him wrong and had indeed become a hero. 𝗟𝗏 expressed pride in his accomplishments, while Nana admitted to still feeling a bit resentful but acknowledged that she could not complain about how things turned out. Bakugo remarked that it seemed he was never really a Deku. Izumi wished him luck, and D.P. expressed his hope that they would find peace in the afterlife, wishing their souls a good place to rest. With that, Phoenix turned and waved goodbye to them. He opened his eyes, having left any remorse behind, ready to officially close this chapter of his life. He looked up at the sky, dreaming of a bright future. And so, the story of Mind vs. Might reached its definitive conclusion. Then,